Morning everyone and welcome to Trent Bridge. We've got some sunshine here for the Blaze versus Central Sparks in what is the Battle of the Midlands, but also the birth of the Blaze, which I'm sure we'll talk about later. So the first opportunity to get our eyes on the newly branded, shall we say, East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence, called the Blaze now, what used to be Lightning, sometimes referred to as Loughborough Lightning. This is a 50 over game. It's the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, which will conclude on Sunday the 24th of September at Northants Cricket Club. My name is Claire Jenkins and I'm a former Derbyshire county player. I'm joined today by Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University and also a former county cricketer. We've got the benefit of Jamie Ramage in the back of the box, and he is going to do us some fascinating facts in the Fascinating Fact Factory. And he's a local journalist who's joining us today. We might get him on a bit later if we can twist his arm. We're due to start at 10:30, so a couple of minutes. And the weather forecast is due to be good. It might be a bit chilly down at ground level. It certainly was earlier. We've got some sunshine at the moment, so fingers crossed for some good weather. And also you will be able to pick us up hopefully on the YouTube channel, which is the Blaze Cricket. It's a rebranded Loughborough Cricket stream, and if you can press the like button you will be helping other people find this, because it is really hard to find women's sport. So if you can press the like button, that will be all good. And if you want to tweet about that or use social media, then please do that for us, please. The hashtag that Blaze are using is hashtag fired up, and the hashtag for Sparks is hashtag Sparks will fly. So in terms of recent year matches, so in the Sparks versus Lightning in 2022, the match was abandoned without a ball being bowled for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. But in terms of the last fixtures of last season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, Lightning as they were then won against Stars by 112 runs, and as far as Sparks' last game, they were playing the Sunrisers and they won by 139 runs. So both winning the last games of their last Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy last season. So in terms of matchups, we've got Sarah Glenn, who used to play for Central Sparks last season, and 2 seasons ago Marie Kelly, who came across the border to the East Midlands, but I'm sure we'll talk about matchups later. We've got Chris Guest, who's the Blaze coach, and Lloyd Tennant, who's the Central Sparks coach. And in terms of umpires today, we've got Sue Redfern, who is a local Nottingham girl, but she lives in Birmingham now, so I'm sure she'll be taking that on, as Isabel Wong comes in from the Radcliffe Road end, and it goes past the batter's reach and it's no run. Yes, so we've got Sue Redfern, and we've also got Sarah Bartlett standing at the moment at the bowler's end. So we've got, in terms of scorers, because I know the scorers always feel like they've been left out, Sam Stringfellow and Isabel Howe, and the match referee is Phil Whittercase. We're obviously also at Trent Bridge, which will host the 5-day Ashes Test match, which is very, very exciting to us. And I'm going to come back to the other games in a minute as Izzy Wong comes in from our end and fires one in, and that gets knocked straight to the fielder if there is no run. We've got Tammy Beaumont and Marie Kelly opening the batting for the Blaze. And I'm going to ask you at the end of this over, Hannah, if you could just run down the team so we know who's on field. But since we've started, we had a bit of a technical issue, so we haven't had as much time to do the intros as we possibly could, as Wongi turns the top of a mark and comes in to Beaumont, who plays that through the covers, and that's going to sail away to the boundary. And it's an easy 4 for Tammy Beaumont, and that's the first boundary and the first runs of the game so far. Do you want to run through the teams while they go and fetch the ball, Hannah?
Yep, so for the first ever official Rachael Heyhoe Flint match for the Blaze, we've got Tammy Beaumont and Marie Kelly that you're witnessing right now out there in the middle, Georgie Boyce, Catherine Bryce, Sarah Glenn, Nadine de Klerk, who is there overseas, Lucy Higham, Beth Harmer, and new captain Kirsty Gordon and Grace Ballinger.
Brilliant. We'll come back to the Central Sparks squad in a minute when we've got a bit of a break, as Izzy Wong cleans the ball and steams in from the Radcliffe Road end to Tammy Beaumont, who's high backlift as ever. Squirts that down to third, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 5 for no loss. And maybe Central Sparks.
And then for the Central Sparks, the return of captain Eve Jones, Davina Perrin, Abby Freeborn, Amy Campbell, Chloe Brewer, Emily Arlott, Hannah Baker, Katie George, Izzy Wong with ball in hand, Georgia Davis and Grace Potts.
So some quite nice matchups there, and we've got, so some of the England players are released to the regional games and some are not, so that's why you'll see some differences in the games as Wong comes in from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm over, and Beaumont plays that down but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Well, it's not Beaumont, is it? It's Kelly. What am I thinking?
Yep, Kelly's slightly taller.
Yes, we're a long way away, so it's difficult to tell the heights from here. As Tammy Beaumont just explains what the ball's doing to Marie Kelly. We will know because she's played with Izzy Wong many years at Warwickshire. Marie Kelly, the Warwickshire captain. So there's a lot of players who will have played county cricket and also regional cricket together as Wongy rounds a mark into the crouching Kelly, who lets that go through. It's gone wide, and I think it's going to be signalled wide, but they run through for a single as well, and the umpire Sarah Bartlett signals indeed a wide, so that's 2 runs off that delivery. Wongy needs to get her sat-nav sorted from that review. So we've got 7 for no loss, still the first over. 10 overs in the power play here in the 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy, so you will see fielding restrictions. So there is a fielding restriction circle at 25 yards for the women as Wong comes in to Beaumont this time, who leaves that one rather spectacularly outside the off stump, and that's the end of the first over. We have 7 for no loss. Yes, the women's game has a 25 yard circle, of which they are allowed 2 fielders out in the first 10 overs. The men's game has a 30 yard circle and different numbers. I won't bore you with those. But after the first 10 overs here at Rachael Heyhoe Flint, they will be allowed a maximum of 4 players outside of that ring. So slightly different numbers for the women's and the men's game. Hannah, you've had a bit of a morning, haven't you? But we're here and we're all sat down.
Yep.
So
yep, we are definitely here.
Yeah, we're in.
Yeah, and it looks like the crowd is filling up really nicely as well. Lots of people in attendance, and hopefully it'll keep filling up throughout the day for Blaze's first ever match here, official Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy match for the Blaze at Trent Bridge, their new home. Yeah, because we were at the last game as they were at Loughborough Lightning at Leicester, so it feels like we kind of put that sort of to bed, and now we're at the birth. The very first game of the Blaze, the birth of the Blaze. Yep, a complete new chapter, and we'll talk about that throughout the game, but it'll be Emily Arlott with the ball from the pavilion end, another pacey seamer who did really well last season. She's been very unlucky, hasn't she, because she bowled herself into the Ashes side 2 seasons ago, but unfortunately sat on the bench, and then last year, I think it was COVID, but something prevented her. She was sort of England squad, but not quite there. Yep, so it'll be Arlott to Marie Kelly. Again, former teammate. Kelly used to play for Central Sparks, as Claire mentioned 2 seasons ago. Arlott steams in. And it's taken! Arlott with the instant impact. Kelly lifts it up into close there. Oh my word, what a start for Central Sparks. A great start. Oh my, they're going to be extra pleased with themselves, and Marie Kelly's going to be extra filthy with herself for giving a catch. It was a good catch. It was a very diving forward. It was a very good diving catch. We're just trying to work out who it was, because we are at quite a high point here, and we can't quite see who's who, especially with the black kit there. It's quite hard to identify from this vantage point, but we will let you know who it was. A good diving forward. I just thought, it's going to get grounded. It's going to be Katie George. New, of course, to Central Sparks this season. They've pinched her from Western Storm to join us here. Yep, as Marie Kelly goes back over the boundary, and that's the clapping you can hear. She's another seamer in the side as well, but instant impact in the field. Katie George is known for her quality fielding as well, something that she takes great pride in, and she has had quite an injury-stricken career so far, so what a way to make your debut for the Sparks in the format.
Good early start, isn't it? So we've got Georgie Boyce coming to the crease here, who's getting some great social media, because she played in Australia over the winter, and there's some really nice comments, certainly I saw on social media, about the impact that she'd had and how much mentoring and help she'd been to the players that she'd played with in Australia over our winter and of course their summer.
Yep, and of course she is actually a local talent. She might have been playing for the northern sides in the past, but she is back home.
That's it, back home.
Yeah, she is an East Midlands girl at heart, so
yeah, I think the East Mids are not letting her out now. That's it.
Yeah, she's back. Yeah, Georgie Boyce, again, quality batter. She's someone who can stabilise, and that's what the Blaze need now. Just, you know, calm, plenty of overs. As Emily Arlott comes in once again, just her second ball of the over.
It's very respectfully there.
Yeah, just started down.
Dobs down.
As the score is 7 for 1, just off this second over, with 4 balls remaining. Yeah,
both teams in new kit for this season. I mean, the Sparks one not so different from what they played in, but some funky shoulder dots and shapes. But the Blaze, obviously, very different.
Yep, no more purple, obviously. No. Completely rebrand. Fiery like the Blaze.
Yep.
Arlott comes in once again with her right arm, pacey bowling, a little bit of bounce, and Georgie Boyce gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, it was a nerve settler, wasn't it? Squirted out to backward square, and Sarah Bartlett just moves out, the umpire moves out of the way as the ball goes past her. 8 for 1.
A brilliant start from Emily Arlott. Just keeping it nice and simple.
Sparks are pretty blessed for fast bowlers, because there's Potts on the field as well. So,
and again Katie George.
And Katie George, yeah. And Chloe Brewer's been doing a bit of bowling in the warm-ups too.
So Arlott comes in. Beaumont respects her once again. Just blocks that out as the ball is tidied up by Katie George. A brilliant start by Emily Arlott, and this is what Sparks wanted. After the first over, Vizzy Wong, not a bad over, but obviously a little bit expensive, going for 7, and this over now just putting that pressure back on the Blaze.
So we think Izzy Wong just softened her up for then Arlott to come in and grab the prize.
I'm not sure if I was facing Izzy Wong, I'd feel quite softened, but as Arlott comes into Beaumont, who again respectfully defends. Dot ball, the score remains 8 for 1 here as Arlott returns to the pavilion end. She's got quite a strut, hasn't she?
Yes.
I wonder what. I wonder what she's
swagger.
Thinking about. Obviously, going back to that bowler's mark, thinking about that next ball. How is she going to get Tammy Beaumont out? Is the question in her head. She bowls it.
Ooh.
And she gets a bit of height off the gloves from Tammy Beaumont. I don't think she was expecting that at all. A bit of bounce in this pitch, it seems.
Yes, I don't know if that's a sort of lively moment. I think Tammy's going to go and give that a knock on its head, whatever that was. It popped that bit, didn't it?
It definitely popped.
Shock. Yes, blazing a nice distinctive kit, because I was kind of concerned when I saw the sort of training kit there might be another team in black, which is there's no bad thing in teams in black, but it's nice to have distinctive kits. A real live, it's a real fiery orangey red, isn't it?
Yeah. So
and then the dark trousers.
So the score is 8 for 1 at the end of the second over.
Wong to take the next over from the Radcliffe Road end as we start the third over. 10 overs in the power play here. Fielding restrictions, only 2 allowed outside that 25-yard circle. Sun is making that lovely green. It's that sense of the season stretching out in front of us, Hannah. Longer season, of course, this year. Wong to Boyce. It's a full toss, but it goes straight past the cover fielder, and it's just meandering its way across the boundary. That's another 4. It was an easy shot there.
Yep, easy runs, and again a lot of confidence then to Georgie Boyce. That's what she wants to get those runs ticking over and ease herself into this innings. Perhaps she's come in a little bit sooner than she thought, but at the same time, we know how explosive Marie Kelly is, and it goes one of two ways.
Yeah.
So
it's the beginning of the season. The teams will be wanting to, let's hope that Mike Perkins' cliche klaxon isn't in the back, but dusting the rust off and all that. They're kind of references to getting themselves into the season, getting started. Izzy Wong tossing the ball from hand to hand and just taking a look at the condition of the seam, I guess, and right arm over to Boyce, who comes forward and plays that past the cover point fielders, and it's just gonna roll away. The outfield looks like it's quite quick today, as it went straight through a gap and 4 more runs. Score moves on to 16 for 1.
Yeah, another excellent
over.
Excellent shot again by Georgie Boyce, and like you said, she had a big winter in Australia, and I think that's going to be such a different this year, because obviously without COVID and the travel, so many players have been able to spend their winters abroad and get that training in real match scenarios. That's what players talk about quite a lot, isn't it? Actually getting game time and practice in the middle, so they won't be as rusty as perhaps
so the ones that didn't go, as Wongi comes into Boyce. And Boyce plays that into the on gap. There is a pocket there. They won't go to the boundary, but they will get 2 runs, I suspect, quite simply off that. Ooh, bit of diving forward to collect the ball there, and the score moves on to 20 for 1. I think. Didn't I just say 18? Must be 20 for 1. So Georgie Boyce got in a warm-up game against the Diamond. She got 50 not out, so she's obviously on a bit of form. And when she played against the Stars last year, she was top scorer, 70 off 83 balls. So in form last season and hopefully through the winter. Well, that wraps the pads, but Izzy Wong indicates she's not going to appeal. That wasn't any chance of a LB there. It was just the thump of the ball onto pads, the first that ball, as we approach the end of the 3rd over. 18 for 1.
Of course, Georgie Boyce moving from Thunder. She was on loan to Lightning, as they were, towards the back end of the season, so that was a hint of her move.
Yes. Wong to Boyce, who is trapped a bit in front of the wicket, but manages to get a bat and a pad and something and just get it. Goes down in front of her, and Davina Perrin does the tidying up. No run off that ball. It's great to see the sunshine and the start of the English regional season. So what you're watching are 2 of the 8 regional centres of excellence playing in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is the 50 over. In a few weeks' time they'll convert to the 20 over, which is the Charlotte Edwards Cup, as Wong comes in from the Radcliffe Road end to Boyce, who takes a big swing, and it goes through there was a dive, and I thought she might have stopped it, but it went straight through the point fielders, and that's another 4 runs, so that's 22 for 1, and that's 3 overs done. 7 more in the power play. It's quite sunny, but I imagine it's quite cool down there. It was very cold this morning when I came through. Yeah,
I'm still in a woolly jumper. So, and I can definitely see people with the coats on. I've seen a few woolly hats, so it's definitely not summer yet, but the hint of sunshine is definitely encouraging.
Oh, the season start, this is the moment you want with all those weeks and fixtures ahead. They've got probably double the fixtures this year, because they're going to do home and away with this Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over between the 8 English regional centres of excellence, as I say. But this is the East Midlands versus the West Midlands, so this is the battle of the Midlands, Hannah.
It absolutely is, and in the past, obviously we've got to keep saying the Lightning side before, but Lightning always come out on top in this format over the Central Sparks. So Emily Arlott here coming in to Tammy Beaumont, who again respectfully just sees it out, keeps the block, and the ball goes to Katie George, who's going to return it back. But can Central Sparks take a first win over the East Midlands side? Obviously new name, the Blaze, but they've got that history.
Yeah, and And there is the core of both teams have been the same over the various seasons, but we've got some changes, haven't we, as well? So it'll be interesting to see how these compile themselves.
So Arlott comes in.
Ooh.
It's a wide delivery. She tries to bowl it in short, but doesn't quite find the pitch well enough, unfortunately.
Was that another one that popped? Because it certainly went...
It definitely popped, but she just pushed it a bit too far, unfortunately.
Came quite high past Beaumont's bat, but...
Arlott, of course, with the first wicket of the innings, removing Marie Kelly for no runs. Arlott comes in once again, and Tammy Beaumont swipes it down for 4 runs.
It had almost gone before she played it. It was
another short delivery
short.
As Beaumont swipes.
And Beaumont is another one who did well against the Diamonds in the warm-up, 71 off 53 balls. So both of these players enjoying playing against the Diamonds in that warm-up game.
Yeah, and obviously England stalwart. She's been favoured in the 50 over format, hasn't she? But less so in the T20s of recent.
Yeah.
Arlott strides in to Beaumont, who tucks it down for a single. They're going to look for 2. She's decided to call for the weight.
Ooh. We stretched Abby Freeborn there with that throw in from Izzy Wong.
Yeah, good decision just to hold off for that second. It wasn't there. There's no point playing risky this early on.
And the white seats are really zingy, even in a sort of the sun's gone in a little bit, but it's very bright out there. The green of the grass and the seats, and as Hannah said, it's filling up.
Arlott with ball in hand to Georgie Boyce. As Georgie Boyce chooses to leave that one, a good leave.
It was. It's a confident leave. I was thinking, it's not that far away.
There was space, But as you mentioned, these players are very familiar with one another. They've played a lot of cricket against each other, and as you mentioned, double the fixtures this year. So the opportunity to play just keeps on increasing, and professionalism keeps on increasing. Arlott to Boyce, and again, just tucks it back. Defensive and nothing too silly early on. She's already getting the boundary. She's already, she's found her feet. Seeing off the good ball. Hit the bad balls, isn't it? It's easy cricket. Hit the good
easy
balls.
game, isn't it? It's easy game from up here.
Yeah, hit
that's
the good
for
balls.
Sure.
Hit the bad balls, sorry. Hit the bad balls.
Hit the bad ones, yeah.
And respect the good balls.
There's the gaps there, isn't there? And I imagine it's pretty quick out there, as I mentioned earlier. So
Arlott steams in.
Ooh.
Much straighter. And Georgie Boyce decides to give that one a leave as well, but that was much straighter.
I was taking a breath from here. I think that was probably much closer than she thought at that point.
Georgie Boyce looks completely unfazed. She knew what she was doing.
No problem.
But again, another good over from Emily Arlott. The score 28 for 1, Beaumont on 10 and Georgie Boyce on 15, both off 11 deliveries.
We've got a change of bowling from my end. We've got Grace Potts, another of the I mustn't say R. I don't know why I'm saying R. Yes, another one of the Sparks long, tall, fast bowlers. And yes, we're going to have a bit of pace. So Izzy Wong's having a rest, and Grace Potts is coming on from the Radcliffe Road end. Now, Grace Potts last season took the most wickets for Central Sparks, 10, and yes, she was also she was the best of the Sparks in terms of the PCA most valuable player, as Potts comes in from the Radcliffe Road. Right arm over again, all wildly down the leg side, and Abby Freeborn has to stretch her muscles there in terms of getting dive practice into her left, and that's a wide, so another one to the total, 29 for 1. Start of the 4th over, Still in the power play. First 10 overs of this 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy. Potts collects herself. Right arm over to Beaumont, who plays that behind square, and there's a fielder running round. It's going to stop up, but they're going to get a second run as it's fielded into Abby Freeborn, so that's 2 runs to the total.
And of course, Tammy Beaumont's quick on her feet, isn't she?
Yeah.
She can turn those into twos.
Between the wickets. Yes, Potts was the best of the PCA and most valuable players in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint with her bowling last season. She pots to the crouching Beaumont. Slower ball there, I think, and Tammy Beaumont just jams that down. A kadunk, if you will, but not really very. I know Ed Seaborn likes me to do a kadunk. Not really a kadunk. I'll do one for him later. As Wong passes on some valuable information, no doubt. Pats Potts on the back. And Tammy Beaumont waits for the next delivery. And she plays that down defensively. It looks like it moved a little bit off the pitch, and there is no run.
Definitely looked like it moved.
Yeah.
It looks like Tammy's also just checking that pitch, ironing out some.
She's worried about it popping that end as well as this end.
Yeah. Doing the ground staff work for them.
The hovermo went off earlier when I arrived. It's very loud. I hope we don't need any of those covers today. As Potts comes into Beaumont waggling a bat. She leaves that one. Oh, and there's an appeal. I'm not quite sure. I don't know how close that was. We're a very long way from the pitch here. There's Izzy Wong is holding out pleadingly. I don't suppose Sarah Bartlett's going to hold with any of that nonsense.
She did not look interested at all.
She was not interested.
And we haven't got the best angle to work out.
No.
But I didn't hear anything.
We're at very deep, fine third, aren't we? Behind the bowler's end as you're looking at it at the moment. As Potts comes in. Oh, Beaumont charges her. Oh, and plays it up past the stumps at the other end, and Wong goes towards the boundary, but she's not going to save it. Dive, Superman style. She's going to dirty that new kit she's got. But that's 4 runs to the total.
And that just relieves a little bit of pressure as well that was building, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know that she necessarily Beaumont knew exactly where that was going. I think she's got the idea. She's going to charge and play straight as she could. It sort of skirted past Georgie Boyce motions that she had to duck out of the way of that one. And yes, there's 4 runs behind the bowl. They always say there's runners there, don't they? So 35 for 1 as Potts. What does she have in response to that? Beaumont's thinking about charging her again, but decides to just have a little waft, and that goes straight through to the keeper, and it's a wide. So another one to the total, 36 for 1. Marie Kelly was out for no runs slightly earlier against lots of her ex-teammates, so I'm sure there'll be some pointing out of that perhaps at some stage when they find themselves in the changing room close to each other, as Potts comes into Beaumont. She plays that out through the point region, and there's a gap there. There's a beautiful run carving out towards the boundary, and that's 4 runs. That's 40 for 1, and that's the end of the 5th over.
Yep, coming into the 6th now, and the current run rate is going at 8, so not a bad start for the Blaze, who won the toss and did elect to bat first. New captain Kirsty Gordon, of course, at the coin toss. Not a bad way to start, is it? Winning the coin toss, that's the first battle.
Yeah, that's right.
First battle won. And now it'll be Georgie Boyce facing. She's currently on 15 off 11 balls, and Tammy Beaumont's at the opposite end, 20 off 17. Partnership worth 33 off 26.
So they're both keeping well ahead of the runnable strike rate. Eve Jones passing on something to her bowler from the far end, and she comes back to take her place at slips.
Emily Arlott staying on at the pavilion end. Nice long run up for the pacey seamer. Right arm over to Boyce. And again, Georgie Boyce can just knock that down, but there's no run there. Dot ball.
Yeah, the fielder's swooping in.
Emily Arlott's holding her back a little bit, so I'm not too sure
Oh,
what's...
that's not good. Don't want that. Don't want any fast bowlers.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what that was, to be fair.
Certainly, years ago, that they used to say that the strip was up, so they had to kind of run uphill to get to that. But I don't know if that's. I think that's probably flattened out by now. That's
I was always a downhill
years
bowler. Never uphill as Arlott steams in. Georgie Boyce just twirls it round to Katie George. Once again does the tidying up. No run as Arlott continues her brilliant bowling spell.
Yes, Katie George with a very large 99 on the back of her shot. I mean, they have got quite distinctive numbers, but the 99 really stands out on the back. And it's funny to see her close in, because I kind of associated with those brilliant catches she was taking at Welsh Fire in the 100 a couple of seasons ago, where she's well out on the boundary. So I don't know
excellent
whether she likes
rider.
that. Yeah, not sure.
Arlott to Boyce, who misses, and Freeborn takes it, but no bat on it. Sparks are itching for something to happen here, as Boyce just practices her leave there.
Yes, like I was nowhere near that.
It's all mind games cricket.
Abby Freeborn, very interested in that, I think. She's still quite a long way back, so no helmet on for that far back, but very interested in that delivery as it went very close to the bat.
And of course, Abby Freeborn, formerly of Lightning,
a couple
seasons
back
ago.
the other way.
So Arlott runs in to Boyce. He hits it straight to a fielder, makes the run, and it's not tidied up neatly at all. So Georgie Boyce gets the single away, puts the field under pressure, as Arlott doesn't look too happy with that. But she's got a lot to be happy about. She's bowled 12 dot balls from her 2.4 overs so far, just 8 runs from it for 1 wicket.
Yeah.
So
I like the perfectionist thing in that, though.
yeah,
in
definitely.
terms of,
It's the hunger.
the hunger, yeah, we like a bit of hunger in players.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn, familiar with this ground, obviously playing for the Trent Rockets as well in the 100s.
Yes,
so
Trent Rockets,
it's a ground that she's definitely familiar with, especially with the gloves. As Arlott comes into Tammy Beaumont. Again, finding a bit of bounce in this pitch as Beaumont respectfully defends it. Beaumont again just checking the playing surface.
She's worried about that ball popping at the
Arlott is
on a
definitely
length.
Yeah, Arlott is definitely finding some bounce in this pitch.
She is tall when you kind of ground level with her, so and long arms, so no doubt it's coming down from quite a height from somebody of Beaumont's stature, shall we say.
As Arlott comes to Beaumont, who uses her feet but finds the fielder.
Another over gone. 6 overs gone.
Yeah, the crowd is filling up nicely, Claire.
Yeah, and we're starting to hear it. You'll be starting to pick up the sound of clapping and things. But they do look a bit. They're I don't know why they're not sat in the sun, a lot of them. So they're maybe a bit chilly over there. But yeah, 41 for 1 off 6 overs. So 4 more overs of the power play, which is fielding restrictions. You'll see the 25-yard circle for the women here, and the first 10 overs they're only allowed 2 fielders out. And Sparks are electing to have that as they've got a deep square and they've got a very deep third for their 2 fielders outside that ring, as Potts comes in from the Radcliffe Road end to Boyce, plays that forward dramatically defensively, and there is no run. 41 for 1 into the 6th over.
I just checked the scorecard as well. Apparently the projections for this game, Blaze could be on track for 351.
Oh wow.
at the current
That'd be
run
great,
rate.
wouldn't it?
Imagine.
That would make a headline.
That'd be a huge headline, but what do you think a good score would be?
We will see some big scores. Hang on a minute. Potts and 2. Past the flailing bat of Boyce there, and there is no run. It's too early. I've got a formula for the T20, but I don't have a formula for the 50 over yet. I'm gonna think about that one.
I've got a feeling.
At the halfway stage, it'll be easier to kind of think, well, what's the likely score here? Potts, ponytail wagging as she comes in and delivers probably a slower ball, and Boyce spots it and plays over the top of it defensively, and it squirts to Davina Perrin at point, and there is no run. Have you got a prediction?
I was going to say the scores are getting higher and higher, aren't they, each season? I've got a feeling Hypercourse on Twitter did put something out about average first innings
If you're not following Hypercourse on Twitter and you're into women's cricket, or cricket, but certainly women's cricket, you should be following Hypercourse on Twitter, because he has all sorts of interesting facts as Potts comes into Boyce, who plays that into mid-wicket, and the fielders going after it. They get through for one, and they're chasing now for the second, and they get the second relatively easily, and that's 2 more runs to the total. We're heading towards 50, Hannah, as the score moves on to 43 for 1. Jamie Ramage in the fascinating fact factory in the back. He's scribbling. He's going to give Hannah a note. Oh, yes, he's going to give Hannah a note. We'll let her digest that. He's got some sort of fascinating fact, has he?
So I've got the Hypercourse fact of the first inning totals is creeping up to 250 in the first inning. So this is about 240-ish according to the bar chart. And excellent. It has increased pretty much year on year, with the exception of 2018. But of course that was just county cricket. We didn't have this regional structure in place. But back in the day for Lightning, they scored over 300 twice.
Ooh.
They scored 320 for 6 against Central Sparks at Loughborough back in 2021, and 303 for 5 against Sparks at Leicester in 2020.
And that's Boyce posting the ball through the point region. She tried the last ball, but it was fielded by the players there, but that one went through for a comfortable 4, and the score moves on to 47 for 1 as we creep towards that milestone of 50. So the totals are going up. Playing on better pitches. I mean, certainly this will be a better pitch for Blaze, formerly Lightning, than the Hazelgrove pitch, although smaller boundaries.
I was about to say Hazelgrove can be an absolute road, and the short boundaries definitely help with the score totals, but definitely it's all about this professionalism as well. Like, these players are now having like those structures in place. Yes, there's still room for improvement in places, but the players are now getting, they're getting their training. It's their job now. Yeah. Which it never used to be, did it? It was something that they had to do around other jobs, but they are full-time now, so it makes a huge difference. Yeah, and the point you made about playing on decent pitches, that is such a huge point, because, I mean, I'd like to take you back to my day, but playing on decent pitches, first-class pitches, that makes such a difference when a batter can be certain about the shot that they're playing. As Arlott has the ball once again to Tammy Beaumont, who moves her feet, and it's going to go down for 4. Fielder is not going to be able to chase it. She swipes it across off her legs for another boundary. This partnership is building. They're creeping up to a 50 partnership. The scoreboard has gone to 51 for 1 now, as the Blaze have had a brilliant start to their first ever Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. The birth of the Blaze, the first ever 50. There's a lot of debate about whether, what should be wrapped into, should the Lightning stats go into the Blaze stats? But you have to, because you've got to do that, haven't you? You've built on it. But we can still do the first ever Blaze, the first ever this, the first ever that, so we're going to do that. So you'll have to excuse us, because it is the birth of the Blaze. We feel like we're the sort of midwives, if you will, of the commentary. I feel like I'm getting triggered back to my own childbirth last year. I don't want to give you any flashbacks to that. No, thank you. As Arlott comes in once again to Beaumont facing, who respectfully just plods that back to Arlott, much tidier. That was very textbook, wasn't it? This is how we do that. I get right behind that. And of course, this summer is a big summer for England women as well. So these matches do matter, and they do count towards those selections coming up for an Ashes summer. Ashes summer, with a 5-day women's test at this very ground. Trent Bridge will be the host of the one and only test match for the women. That's Arlott to Beaumont. Beaumont uses her feet again, and I think she got a bit of bat on it, but we'll find out from the umpire. It looks like it might be a leg by, but she makes the 2 runs regardless. Yep, it's not signalled, so it must have come off bat. Beaumont really getting into her stride here. 26 on the scoreboard, and the team score is 53-1.
Yeah, big summer, and we're making a big deal of the 5-day Ashes test because we know the men have 5 days regularly, but the women have not had 5 days. And then what's happened is they've been more recently they've been 4 days, and because of bad weather, they've not been able to get that result. So they're hoping to get a result this time.
Our lot to Beaumont once again. She tries to swipe at it, but can only get it into the inner circle. Dot ball. Score remains 53-1.
Yeah, they use so for the women's Ashes, it will be a multi-format, which the the men are envious of. The women play a test to start off with, and then 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, and it varies in terms of which goes first. But they do a set of three T20s and ODIs, and then there's points given for each format, and then an overall winning.
Our lot to Beaumont. Again, dot ball, a brilliant spell here from Emily Arlott.
And of course the Aussies still have the Ashes, so we've got to actually take it off them, otherwise if it's any kind of tie in the scores.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a rough patch of recent years, haven't we?
Yes. Although a very close test match in Australia.
Oh my word, that
last
was...
year. I
yeah.
mean, it was down to last ball. If you want to go and watch the Lancashire Thunder wall, Eccleston and Cross keeping the ball out to play for a draw, that was a very spectacular end.
Arlott steams in. A little bit of an edge off of Tammy Beaumont there, again into this inner circle to Davina Perrin, but no run, dot ball, excellent over once again from Emily Arlott, whose figures are looking very fine. 4 overs for 14 runs, 1 wickets with 18 dot balls. She's building the pressure up from the pavilion end, but it doesn't seem to be hindering the Blaze too much. They're still going at a very good rate, aren't they? So
yeah, both are runnable just now. They've been a bit more ahead of the rate.
Yeah.
But they're building nicely. This has got. I'm hoping it's going to be a real cracker because we've got some great lineups here. These two teams.
Yeah, some brilliant matchups, and again, the crowd is still coming
in. Yeah,
still coming in, and I can see some pushchairs and some prams. We've got some families in, so.
Oh, yes.
You know, that's the kind of vibe that we want as well. You know, it's got to be family friendly and it's competitive, but that doesn't take anything away at all from the cricket, because sometimes people think, oh, family friendly, it's a bit soft or whatever, but it's absolutely not. It's competitive, it's fiery, so much exciting talent on display.
Down there at ground level, you'd certainly feel the competitiveness as Potts comes in and tucks up Georgie Boyce there. Georgie Boyce didn't quite know what was going on there.
Yeah, more people coming through those gates. Is excellent. So
streaming in.
If you're local to Trent Bridge and you're listening,
get yourself down here.
You're listening on the live stream. As much as we'd love the numbers, we'd actually rather you be in the stadium watching these players take on one another in this Midlands derby.
We hope that you're watching on the YouTube channel, The Blaze. Subscribe for free and hit that like button as Potts comes in and the ball goes down the leg side and it's signalled a wide. The score moves on to 54-1. Yes, get yourself down here, or get yourself down here and listen to the live stream, because that was what 1 or 2 people tweeted me. Said, "Oh, well, it's not one or the other. We're going to listen to you." I'm thinking, well, those poor people listening to this and watching it live. As Potts winds herself up, slightly shorter run than she was bowling off earlier, and a slower ball, but that's defended down by Georgie Boyce, and there is no run.
I think that's the great thing about this as well, because had you ever pictured yourself doing commentary a few years ago?
No.
Exactly.
It's a complete accident. Sorry about that, folks. Yes.
But it's created, this structure's created not just opportunities for players, but people outside of the game as well. The officials as well. I mean, not these two are experienced, but some of the less experienced, it's been great for them as well, as Potts ties up Boyce and that last ball as well, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it's given opportunities all round, but how exciting. I mean, I can't put it into words how exciting it is to be involved in women's sport, because it's on the up, as we've seen the success of the Lionesses and all the things that have happened around the women's cricket and the professionalisation of the game. It's a great time to be involved in women's sport. We are very fortunate, Hannah, as Potts comes into Boyce, who plays that expansively but straight to the fielder at cover
a point there, and there was no run.
Yeah, we're definitely fortunate, but never be too grateful, because gratefulness hinders progress.
Oh, there we are then.
That's the feminist side. Yeah, no, you can be grateful.
That should be on a T-shirt. Say that again.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Gratefulness is what? Doo-dah.
Yep.
Potts comes into Boyce. Oh, that goes past her nose there. That was another sort of slightly variable bounce, shall we say. And there is no run.
Yep, grateful. I won't get that word for word,
but gratefulness.
Gratefulness will. Well, I've lost it, but gratefulness can hinder. There's lots of research.
Hinder progress.
Yeah,
was it? Yeah.
Yeah. So it can.
We shouldn't be looking for crumbs, is what you're saying. We should be
asking for the whole cake.
Ask for the whole cake. Yes. Potts comes into Boyce, who plays that to Davina Perrin at point, but there is no run. Yeah, still 54 for 1.
Billie Jean King quote that was.
Oh yeah.
We don't just want crumbs; we want the whole cake. So. Be grateful, yes, but don't be overly grateful because you deserve more, basically. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah, and also remember that the cake, if we are all involved, gets bigger.
Exactly.
That's the thing. If you're concerned, well, I'm not going to get my cake, well, maybe the cake could get bigger, which is the whole point of having the 100, which is making the cake bigger for everybody.
Yeah.
And then we can all benefit. Shall we get into a big debate about that? We'll just cap that for the moment. My enthusiasm's got a bit better of me there. So 54 for 1 off the 9 overs. One more over the power play then, Hannah.
Yep, and Arlott is staying on, so this is her 5th over now, and she is bowling to Tammy Beaumont, who swipes it backwards, and it looks like it's going to go to 4. Yes, the fielder cannot get there. It's 4 runs. It seems these pair they're just dealing in boundaries, aren't they?
They are. There's a lovely clap. I mean, we've got headphones on, so some of it's sort of dampened for us, but there's clapping and things.
Yes,
it's a great atmosphere starting to build here.
They've just brought up their 50 partnership, so 51 from 52 balls for the second wicket partnership. So that will be the first ever Blaze.
Yes,
50
partnership. And in the ground, which you probably can't see, but there was the graphics up on the big board and the smiling faces of Boyce and Beaumont. They were there, as you say, first ever.
Arlott to Beaumont again, who again just gets it off of her legs for a single.
Yes.
Tidy fielding there.
Yeah, Amy Campbell out there.
Amy Campbell is indeed
out on the boundary. Very
again,
nice. One-handed pick up. We love that.
It's players like Amy Campbell, though, who, have given up careers to then become a full-time professional. She's got her own business alongside. But it's players like that who we potentially could have lost from the game because she is in her 30s now.
Oh, I don't know.
I think.
Could be. She's a Durham lass, isn't she?
Arlott comes in.
Ooh.
And there's, big screens. Close.
Yeah, that was another... bit of chin music, as the Australians call it.
Yeah. But Arlott making the most of this pitch. But players like Amy Campbell, who could have been a lost generation. There's players who didn't stick with the county game because it was amateur, it wasn't paid. So there's been a lot of talent that has been missed. But now with the structure in place, players are getting caught.
Yeah, and Amy Campbell played for the Diamonds in the Kia Super League. That was before.
Arlott.
In the before times.
Into Boyce, who hits it backwards. Izzy Wong is chasing, but it's going to go across the boundary rope once again for another 4. These two are really cashing in on their shots.
Oh,
Beaumont on.
The fascinating fact factory has produced. Jamie's given me a lovely, all sorts of statistics. I'm scared of numbers, but so Amy Campbell's played for Northumberland, Durham, Yorkshire, Northern Diamonds, Worcestershire, Central Sparks and Manchester Originals. So and another one of the left-handed bats for Central Sparks, but we're in the fielding at the moment.
And Arlott comes in to Boyce, calls for the weight. Good decision because there was definitely no run there. But next it's just players like Amy Campbell who's they've committed a lot, they've sacrificed more than what people would realise to stay in the game. Yeah,
she's great on the boundary, but I remember hearing her interviewed on a podcast where she said she gets bored, and I'm thinking, let's hope she's got plenty to do if she's bored.
Was that on the Nobles podcast? I think it was.
Yeah.
She's playing for the Manchester Originals. Yeah. As Arlott comes in, uses the pitch well. No run. Score remains 63-1. And that's the end of the over. And the end of the power play as well. 10 overs down.
So now Central Sparks can, if they like to, have a maximum of 4 players outside that 25-yard circle. It's a different measurement for the men's game and different numbers for men's game. So the women's circle is 25 yards, and they can now have 4 out if they want to. The sun is trying to get through, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's reflecting back at us off the white seats.
The good thing is it's cloudy and blue. It's not cloudy and grey.
Yeah.
So it's a hopeful day.
Well, and there's no excuses for high catch. We haven't seen any steeplers yet, but they always say, oh, if it's a blue sky, we can't get the perspective if we can't see clouds. So we've still got Potts coming on from the Radcliffe Road end, and while she does a shoelace, I'm going to tell you about the other games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So this is the 8 regional centres of excellence playing in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is a 50-over game. The game at Headingley is Northern Diamonds versus Western Stum. We think that's on BBC Radio Leeds, although we're not sure, as Potts comes in to Beaumont, comes forward and plays that defence in. There is no run. Meanwhile, at the Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester, Lancs TV on the YouTube, if you want to pop over there. Obviously you want to listen to this one, but if you should want to go and check how they're getting on, it's on the Lancs TV part of YouTube. You can press the like when you're there as well. That's Thunder, who have snuck Lancashire into their logo now. Thunder versus South East Stars, as Potts comes into Beaumont, who plays that again defensively for no run. Yes, Thunder, Lancashire Thunder, or Thunder, versus South East Stars, and on the live stream there you're going to be looked after by Alison Byrne and Michael McCann, making his debut doing commentary for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So Alison Byrne and Michael McCann looking after you at Old Trafford as Potts comes into Beaumont, who swipes at that expansively, and it goes backward of square, but not necessarily off the bat, sort of squirted backwards, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 64 for 1. And the other game is down at the Ageas Bowl at Southampton. So we've got Southern Vipers playing Sunrisers, and you're being looked after there by Mel Story, Emily Windsor and Phil Green. That's Mel Story, Emily Windsor and Phil Green down at the Vipers game. And they're in a new kit as well, aren't they? It's orange still, but it's sort of slightly different shapes, as Potts comes into Boyce this time, taps a bat and swings. Oh, it goes towards the fielder, and the fielder was interested there, but it drops in front of her, and Eve Jones looks disgustedly at the pitch like, oh, that should have come to me for a catch there, but there was no run. So still 64 for 1, as Eve Jones now polishes the ball before she gives it back to round the field to Izzy Wong, and then back to Grace Potts, coming in right arm over from the Radcliffe Road end to Georgie Boyce. Comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run.
Much tidier over here from Potts. And again, she's not doing too badly. She's bowled 17 dot balls.
I'm glad you're keeping up with those numbers, because I'm not. Just, lots of numbers make me go. As Potts gets her fingers on the grip, comes in. Boyce plays that again to Eve Jones at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University. You're studying women's cricket and women's sport and things, aren't you?
I am, and I'm coming to the end of it now, hopefully, due to submit the thesis this summer, as long as it all goes to plan. But yeah, looking at elite female cricketers' uses and perceptions of social media and visibility. Like, what does visibility mean? Because people always talk about visibility.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we need to be visible, but what does that actually mean, and what is the impact on players? So yeah, I've got all my data, got all my analysis, done my write-up.
Is it only players? Because you mentioned about other things, because I wonder whether visibility of officials and scorers and coaches, etc. as well.
It is just focused on player experiences, but I did interview journalists, players and media managers too.
Excellent.
As our lot still has ball in hand to Tammy Beaumont, who just blocks it out once again.
Central Sparks sticking with their bowlers there.
Yeah.
Sticking with Potts and our lot for the moment.
seam attack was working well.
So as you said, 1 wicket lost so far, which was Marie Kelly to a catch by Katie George. Short mid-wicket. That's the 1 wicket so far. 64 for 1 into the 12th.
Arlott. Ooh. And Beaumont skies it in the air. She hits it hard, and it's got the legs on it just. It's not going to go for a boundary. It's plugged into the ground.
Stopped as soon as it landed, didn't it?
It did. It just plugged. But attacking shot there from Tammy Beaumont. Didn't quite get her hands through it enough to get to that boundary rope, but it was safe in the end.
Sign of intent. Do you think there's a sort of feel, or is there kind of, when I get to 30 I'm going to open up a bit? That's the sort of next gear.
Potentially, yeah.
Possibly.
Compared to Marie Kelly, who just does that from ball 1.
yeah.
Arlott to Beaumont.
Ooh.
Finds bounce of the pitch, and Tammy Beaumont swipes that down. Fielder's there though. Amy Campbell picks up and throws it in. Blaze are going to get 2 runs and claps in the crowd as well for the good running. But it's nice to actually get a bit of atmosphere, isn't it?
What was that? 1 for the over. Signal by Sue Redfern, far end umpire. 1 for the over.
Arlott's been told now. But she really is using this pitch well today.
She'd be liking this pitch. She liked the Hove pitch as well a couple of seasons ago.
Arlott to Beaumont again, who respectfully just paddles it back to Eve Jones, the captain of the Sparks. It looks like where Arlott's been running in as well, she's left a bit of a trail.
Yes, I hadn't noticed that.
I don't know if it's a bit of the soft ground from last night's rain, but you can see her. Well. You can see her trail where she's ran in from. So it might be a sign that the outfield is still a bit wet.
Beginning of the season, though, isn't it?
Yep. As Arlott steams in once again to Tammy Beaumont, who uses her feet and has to get that.
Yes, because Emily Arlott shapes to throw it in. But we have a sort of new ruling for the umpires, as I understand it, that if the bowlers basically chuck the ball at the batter, they're going to be in big trouble. So it has to be a genuine opportunity for a run out now, so they've got to interpret that.
Do bowlers intentionally throw the ball at the batter?
Oh, yeah, well, you know. Or if it looks like they're intentionally throwing the ball. I think we see that in some of the more short form, possibly a bit more, but it has been known.
I know you pick up the ball, you give the death stare.
Yeah, death stare, yeah.
But yeah, I wonder if
we've seen it, haven't we? We have those people who watch lots of cricket.
Ooh. As Beaumont once again tries to sweep it down, but a bit of pad by the looks of it. Umpire Sue Redfern signalling the leg by.
Yep.
Arlott did give a shout for LB, but Sue Redfern is not interested.
No, we're not at the right angle, unfortunately, to judge that one.
And that's the end of the over. The Blaze are 69 for 1. Tammy Beaumont 36 off 36 balls. Georgie Boyce going 26 off 34. The partnership now is worth 62. And the run rate's just slowed down a little bit now, so it's just under 6.
Yeah.
But Arlott 6 overs, 27 runs, 1 wicket, and 25 dot balls.
Wow, I'm loving that. I'm loving the fact that you're doing all those numbers because
I'm a qualitative researcher. Though.
Yes, good. Well, keep it going.
Do quant.
Potts comes into Beaumont, who takes it off her legs, and Abby Freeman has to do a bit of running round to collect that, and they get through for a single. 70 for 1 into the 13th over. As you can hear a plane going over. It's going to East Mids Airport, perhaps. Somewhere out in the Vale.
I think I've spotted some Trent Rockets kit in the crowd as well.
Oh, excellent. Potts to Boyce, who plays that straight to the fielder on that ring, but Emily Arlott's not able to collect that quite so quickly, and they get through for a sink. Oh, they're going to burgle another run, Hannah. They burgle the second there, as there was a couple of fumbles in the field there.
A bit messy from Sparks there.
Yeah, a bit messy. 72 for 1.
Fair play to the Blaze though, being switched on and taking that run.
Yeah. Got to take every run, haven't you? So Trent Rock. So that'll make Abby Freeborn feel at home as an away player, and a Trent Rockets player also.
And I've also spotted a blanket out there, so it must be a little bit chilly.
Yes. Yeah. We're in a rather nice studio from quite a high angle, looking down what would be very long on from where they're playing at the moment. And Potts comes in to Boyce, who tries to get back off that one, so it was nipping back at her, and there is no run. Takes a chin out of that one. And you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson Radford, PhD student from Loughborough University, on the Blaze YouTube channel. Please press like if you can to help other people find us. Potts to Boyce, and there's a big shout, and the umpire's giving it. He's giving it LBW. Of course, we've got no DRS here, so we can't do any kind of replays and things for the umpires. So that's a wicket. So they get Georgie Boyce. LBW Potts for 28. So she's batted for 50 minutes, 38 balls, 5 fours, and nice. I mean, she's got a strike rate of 73, so nice high strike rate there. And the second wicket for Central Sparks, so 72 for 2 is the Blaze, who are the home side, the East Midlands side, and she's getting a good set of applause as she leaves the field for the next batter, who will be Catherine Bryce of Scotland.
Yeah, hopefully Catherine Bryce comes in without those captain duties on her shoulders anymore. So I've seen a lot of talk about how is that going to affect her. Is that she's going to free up a lot more? And obviously, in the past, she's kind of carried the team quite a lot. She scores runs for funs, takes wickets for fun as well, doesn't she?
Yeah, great all-rounder.
So it'll be interesting to see, just without that pressure of captaincy, how she comes out. Can she be even better than being already good enough?
Yeah, can she make us some more first ever Blaze ... fill in the gaps as Eve Jones marshals the field. There's a change of field here.
Of course, she's just got back from the fair break as well, hasn't she?
Yes, I'm sure we shall talk about fair break a bit later. So that was happening in Hong Kong. It's sort of a franchise competition that isn't a franchise competition. It features players from over 30 countries, lots of them what we would call associate nations. That means the smaller, less recognised cricket nations, mixed in with some of the international superstars, as Potts comes in to Bryce, who has a little waft and then not quite sure what to do with that, but that's the end of the over. The Blaze are 72 for 2 of 13 overs. They're the home side batting. They are the East Midlands team, and the team in the field is Central Sparks in the all black kit with the funky shoulders. That's the West Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence. This is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is the 50 over competition between the 8 regional centres of excellence. We've got a change of bowling from your end then, Hannah. We've got Katie George, formerly of Western Storm, this season, first season with Central Sparks.
Left arm seam, and of course she's had a difficult time with back injuries, etc. So it'd be good to see her, hopefully this year, be injury free.
Hopefully.
Get back into the swing of things. Obviously she was on the England books as well. She was one of the contracted players and unfortunately didn't get much of a chance because of
the injuries. But scooped up by the regional system, which is certainly a safety net that the players have not had until this point.
As the left arm seam of George comes in, and it's a great first ball. Beaumont just sees that out.
Yeah, but great to have a left arm seam option.
Absolutely, there's a lot of high hopes for Katie George. She's still a youngster, still plenty of time for her.
Yeah, and a great fielder, as we mentioned. Still kind of playing in my mind the catches that she took for Welsh Friar in the 100. Banging that ball in.
Beaumont can only return it back to the bowler.
Yes, I was commentating for Western Storm when she was playing at Cheltenham Festival. They were playing the Stars, and it was the first time she'd kind of bowled again. But there was that sense that she was coming off a short run, and it just looked like she was kind of holding herself back. But it looks more free flowing now.
As she comes in, left arm, getting good pace here. Putting Tammy Beaumont into a bit of difficulty. She couldn't get that away. You could see where Tammy Beaumont wanted to play it, but unfortunately she just did not get hold of it at all. Yes,
big swipe. I think Tammy Beaumont's a bit concerned about what the pitch is going to do, because they both look, Boyce, obviously not now, but Beaumont has had a few that have popped towards her from our lot, so I think she's not sure what Katie George is going to bring off that strip.
It's George to Beaumont. Beaumont uses her feet, tries to find the gap, but just finds the fielder instead.
Is that Hannah Baker there?
It is, yeah.
Cover point.
The youngster.
The great under-19s tournament, didn't she? Ooh,
yeah.
Goodness me, she's high hopes for Hannah Baker in the under-19s. Got to the final, beat Australia. Ooh,
that was
about that.
A ridiculous game as well.
What a game. Grace Scrivens. Bingo for all those people who listen to Cricket Her.
Katie George comes into Tammy Beaumont. It looks like Davina Perrin tried to get her hands on it. Izzy Wong scoops it up in the field, but Blaze will get 2 runs. Tammy Beaumont teasing Perrin there.
Yes, it was a bit of a late dive, just the timing wasn't quite right there.
But useful runs for the Blaze nonetheless. 74 for 2. Tammy Beaumont creeping a little bit closer to that next milestone. 38 on the board.
You could do another first then, Hannah.
Oh, it could be another first.
You can feel one coming on, can't you?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't want to tempt fate.
No.
Katie George to Beaumont. A little bit wider. Brilliant take from Abby Freeborn behind. That could have gone for many extras, but Abby Freeborn's safe with the gloves there.
Yeah. That was going some there. That was some stop there from Abby Freeborn. There was lots of intent from Katie George, but it needed to be close to the target.
Just brought in a little bit.
Yes.
Or maybe a lot.
Yeah.
But she's not looking too bad. As we said, the context of injury.
Yeah.
She's looking much more confident as she comes in and bowls to Tammy Beaumont once again. Dot ball.
They talk about the workloads, aren't they? Particularly for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, we've seen it with obviously like Tash Farrant.
Yeah.
She's been injury struck for a bit.
Lots of them. It seems to be a common challenge for them to.
And again, the research is mainly on men's fast bowling. There is
just different physiology, so different pressure points and things.
There is some research, I think, in Australia that has looked at fast bowlers from a women's perspective, but again,
because they've had big problems out there in terms of keeping everyone. But they've got a production line, but lots of them have had issues with the.
But they actually invest in their research as well, so they're getting the answers.
That's right. Potts to Bryce. Plays that forward, but not convincingly, and straight to the field, and there's no run. Yes, we talk about Australia being. I mean, they are. They're ahead of everything, and they have been for a long time. We talk about catching up, but the problem is, as we try and catch up, they're going ahead. As we found out in terms of their massive investment in the salaries. Where the Australian women's cricket team are the highest paid female team players in Australia, and Bryce plays that down to deep third, and they get through for a single. Score is 76 for 2.
But there is a lot of research being done at Loughborough University as well in terms of the biomechanics, etc. with cricket. They've got a really good partnership with VCB, but it just takes time research.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where in the now we might not have all the answers, but in the future hopefully they'll be there.
But as women's sport they have higher workloads, we're seeing lots of ACL injuries in the women's football scene, aren't we? As Potts plays that, bowls that to Beaumont, who squeezes it backward of square, and they get through for a single. 77 for 2. Get lots of ACL injuries, which may well be to do with the angles of the hips and all the rest of it, and the pressure on the players and the money in the game. And
yeah, there's been research done and evidence for those kind of arguments. It's just putting that into actual practice and working with practitioners. I've seen some really good Twitter threads on that.
Potts comes into Catherine Bryce, who has a little swing, and there's that's a caught behind. Had a little dabble at that, and clearly got a bit of an edge to Abby Freeborn as Catherine Bryce is caught behind.
Yep, Abby Freeborn, of course, her Trent Rockets teammate, her former Loughborough University colleague,
alumna,
former Lightning teammates and stuff. So definitely a bit of a friendly rivalry between those two.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, lots of the players on the field have played against and with each other. So Catherine Bryce goes caught Freeborn behind, bowled Potts for 1.
And of course, the noise just showed how important that wicket was. Catherine Bryce is a huge wicket for the Sparks. They'll be very happy with that. She scored one of her biggest scores, wasn't it, against the Sparks in the past, 160 odd?
Might well be. I know that she was in terms of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, she was the highest of the Lightning players in the PCA Most Valuable Players last season, and so she will be a valuable scalp, as they say. And the fascinating factory from the back, Jamie Ramage is passing some bits and pieces to Hannah, which she's going to digest because there's lots of numbers and I don't do numbers. And we have Sarah Bryce. So we've got a brace of Bryces today. I just like to do that, tick it off the bingo list if you like. I'm going to do a brace of Bryces. I'm going to say it. The second Bryce of the day, Sarah Bryce, who is also the wicket keeper, also Scotland international, comes to the crease, and the score is the Blaze are 77 for 3. That's the home side, the East Midlands side, and Central Sparks are in the field as Potts comes in to Sarah Bryce this time, who not convincingly but just dobs that down in front of her, and there is no run. There's lots of squealing from the Central Sparks side.
Just trying to work out who she scored 162 against, because I don't know if it was against the Sparks. It was against the Sparks. I should have backed myself. I knew it.
You did.
I did know it.
Well, tell you what, you can do that again in a minute, because I didn't understand that. Potts to Bryce, who carves that outside of the point field of players. No, and that's gone through for 4 runs. So Sarah Bryce off the mark with a 4, and the score is 81 for 3, and that's the end of the over. So 15 overs gone. So Hannah, tell us a stat again from the fascinating fact factory in the back of the box.
So the point I was making was Catherine Bryce is a huge wicket because she scored her highest score against Central Sparks in 2021, 162.
162. Oh, yes.
So that was the point I was making, that she is a huge wicket. She scores so many runs, and that's why they're probably so happy to get her so early on.
Yes, I'm sure they will be.
It just should have been a little bit more eloquent, and I should have backed myself, but
you want to go off your long run next time.
It's it's the first match of the season. We're getting the rust off ourselves.
Yes, we are as well. Ooh.
As George fires that into Beaumont.
Proper thumping that down into the pitch, isn't she?
I wish we had a speed gun.
And
a little bit of
Sue Redfern just making sure that Katie George is not going into the protected area, because I know that the umpires are very, very keen on making sure that the bowlers are not in their follow through, skagging accidentally or otherwise the pitch.
George again comes into Beaumont, who can only just prod it away to Davina Perrin.
It's going at some speed, isn't it? They're obviously, it's great that Katie George is doing well, but Blaze will want to see the batters here get the better of Katie George, especially if she's starting to get her lines right.
Of course.
We saw a few wides.
Davina Perrin out there, again one of those England under-19s youngster. She's 16 now?
it's something ridiculous. I mean, she's certainly got another under-19 World Cup in her, hasn't she?
Definitely. As George comes in, Beaumont finds a gap. It's going to race away to the boundary. Much needed for the Blaze.
Yeah.
Sue Redfern just signals that for Blaze. Really needed that. They were getting in a little bit of spot of bother. Sparks starting to get on top, building up that pressure, weren't they?
Yeah. You mentioned Davina Perrin. Yes, she's doing her GCSEs.
Oh, don't.
She has played her county cricket in Staffordshire. She's the youngest contracted player for Central Sparks this season.
And she must be the youngest professional.
She probably is, actually.
I think.
Probably is.
As George to Beaumont once again, and Beaumont tries to find the gap, but finds Hannah Baker instead.
Of course, Central Sparks will have the benefit of Erin Burns, Australian international.
They will do
for this season. I don't know when she's getting over, but that's a great signing. And at some stage, we will see Nadine de Klerk, the South African international that the Blaze have, which is very exciting. I think she's a really good addition to the team, a great all-rounder, can give you everything.
George to Beaumont. Ooh. Who swipes and a miss. George is interested in that, but I'm not sure if Tammy Beaumont got anything on there at all. She was the only person.
It's not even Freeborn was.
Yeah, no one else, just George on her own. But nonetheless, if you think there's something there, why not?
Yeah, but you really need the wicket keeper to go up as well, don't you? Or Sue Redfern's very concerned about her protected area there, and she's not going to have any of that. Of course, Sue Redfern was a left arm seamer from Notts. And Derbyshire, which is where we played together, so she'll be keen to see a left arm seamer doing well, but not going onto that pitch.
George to Beaumont. Beaumont again finds Davina Perrin. Could have potentially ran. There was a bit of a misfield, but decided not to. Probably the best call in the
Davina
end.
Perrin sort of almost folded herself into that ball. But they kind of looked at each other and didn't get through for a run. So 85 for 3. 16 overs gone. What?
Sue Redfern's just having a word with Katie George.
Just get off that protected area.
Get off my land and all that.
Get off my land. That's right. Get off my land.
Get back to my Somerset roots if my accent wasn't obvious. I have got a little bit more neutral up
Softening,
here.
Yeah. The East Midlands tends to soften the accents.
I've almost been up here for almost 10 years. That's why I need to get the PhD done, because I can't do 10 years at Loughborough. I need to, go to a big place.
You're not allowed. But still, from our end, as Sarah Bryce, looking a little bit nervous about playing that ball from Potts, just squirts that to point, and there is no run. Davina Perrin fielding there, and then the ball going back via Emily Arlott to Grace Potts, who's into her 7th over. She comes in from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm over. Sarah Bryce, straight through, and there is no run. And it's also, well, there is a run because it's a wide off the bat. Sarah Bartlett the umpire signals that as a wide. Score is 86 for 3. We're into the 17th over of a 50 over game here between the batting side is the East Midlands team, the Blaze, and the fielding side is Central Sparks, and they're the West Midlands Centre of Excellence, as Potts comes into Sarah Bryce, who plays that down defensively, and there is no run. This is Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is a PhD student from Loughborough University. And in the back of the box, we've got Jamie Ramage, who's handing us nuggets of fascinating fact factory at the back of the box here. He's grinning at me. He's probably brewing a fact as I speak, and that's just played straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. We're here at Trent Bridge. Thank you for watching the live stream. Please press that like button on the Blaze YouTube channel on this match, and that will help other people to find this live stream. Potts goes into Sarah Bryce, who plays that down defence, and there's no run. Have you read all this stuff about correcting the internet? Because if you sort of say which players scored the most goals, or which players got the most wickets, and it always shows the men's stats, even if the female stats are higher. You must be, yes, you're going to brew that now, and you're going to think about that one.
Yeah, it all links to the visibility piece, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
Potts into Sarah Bryce. Ooh, comes forward to that. Yes, it is caught behind. Sarah Bryce is looking a bit like she's not sure about that decision, I don't think. But no dissent, just oh dear.
Yeah.
What's that? Did I touch that? And that's caught behind. So both Bryces caught behind.
Yeah, against Abby Freeborn, their former teammate of 2 seasons ago.
Yeah. So Sarah Bryce is caught Freeborn, bowled Potts for 4, and the score is 86 for 4. So that's the Blaze batting are 86 for 4 against Central Sparks. This is the Battle of the Midlands, and it's the birth of the Blaze.
I wonder if Sarah Glenn's going to come in next, maybe. Who do you think is going to come in next?
I don't know. We've got Nadine de Klerk there as well, haven't we?
Well,
so
yeah.
I don't know.
Just waiting to find out who's going to come in next.
Yeah.
Because they have got batting depth still to come, so...
I'm going to give the stat... Jamie, can you look at what the scores are doing in the other... Oh! Sarah Glenn, you were right! Could you just give us an update? Just a rough update on how the other games are going. I know that Diamonds were late starting because I think they had some nasty weather this morning. So you were right. You called this right. Sarah Glenn, ex-Central Sparks from last season.
Yeah, she's made the move.
Trent Rockets, she's made the move across. And we've, when I've done games for Central Sparks, there's been a lot of conversation about, well, she can bat. She tended to come in lower down the batting order, and she certainly can hit a mean ball. So this will be interesting. Yes, batting against all the people that you know, and that you've faced in the nets before. The pride of the Midlands at stake, the first ever Blaze game.
And of course, Derbyshire comes into this East Midlands link-up as well. So this is her
my old county,
her home team that she is playing for. And a bit of inside info from Sarah Glenn, she wants to bat higher up.
She wants to. Well, let's see. Potts. And she plays that lovely defensive shot there. Coming forward, and there is no run. 86. So she wants to bat.
That's part of the move. Yeah, she wanted the opportunity. Yeah, she wanted the opportunity to bat more, and the Blaze offered her that.
I mean, I've certainly seen her hit a long ball, so that's great. She's getting some batting. Perhaps that's So part of the reason to come back. Yes, Derbyshire, my old county. She did go to Worcestershire briefly, didn't she? And she's gone back to Derbyshire. It's been a while since I played for Derbyshire. I'm not going to count how many years.
She's been really quite prominent in media recent weeks, talking about the kind of online trolling that she gets, because she is a very kind of like feminine player who, she likes doing her hair, she likes doing her nails, she likes doing her makeup and stuff, and that shouldn't detract from the cricket.
No.
But all she gets is all these bombardment of comments all the time saying, oh, you don't take cricket seriously, or whatever else it may be. As Katie George is with ball in hand to Tammy Beaumont. So we've got 2 England players in the middle here. Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Glenn.
And Katie George. And they would have played together in squads, wouldn't they?
That's Katie George as well, with her link to the national side.
Bowling at them.
I don't know how much Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Glenn would have batted together.
No, that's
necessarily.
true.
This might be a bit of a new partnership for them to start building.
Very interesting. Oh, we've got an update now, Hannah.
So Katie George to Beaumont. Looks for the quick single. Glenn's got to get in. It's her danger end, but she makes it absolutely fine.
So we've got an update from Jamie Ramage in the back of the box, in the fascinating fact factory at the back. He's telling me that Sunrisers are 94 for 1 against the Vipers at the GS Bowl, and that's 22 overs in. South East Stars are 83 for 1 against Thunder at Old Trafford, 18 and a half overs in. There's no play at Headingley. Oh dear. And Sarah Glenn is the only professional cricketer that Jamie Ramage has played against. Is that what you're saying? We're going to ask you about that later this afternoon. Remind me when we get you on. We're going to twist your arm to come and have a little chat with us later. So remind me about the fascinating fact about playing against Sarah Glenn. Needless to say, we weren't Derbyshire peers. There's I don't know how many years. Lots of years between when Sarah Glenn played. I might have coached her. I mean, that's That
Possible.
would be. I mean, that would be. I'm sorry, you're not even going to find the stats for that because it was back in the dark ages. We did do some coaching with the juniors at Derbyshire, so. Ooh, whizzing through.
And of course, as well, like the Glen family, a very cricket-heavy family.
Oh yeah, the wider Glen family. Now I did play with one of the wider Glen family. I don't know if it's a cousin or a niece or whatever. Hayley Glen.
Cousin, I believe.
Cousin.
I
Okay.
believe cousin.
Oh, well, that. No, we did play together. Hayley Glen and I at Derby and Derbyshire.
It's Katie George to Sarah Glenn, who misses.
Ooh. How's that there? Was it?
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of
some
noise.
interest there. Eve Jones is interested. Sue Redfern is not. No.
There's
Of course, if we had, if we were posh and we had DRS and things, they could be like, checking if that was have some sort of review, see if there's any bet on that. But Eve Jones is very interested, and she's much closer than we are. But
I think
Sue
they're
Redfern
always
not.
going to be interested when
Yeah,
it
they're
comes
always
to
gonna be,
a.
and also Eve Jones will know that Abby Freeborn didn't necessarily shout for that last one of Katie George's, and wanted to make a bit of noise. Woo! We like that one even better? No, we don't like that one. There's a few more joining in this time, but Sue Redfern's unmoved. It's good enough for me. She says it's not out. It's not out. Ooh,
Absolutely, Central
That's
Sparks.
definitely one that they would have reviewed, or by their body language, they're saying they would have done.
Yes,
So I'm
Central
not sure
Sparks.
if it's kidology or yeah.
They're not happy at all, are they? It's putting a lot of pressure on Sarah Glenn, though. She needs to get a bit
Yes.
of bat on ball
I think
now.
it's no coincidence that he's an ex-Central Sparks player that they're having a good appeal, vocal appeal, shall we say?
Katie George steams in again.
Oh, hello! Oh, she's
She's just fallen.
oh dear, that was not pretty. I hope she's all right. Tammy Beaumont gives her a pat on the back. She
So
didn't
it's a
release the
dead
ball, and she sort of collapsed herself. Sue Redfern just checks that she's okay.
Whilst Tammy Beaumont just checks the pitch.
Yes, Tammy Beaumont. So
But that was not a good sight at
That was
all.
not what you want somebody who's had injury issues to be.
She got a lot of height. She kind of jumped up,
Ooh.
and then the ball just did not get released. It's
No.
whether she got stuck or whether she.
I've not seen that
too
happen
sure.
before.
Definitely one for a replay just to see if the biomechanics of that, if that's what your
yeah,
expertise is. But
yes, so get your colleagues at the Loughborough University to look at that. Let's hope there's just a one-off there,
Yeah.
and Katie's okay.
George to Glenn,
Bit
who
nervous.
misses
Ooh.
again.
They're going
They're-
again. They're gone again.
From
No.
this angle, it looks like she's just missing. But
And also there might be a noise as the bat hits the pitch or something. But
Yes.
Sue Redfern unmoved, so we are 87 for 4 off 18 overs.
so Katie George there with a
Eve
brilliant
Jones with
over.
her hands on her shoulders, obviously trying to give Sarah Glenn a bit of a welcome to the Midlands, the Battle of the Midlands there.
But a brilliant over from Katie George, nonetheless. Sarah Glenn feeling the heat here for the Blaze.
That's what we did there.
I didn't mean to
I
do
think
it.
that-
I said it and I committed. I didn't mean to. Yeah.
Once you got into it, you were going to do it then,
I was-
weren't you?
well,
Feeling the heat
I
at the
didn't want
Blaze.
to, but I said it, and I was like, I can't come back from this. So I thought, if I just act like it was unintentional,
So
I thought nobody would notice, and then you just made a deal out of it.
Oh,
But
yeah,
anyways, Beaumont
Well,
on 44.
well, the Blaze are using the hashtag fired up, and we've got sparks and sparks will fly. So if we don't have any fire today, it's going to be. We must have some fire.
Well,
we must have
Katie
some
George with
fire
a
and
Welsh
some
fire.
Well,
There we go.
yeah, look. As Potts comes in again from our end to Beaumont, who just plays that textbook style in front of her for a defence, and there is no run. 87 for 4 into the 19th over. It'll be interesting when we get to the halfway point what the projected. But it feels like Sparks are getting on top of Blaze at the moment. Potts is in her, feels like more, into her 8th over. 29 runs gone and 33 dots. She's bowled from the Radcliffe Road end. She winds herself up into Beaumont, who charges her. and plays that to the point fielder, but there is no run. Straight to Davina Perrin there.
There's a lot on Tammy Beaumont's shoulders now, isn't there? I think we've kind of neglected to really kind of comment about that, because she's now the core to this batting innings. She's got to carry her side over. Of course, we have got.
You say that I'm still, Nadine de Klerk, the South African international, still to come into bat.
And
so
Lucy
Potts,
Higham, but still, I think a lot rests on her shoulders here.
Another defensive shot from Tammy Beaumont. Lovely straight bat there to Potts, who collects another dot to her total of 35 so far off her 7.5 overs, and the score is 87 for 4. The Blaze, the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence, the home side in that beautiful bright red top, batting here at Trent Bridge. Potts into Beaumont, who charges her again and wafts at one. Wicketkeeper collects it, but that's a wide. It was a long way. So I was hearing that there's a change of sort of the law has been tweaked with the wide. So basically, if there is lateral movement from the batter while the ball is live, which is when the bowler starts their run up, there's more latitude also with the wides. So the wide goes with the player. So as they move laterally. Ooh, there's an appeal for LB. Sarah Bartlett's got her arms down. No, they're not having that either. They're getting more and more loud with all the hows outs, aren't they?
They
in
are
the field,
indeed.
Central Sparks.
They want it, you know, you can hear that hunger from them, and it wasn't a bad shout, I don't think.
No.
We don't have the luxury of a replay today,
No, we don't.
unfortunately, but from first instincts, it didn't seem too far off.
Well, it's hard to tell. We're at a wrong angle here, as we said. We're at sort of 45 degrees to the wicket, so we're not the best angle to judge. So Sparks have moved the field. They've put the ball in another close fielder as Potts comes into Glenn this time, who defends that, and it squirts out to point, and there is no run. Central Sparks are definitely more interested now. They've got their tails up, or as the Australians would say, they're up and about it.
Oh dear.
That was really bad. That was bad.
Dear.
I needed to come off my long run for that as well. Potts coming in from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm over the wicket to Sarah Glenn, who plays that defensively to the covers. There's a lovely one-handed pickup, but it goes through the wickets to Izzy Wong doing the backing up, and that's the end of the over. 89 for 4, 19 overs done, and Central Sparks, yes, has got a pep in their step definitely as they go back to their fielding positions. Katie George still, which is a good sign, because she kind of folded herself in the last over and didn't release the ball, and it was there was a collective intake of breath, I think, as she tumbled to the floor. And Tammy Beaumont still tapping and gardening in the crease. We've seen one or two balls pop from that end, and Katie George is certainly slamming this ball in. She's coming in from the pavilion end, left arm seam over the wickets to the right-handed Beaumont, who defends that again. Katie George goes and picks the ball up from her old bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, it seems, like you said, she's fine to carry on. If there's any concerns, they
Few,
would be
I think,
protecting
from Central
her.
Sparks' point of view.
Any concerns, they would be protecting her this early on in the season. It's, you don't want to ruin your season this early on. We want an injury-free season for Katie George.
We don't want anybody injured. We don't want anybody injured. But particularly Katie George, given her, the fact that she's had to sit out for quite a lot of the last couple of seasons.
As George comes into Beaumont, uses the pitch round, into that body line, and all Beaumont can do is just block it out. But as we were saying about ACL injuries in football, I wonder if there's something with cricket spikes. So I spoke to a few of the girls.
They were talking about why is it more women's spikes, because they tend to be have to buy junior men's or whatever.
So former Sparks player Chloe Hill, who's now at the Vipers, she put a tweet out on social media complaining, and it was met with a bit of interesting feedback of just go and get some trainer spiked, but that's not the point. As George comes to Beaumont uses her feet and she hits it behind for a single, as Izzy Wong picks up and throws into Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, I mean, the physiology and the bone structure is different, isn't it? So you wouldn't want it would make sense that one size literally does not fit all, but it's that things should be designed specifically for the body shape that they use.
Was for wider, men have wider feet.
Yeah.
So if you've got
and
that
the pressure
extra,
points will be in different places, won't they?
And if you've got that extra space in your spike, obviously, like if you're running and you plant your foot.
Yeah, it makes sense. It all makes sense.
So, Katie George to Sarah Glenn this time. Gets bat on ball, but no run. Score is 90 for 4 here at Trent Bridge. But it's really interesting because there's not been. I haven't been able to find, apart from again in Australia, they had a partnership with, is it ASICS?
Oh yes, because they designed it specifically for
but there's no
female anatomy.
No competitors in the market.
Well, and wasn't it Chloe Hill was shipping those in from Australia?
And it's obviously extra cost. But most players just get trainers spiked. But speaking to Michaela Kirk of the Blaze, who's not playing today, as George bowls it to Glenn, who again just sees that one out. Dot ball, score remains 90 for 4. But yeah, speaking to Michaela Kirk, who plays for the Blaze, she did her ACL in the 100 in the first year of it at Lords. It's meant to be a dream, play at Lords. Then within the first innings, she was fielding. Her knee got stuck. Her foot got stuck. In the pitch, her knee twisted and her ACL, and then she was out for over a year. So
that was a Trent Rockets game, wasn't it, against London Spirit? Yeah,
and that was meant to be a dream start for her, making the move from South Africa.
Ooh.
Wide ball. Sarah Glenn just stood showing what she should have done to capitalise on that wide delivery from Katie George. But it's really interesting to see about that kind of, because they're not just trainers, they're not just spikes, it is sports equipment, isn't it? So if you want players to function.
They talk about there's 1%, but I suspect it's probably more than 1%. But the difference is that things can make equipment, shoes.
With players that are getting trainers spiked, where's the toe protection?
Yeah, that's right.
As George comes into Glenn.
Woo!
Off the pads, but it looked like it was going down leg. Shy at the stumps.
Good pad thumpy noise, wasn't it?
And that's the end of the over. The Blaze are on 91 for 4. Beaumont creeping up to that milestone, 45 off 59 balls. Sarah Glenn faced 10 deliveries but yet to score. Partnership worth just 5 runs. These two will want to start to power on a little bit more, as the run rate has dropped down to 4.55 after an excellent start early doors, where the opening partnership, that didn't kind of kick off, the second partnership of Beaumont and Boyce did bring up a 50.
And it feels like Central Sparks are starting to squeeze now with the dot balls, as Pot still bowling from the Radcliffe own end. Tammy Beaumont defends that down again, and there is no run.
And Tammy's still using her feet.
She is still using her feet. She's desperate to do a charge, isn't she, and chip it back over the top.
She's really good with that, though, isn't she? Yeah. Trying to make something out of the deliveries.
Because you've got to, if you can't change where they're bowling it, you've got to change the length and the angles and things. Potts into her 9th over now to Beaumont. Ooh, wraps her on the pads, but well down the wicket. Not even a really muted appeal there. 91 for 4. We're gonna have some first though, Hannah. Look, 91. Good. And possibly Beaumont. We shall see.
You never know.
Want to see Beaumont get that 50.
And of course, Potts is in the wickets. Could she get a 5 for against the Blaze? The first one against them, etc.
Potts into Beaumont. Waggles a bat and again another dot ball. And no run.
I didn't realise as well, according to the cricketer, that Grace Potts is actually also a student at Loughborough doing sports psychology. So
it's very popular.
It is. It's a newer course, actually, sports psychology.
So okay.
The last few years, it's normally just sports science, but they've branched out a little bit, and there's some more particulars that students can get involved with.
Excellent. Potts into Beaumont. Comes forward and wafts at it, and it just goes through. And Tammy Beaumont kind of and then waggles her right hand, and she knows what she was going to play, but it didn't actually connect. So that's another dot ball to Potts' collection. So 42 dot balls she's bowled in her nearly 9 overs here. from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling for Central Sparks. The West Midlands in the field and the East Midlands at bat. So 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy between the 8 regional centres of excellence. This is the Midlands Derby. West Mids in the field, East Mids in bat. So we've got Central Sparks in the field in their black kit with the funky dots on the shoulders, and the Blaze in their brand new bright orangey red tops. As Potts comes in, and Beaumont manages to move her feet and squirts that through the covers, and that's another 4. She was moving and she hit that. It was almost hockey style there through the covers. 4 more runs, 95 for 4.
Funny enough, I spoke to Tammy Beaumont this week, and she did say that post-playing, which I hope she isn't thinking about retiring anytime soon, just to clarify, but she did say that hockey is something she wants to get back into.
Well, that was very hockey-esque.
That was.
It's because she was on the move, and she definitely hit that out to the right wing there with that shot. No risk, straight across the carpet. 4 runs, and 95 for 4.
Of course, at the other end, we've got Sarah Glenn, who...
Oh, she was a hockey as well.
Hockey, on the England books, but chose to play cricket instead. And obviously that paid off quite well. She's had a good career so far. But yeah, her sister Hannah as well plays. And it's a big, again, Glen affair with the hockey and cricket.
Glen affair, brilliant.
But yeah, really amazing family. Denby Cricket Club.
Oh, Denby Cricket Club, yeah. Great tease at Denby Cricket Club.
As George comes into Glen.
Oh, nice.
Who gets off the mark. She gets off the mark at last. Single. She's waited. She's been really patient to get that first run, but she's got it in the bank now. Let's see what she can do.
There's a good stop at point. Because I was a specialist point fielder, so I love a one-handed stop at point by Davina Perrin, but they weren't able to get it back in time, and they got that precious single. Yeah,
of course. Denby Cricket Club, Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Definitely go and get involved if you're local to the area.
Yeah, great cricket club to be involved in.
Comes into Beaumont again.
You'll definitely meet some Glens up there.
Yeah. Yeah, a wonderful family, really lovely, and again, like you said, those cousins play and sisters, mums. You know, that's what it's all about, though. I love, club cricket where it is like so family focused and get everybody involved. And I had those memories with my mum, which is really cringe or whatever. But like my mum playing a bit of club cricket with me, it's all those kind of things that make club cricket so good. Yeah,
played evening league up at Denby, and that was lots of mums and daughters and all sorts. So
sisters and aunts and grandparents maybe even. As George comes into Beaumont, who tries to get it off of her legs, but it's a wide ball. Abby Freeborn cleaning up nicely. But yeah, that's what's so good about sport, isn't it? At the recreational level, where you can just play and have fun with your family.
Cricket is that game, isn't it? As well, you got the All Stars and the Dynamos. You've got the softball for the women. You've got juniors, hopefully women's sections. And if you get it right, you can. It's going to be it's going to be a virtuous circle, isn't it?
There's no age limit. Any age can play cricket. As George comes into Beaumont, tries to look for a quick single, but Davina Perrin tidies that up nice and quickly. The youngster there, again, England under-19s. Superstar
she is, yeah. I think she's one of those natural athletes, isn't she? You were talking about all ages, and since we're in Nottinghamshire, we should talk about Enid Bakewell, MBE.
I did message Sally to see if she was here.
Yeah,
I haven't heard back yet.
She's due to be here, I think.
She is due, that's what I was...
She's still playing in her 80s. She went out and played cricket in Australia in our winter. So, yeah, she's still playing.
Yeah,
bless her.
Got to be interviewed for that.
Yeah.
As George comes into Beaumont using her feet, he pulls out of that shot, decides to leave it. But yeah, I was really proud of that actually, because spoke to Enid. I don't even know how it came up, but she was talking about it. But managed to get the interview, and the next everywhere people were talking about it, and I was like, right, that's my first bit of journalism where it's actually gone beyond just one place.
Well, I don't know why you don't know about Enid Bakewell, but if you don't know about Enid Bakewell, look her up.
Legend.
She's a legend. She is a legend. It is overused, but she's proper a legend in women's cricket. She was Rachael Heyhoe Flint's team era.
George into Beaumont, who again tries to swipe. George thinks she might
have a lot. I don't know if she's on some sort of she gets more money the more she appeals from that end. Yes, Enid Bakewell. So she did a nice piece for was it International Women's Day, wasn't it?
Yes.
And they did a bit of piece at Edgbaston because, of course, the women had a Cricket World Cup before the men had a Cricket World Cup, and the trophy was presented. It wasn't technically a final, though. It was a deciding game against Australia at Edgbaston. Princess Anne presented the World Cup, the first ever World Cup, and Enid Baker was part of that Rachael Heyhoe Flint captain side to win the first ever World Cup before the men had their World Cup, and Enid was in that team, and she's still playing now in her 80s.
And she was player of the match in the final at Edgbaston.
Oh, was she? That's
she
great.
Was.
Yeah.
2 wickets
Not
and
surprised.
100 and something runs.
Not surprised at all. That's going to go for 4.
And
also Hannah.
As Tammy Beaumont brings up her half-century, the first half-century for the Blaze. 53 not out, 102 minutes spent at the crease. 70 balls, she took her time, 9 fours at a strike rate of 75.71. So deserved from the England stalwart. She's been fantastic, hasn't she, Claire?
Yeah, and you missed, go on, there's another first in there.
And 100 for the Blaze.
The first ever 100 for the Blaze. And their home ground, they're gonna play across a couple of the pitches here, aren't they, in the East Mids? But their home is where they are coaching as well at Trent Bridge.
Where they train, it's their day in day out their office now. So they've got a proper cricket setup.
Proper home.
Before
ground.
it was at Loughborough University. It's more university.
Still felt
vibes.
very academic, didn't it?
It did.
As Potts bowls her last over. She can't be bowling anymore. This is her 10th over. She gets another dot in her 10th over. And the score is 101-4.
I was wondering if we could get Enid up here at all to obviously talk about the.
I'm only laughing because we won't. You'd be here till tomorrow if we started talking.
But a PG warning as well.
And the PG warning, yes. yes, she may not have any filters to what she says as Potts comes into Glenn, who takes a big swing, and it's up and over the field. Not quite going to make a 6, and it's plugged in the outfield as I think that's Chloe Brewer out there, goes running round to throw that back in again. That's a shame because it was a big shot. On a smaller boundary, that would have been 6.
Absolutely.
So, they get food for some more runs, but that's a sort of confidence giver, isn't it? You've smacked a ball, no risk at all, into a big gap in the outfield, and the score is 103 for 4. We're in the 23rd over as Potts comes in once again, and her last over from the Redcliffe Road end. She's decided against that. She's lost her feet there.
That's what Sarah Glenn can give as well. She is explosive. She is powerful. She normally does come in around that kind of like 8 mark, and for England even later sometimes as well.
For a bit of bish bash bosh, we used to call it.
Yeah, a bit of bish bash, but. She's trying to show that she is more mature and that she can play an innings. She can,
she's
come
been
in
very patient.
On.
That's for
Absolutely.
certain. Potts to Glenn, and that's going to go through the covers. And they're not going to stop that because it's a really fast outfield in that bit through the covers, and that's a 4. So a bit of something to cheer for. We can hear the claps going there. The spectators are building up. They seem to have corridored them into the seats opposite us. So the big stands are empty. I think the stewards probably keeping them off there, but they are starting to populate the far side from where we are sat, the pavilion end. Lots of people in there. They are huddled under blankets and things, but it's dry at the moment. Long may it stay. And that's a dot ball off Potts again. 45 dot balls. She's got 2 more balls to bowl today. The limit is just the 10 overs, so a fifth of the bowling for the maximum for the bowlers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So this is definitely Potts' last over, which I think Blaze will be pleased to see as she comes into Sarah Glenn, who plays that through the point region. That's going to make another 4. So Glenn will be happy with that. Confidence starting to build now. Glenn's got 11 off the 16 balls she's faced, and it's Nelson. I'm stood up now, so I'm not quite sure I'm going to keep all my feet off the floor. 111 for 4, the Blaze, and we're nearing the end of the 23rd over. Potts' last ball of today into Sarah Glenn. Oh, it won't be a last ball. It's a wide, so we're going to have another one.
You just
she obviously she wants to bowl all day from this end. She's going to be glad of a rest after this.
Yeah, fair play to her.
She looks a bit. She looks a bit tired. She looks like the 10th over there.
First match of the official season, and bowling.
Get your bowling spikes on. You're doing 10 from the far end. She comes in too. Sarah Glenn, who swipes at that, and there's a fielder out who will cut that off, and then we'll just get through for a single. And that's the last ball that Grace Potts will bowl today. And yes, so Grace Potts, 10 overs, 46 runs, 3 wickets, strike rate of 20, an economy rate of 4.6, and a whole load, they haven't put it up there, but a whole load of dot balls for Grace Potts.
And some moments of
45
closeness,
dot balls.
Wasn't there? Moments
Yeah.
of plenty of
some
calls.
interest.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a bowling change from the Grand Redcliffe Road end in a couple of overs' time, as the 12th spring on a quick bit of refreshment, no doubt, for Tammy Beaumont, who's on 53 off the 70 balls she's faced. Sarah Glenn on 12 off the 17 she's faced.
You mentioned bowling spikes as well, though, but I didn't actually realise that you can get batting spikes, bowling spikes, etc. And speaking to Michaela Kirk of the Blaze, she mentioned how the men have, like, they've got their training spikes, and then they have, like, their batting spikes, and they've got their bowling spikes, and she was like, I just have one pair of trainers.
That proves that you need different things for different actions, different and different frames.
What she's done is she's actually got some tennis shoes spiked up because there's extra support on the toes and ankle, etc. So, yeah, it's innovative, but obviously it shouldn't be that way. As George comes in to Glenn.
Ooh.
Wide ball called down that leg side. Not much Glenn could do there. Good hands from Abby Freeborn, just tidying up.
She sort of wafts the bat there. It's like, ooh, shine the ball as it goes past.
Yeah, of course, if she gets... Oh, there is a fielder actually down there. On that leg side.
Oh, yes.
Tucked away, we couldn't quite see even.
Deep fine leg, or asleep. It ought to be Grace Potts if it isn't. Yes, it is Grace Potts. She's having a rest down there.
George comes in to Glenn.
Deep fine. Oh, it was a no ball. Whoop, whoop.
Quick single called by Tammy Beaumont. She'll get the strike.
Oh,
no ball called.
No ball. Oh, it's going to be a free hit as well.
Yep.
Oh, Tammy Beaumont will be enjoying that.
I would say
free hit.
It's probably been a long time since Sue Redford's done that, but then at the same time, there's been so much cricket this year already.
Yeah. She's had. I understand she's had some games rained off and so forth. I suspect she's going to be doing quite a lot of men's cricket because her aspiration is to get the best cricket she can, men's or women's, and that will mean as the first ever full-time female umpire in England, paid umpire. She will be doing quite a lot of men's cricket, but I know she's excited to do today's game. So, especially with Sarah Bartlett, someone she's done a bit of umpiring with before, and they're both World Cup umpires now.
Katie George comes into Beaumont, who hits it up in the air. There is a fielder out on the deep. Will they take it? Yes, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yep, it has gone.
Oh,
a bit of a weird moment.
What happened there?
Free hit. Of course, it was a free hit, wasn't it?
Oh, it was a free hit. Thank you, Jamie. We're miles away. We're excited because we're wondering why the fielder's not cheering.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Always remember when there's a free hit. I'm going to write that down from now on because...
No catch on a free hit.
Yep.
Well, it was a catch, but
at least that was educational.
Out.
So
it was.
Free hit means you can only be ran out. And that is the only way
don't start me
you
on
can
the what can you be out. Yes.
You can be dismissed. So... Yeah, we should have been a bit more switched on there. So Tammy Beaumont absolutely safe. No risk there. So Katie George to Sarah Glenn. Dot ball score is 117 for 4.
So even though they didn't get the wicket, I think that's a bit of confidence boost for Central Sparks, who are like, we've taken a catch even if it wasn't a wicket.
Yeah.
And they're sort of up and about things again, isn't it?
At the same time, for Tammy Beaumont, that wouldn't even be in her head because it was she was just like, I can just put my hands through this, see where it goes, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Get some runs. Yeah, we're talking about the umpire. Sarah Bartlett made her World Cup debut in the under-19s this year, so now she's done some ICC international stuff as well as Sue Redfern. George. Ooh! Come on, Grace Potts. Get your spikes on. It's having to do a bit of clearing up down there at fine leg.
Yeah, what people can't see is how red my face is right now for screwing that one over. Just had a message come through saying "you idiots." So
somebody's listening. Oh, that's an achievement if somebody's listening.
Yeah, but
no, see, it's just excitement because we're also right behind that ball. We're right behind the trajectory of that ball, and you're thinking there's a fielder there. It's a catch. Oh no, it's not a catch.
It's a
free
weird
hit, silly.
But we move on.
We move on.
As Katie George comes in to Tammy Beaumont on 54. Beaumont just neatly tucks it away. Davina Perrin doesn't quite get the one-handed pick up and straight in. So Blaze are safe. 1 run scored, 119 for 4. Glenn on 14 and Beaumont on 55.
Yes. We've got quite a good crowd here.
Yeah,
so you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University. This is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, the 50-over competition between the 8 English regions in the women's game.
As George comes into Sarah Glenn this time, these two are now looking for the quick singles, putting Davina Perrin under a little bit of pressure there.
Yeah,
Probably
I think
shouldn't be a run there.
No, they've decided, haven't they? I think it almost feels palpable that they're like, okay, we're going to run every ball now.
Yeah.
And that, it's probably about the right time, isn't it? We're approaching the midway point. Have you got a fascinating fact, Hannah?
So, not a fascinating... it could be fascinating. But over in the Northern Diamonds versus Western Storm match, the toss will be at 12:30 with 36 overs per side. So, they haven't lost too much at present. No. Hopefully, rain stays off.
We think BBC Radio Leeds are covering that, although we're not sure. Because we'd like to do some commentary, but we're not getting much luck at getting commentary out there,
Beaumont finds the boundary once again. She's really in her flow here.
Nice shot that was.
Punished Katie George.
Backward point. Beautiful shot there. Oh, hello. We've got another free hit, so we've got another no ball.
A practice.
We'll remember now, won't we?
The other one was a practice run. I was just testing everybody at home.
The one person who's listening to us.
Honestly, my cheeks are still red. I'm actually mortified. But
I am as well. I'm going to be in so much trouble when I get home.
It's the first match of the summer. We're getting our rust off as well.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned, we're relatively new to this as well. It's a whole new experience for us as well as the players. This professionalism.
We've not done commentary at Trent Bridge before, have we?
As Katie George comes into Tammy Beaumont on the free hit, but it's a dot ball.
Nearly squirted it for a catch, didn't she?
Nearly, but if she was caught, it would not have been out.
That's right. And we know that now.
Yeah, well, we knew it before. We just got caught up in the moment.
We did. That's right, excitement. Caught up in the moment, in the excitement, the passion of the moment, yes.
I just thought, why aren't the Sparks players not, But we move on, and the Blaze are now 125 for Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Glenn in the middle, the 2 England players.
Oh, look, you see now I've got a change of bowling now. I've got Hannah Baker. Bakes, I think. Do they call her Bakes, I think? Hannah Baker. Yep.
But of course, Sarah Glenn leaving the Sparks has obviously opened up more opportunity and perhaps more responsibility for Hannah Baker.
Yeah, I mean, she's very highly thought of. She's been doing very well. She took a couple of wickets in a warm-up game against Western Storm with a nice low economy. She's really well in the under-19s. Lots of wickets in the under-19s. And of course, England under-19s got to the final of the first ever under-19 World Cup. Oh, Baker has a false start there. She's coming into her fellow spinner and ex-Central Spark, Sarah Glenn. That's a dot ball. So it's a good start from Hannah Baker. Yes, part of that England's runner-up team in the under-19 World Cup. Oh, it squirted that. Hannah Baker, I think, had got the better of Sarah Glenn there, but she manages to get a run as the ball goes out to square leg, and that's tidied up, and they get a single. Score is 126 for 4. Into the 25th over, we'll be at the halfway point when Hannah Baker finishes this over, and the batters are just having a little moment, a bit of gardening, a bit of divot. I think Sarah Glenn might have made a divot with that last shot, and Tammy Beaumont checks guard with Sarah Bartlett, the umpire at the Radcliffe Road end. Sue Redfern at square leg at the moment. Hannah Baker comes in. Oh, a bit of magic there, but Tammy Beaumont manages to get that through the third region, and they get through for a single. Score is 127 for 4. Halfway through the 25th over. Hannah Baker weaving her magic with a spin against her former teammate, and that goes out to the fielder at the point boundary, and they get through for an easy single there. It was Amy Campbell, I think it's Amy Campbell out there on the rope. Just the single then, 128 for 4.
Of course, Amy Campbell's in her second season now with Sparks as well.
Settling in well.
Seems to be absolutely loving it with Sparks.
Seems to be. Baker to Beaumont. Beaumont tries to ramp that, and there's an appeal. It wasn't. It was a bit messy, but they got through for a single as Sarah Bartlett taps her leg to indicate a leg bye. And Glenn, spin bowler to spin bowler. Glenn puts that through cover point, and they get through for a single. Score goes to 130 for 4. That's 25. So we're at the halfway now. 130 for 4. 25 overs gone. 25 overs to go. The players will take drinks at this point. And we've got Beaumont on 60 off the 76 ball she's faced. Glenn on 18 off the 25 she's faced. Katie George has bowled 6 overs and 28 runs and 26 dot balls. And Hannah Baker just finished her first over for 4 runs and 2 dot balls as the players take a well-earned drink break. Anything from that? No, Jamie's still working on something. Probably something really exciting.
Yeah, just looking
and
at
what have you got? What have you got? Have you got an update?
Yeah, just looking at the other matches at the moment. Southern Vipers versus Sunrisers. 153 for 2. It looks the Sunrisers are batting. They are indeed. So Grace Griffin's once again in the run, 67 off 80 balls, and Grucock on 42. Maddie Villiers on 29, currently batting. So 153 for 2, not bad going.
Yeah, and down at the Ageas Bowl, Mel Story, Emily Windsor and Phil Green will be looking after you on the live stream there. Southern Vipers YouTube, if you want to go and watch that.
And then we've got Thunder versus South East Stars at 151 for 3, and it's the South East Stars that are batting. And we've got a no balls collaboration for the first wicket. Chadley is gone. Caught Kate Cross, bowled Alex Hartley for 48. So that's absolutely brutal from them not allowing her to get her
double award-winning podcast, no balls, yeah.
But yeah, denying her 50. What a collaboration.
Oh.
But yeah, that's the score over there. 152 for 3 at present. Alice Davison-Richards and Paige Schofield, formerly of the Vipers, are currently in the middle there, 15 and 20 respectively.
Yeah, and that's on the Lancs TV YouTube channel, so if you're heading on over there, you'll be looked after by Alison Byrne, who's one of my peers, mad as a box of frogs, but great on the commentary, and she's with Michael McCann, who's making his Rachael Heyhoe Flint debut on the commentary, although he does a lot of women's football commentary, so great to have Michael on board.
And of course, it's now the time that apparently Northern Diamonds and Western Storm are about to do the toss, so keep an eye out on their socials, I imagine, just to make sure that that is happening. Yeah, and we think that BBC Radio Leeds are covering that, but we would like to do, as a team of commentators, we'd love, if anyone can pull any strings, we'd love to be doing some commentary up at Headingley, but we're not winning that battle at the moment, so we're not sure who's up there. It's often one poor chap on his own, and I don't even know what his name is, but so we think BBC Radio Leeds are going to be up there. They've got a late start because of weather conditions, and we are coming back to start here. We're at Trent Bridge. It's slightly overcast but dry. I imagine cold at pitch level because the spectators who are coming in are definitely looking well togged up on the opposite side to us.
And you've got a change of bowling there. You've got Georgia Davis, who was going to be, or is, a policewoman, but has now taken a full-time contract to play cricket.
Interesting fact. Yeah, because she was
Davis.
doing her policing in the first edition of the 100, because she was a late sign-up for the Rockets. I think that was after Michaela Kirk got injured. She came in for Michaela Kirk, potentially.
Then she went to Welsh Fire, and now Phoenix have pinched her back, I think, haven't they, for this year's edition?
She's a proper Brummie, isn't she? Is that right?
I have to say I've not spoken to her, but I mean, yes, I mean she's going to be a Brummie. She's playing for Birmingham Phoenix, as are Sophie Devine, etc., etc., etc.
She bowls to Glenn. First ball was an interesting ball. Glenn misses, and Davis looks interested.
Yeah, I'm working on the theory that as a Brummie born and bred, that anybody who's played for Birmingham Phoenix is now a Brummie.
As Davis comes in again to Sarah Glenn, who skies it up and almost.
Jones was going to pluck that one out of the air.
I thought Eve Jones, captain, was going to put her effort in there, but
I don't think she saw it. I think she just didn't see it come quite as close as it did. Yes, I'm working on my theory about Birmingham Phoenix. So technically, Sophie Devine, Elise Perry, Erin Burns, they're all Brummies now. That they've played for Birmingham Phoenix. Let's not beat about the bush. They're all now almost eligible to play for England, is my theory. But I have an active imagination. Georgia Davis from the far end, bit of spin magic. Ooh, tucked Beaumont up all ends. Oh, and yes, LBW. She gets a wicket.
Georgia Davis with instant impact.
Instant impact.
Tammy Beaumont's got to walk back to that pavilion.
It's a long old walk back, isn't it?
60 runs though. LBW, she's been out here for 122 minutes.
Time for a cup of tea.
Yeah, 77 balls faced, 10 fours scored. I think she'll be a little bit disappointed, won't she?
Yeah. Because she was doing really well, but she was completely bamboozled by that delivery from Georgia Davis, as you hear the applause as Tammy Beaumont makes the long walk back to the pavilion here at Trent Bridge. An excellent innings. I mean, a very patient innings. She was just starting to move the score on and stuff, wasn't she? So, a great innings from Tammy Beaumont. Well done. First 50 ever for the Blaze. Took them through their first century.
Yep.
Doing
First 50
good.
partnership with Georgie Boyce early on. The pair of them did really set that platform, but it's slightly dwindled. We've now got the overseas signing of Nadine de Klerk entering the middle here at Trent Bridge. So we'll see what she's all about. The South African player.
Yep.
A brilliant signing.
World Cup finalist.
It's been amazing to see the signings this domestic summer. The regional setup, each of the teams now really trying to draw on that international talent to bring into the younger players. That's their kind of role now, isn't it? Getting those overseas
because they can,
as an education.
It's mentoring the players. I'm really excited about Nadine de Klerk. She's a great all-rounder. We just saw a big smiley picture of her in the fire engine red tops that they're in here at the Blaze. Yeah, very, very exciting.
But of course, one hat is the educator and the other hat is the performer, isn't it? So it is
both.
all about performance here, as much as it is about educating this next crop of regional players.
Yep.
No runs scored.
Yeah, Nadine de Klerk, great all-rounder for South Africa. So in 2020 at the T20 World Cup in Australia, I was at Sydney Cricket Ground, and she almost won that semi-final for South Africa. They would have knocked out Australia. But then it wouldn't have been the MCG final if Australia hadn't made it to the final. So, But with the bat and the ball, she almost took them across the line. It was a close game, and it was a shortened game because of that famous rain that took England out of the running to get into the final.
As Davis returns to her mark and is bowling against Glenn here, who finds the fielder, no run, 132 for 5. Nadine de Klerk got off the mark on that previous delivery. 1 off 2. But I was there as well. It's my first ever.
Yes, we were both at the MCG,
journalism gig, and it was phenomenal. And like you say, South Africa was so close to causing an upset.
I mean, travelling to the Sydney Cricket Ground for those two semi-final games, it was absolutely leathering it down with rain. There was floods outside the ground, right, and I'd never been to the Sydney Cricket Ground before. You would never imagine there was cricket on. The cricketing gods gave Australia just enough time to get their semi-final in and to win that semi-final, which is a very close one, to get themselves to their home World Cup, as Baker comes in to de Klerk, who comes forward and plays that, covering the ball completely. No risk there, just a defensive shot. And there is no run. 132 for 5. We're just starting the 27th over. What magic has Baker got for de Klerk, who swipes at that and it goes to square leg, and it's tidied up, and it's just a single, but keeping the scoreboard ticking is Nadine de Klerk. Now it's Sarah Glenn to face her teammate of the last couple of seasons, Hannah Baker. And Glenn plays that to point. Davina Perrin, almost in slow motion, fields the ball, and they don't get a run there.
Two leggies facing off, isn't it?
Yeah. Baker into Glenn. Ooh, the ball passes between the bat and the stumps, and Baker's not quite sure how that didn't get some sort of wicket, but they get through for a single. 134 for 5 into the 27th. Under-19 World Cup finalist Hannah Baker to Glenn. Comes forward and covers that, and there's a dot ball for Hannah to collect.
Cited as someone who hopefully will break through into the England squad in future years.
I think she's got lots of potential. She's very highly thought of, isn't she? And Glenn plays that into the pocket, which is towards mid-wicket, and Izzy Wong does the tidying up, and they get through for a single. Yeah, highly thought of. So
I remember reading those, I can't remember who it was, but somebody put out a piece about the under-19 players, who do they think is going to make it, and it was so hard because every single one of those players had the potential to definitely go on to get full honours, but Hannah Baker is somebody's name who keeps getting sprung up, isn't it?
Yeah, and at a young age she's got a full-time contract, and that's great. I mean, that's the kind of career you talk about visibility, career options, viable career to be a cricketer for the first time in ever.
Georgia Davis to de Klerk.
Ooh, there's a bit of hockey in that.
I was just about to say. But there's exchangeable, transferable skills between hockey and cricket, so it's fine. Bat on ball is what counts. It's Davis in again. She just gets that off her feet, rotating the strike nicely. It'll just be a single, so the score goes 136 for 5. De Klerk on 4 and Glenn on 20. So I do wonder if there's going to be more South African interest in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint and Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Chloe Tryon, should I say? Northern Diamonds.
Darnay van
Niekerk playing for Sunrisers. That's going to be fascinating. And also how much Grace Scrivens, captain of the under-19 World Cup finalists and beater of Australia in the semi-finals of the under-19s, how much Grace Scrivens can learn from Darnay van Niekerk. Oh, it's put down.
Missed opportunity.
Ooh, put down. Oh dear.
Glenn teases but gets away with that one. She's got another life.
Yeah, she's got a life there.
Georgia Davis looks to come and give a reply.
Oh.
As Glenn sweeps it down across the boundary rope. 4 runs, much needed. Responsibility is on these pair now. The Blaze are 140 5. There's still plenty of time to go. They'll be looking to get to that 250 mark at minimum, I'd say.
I mean, it was an interesting point about South Africa because, it's got Chloe Tryon is going to play for Northern Diamonds. We've got Darnay van Niekerk's going to play the T20, so the Charlotte Edwards for Sunrisers.
Davis to Glenn once again. Finds the gap. It doesn't look like it's going to run out to boundary. It's getting a little bit of legs, but Izzy Wong out on the boundary is getting there neatly. 2 runs for Glenn. She's really finding her flow now.
Yes, they've put the foot on the accelerator, haven't they?
Yeah.
Sorry if that's Mike Perkins' cliche klaxon going off in the back.
End of the over, 142 for 5. De Klerk will be facing now. Glenn 26 or 34, so much more pleasing. She took her time to get in. Her first run came off of 10, 11 balls. It was now, she's almost at that runnable, not too far away.
Yep. Of course, we've got, talking about overseas internationals as well, we've got Dottin up at Thunder, and Mahika Gore is going to be there as well from the UAE, I think. Tall, fast bowler.
I mentioned Denby Cricket Club as the home of the Glens earlier on.
The home of the Glens.
Jules Randall on Twitter said they're actually playing Denby next week.
Oh, so great tease there.
She's playing for Kettering Town Ladies, so another club that, if you're close to that area, reach out, use social media, use emails, etc. Get involved with your local cricket team. Yeah,
get involved, and certainly at Denby, because a great tease there. And that's Baker. There's another dot there, 144 for 5.
But there's more and more teams forming, especially within this East Midlands region, from softball through to hardball.
And tucking her up there, but there's still no run.
Yeah, club cricket back as well as this regional competition.
Well, that's it, isn't it? We mustn't forget that everything else is back. Club, county. Not so. Oh, was it? There's a hurry up. Yep, there's a run there.
Yeah, but of course we've got county fixtures this weekend as well. So I know for a fact Leicestershire are playing Staffordshire tomorrow at Loughborough Town Cricket Club.
Excellent.
So some of the Blaze players who haven't been selected are involved in those kind of fixtures.
Yeah, a chance for them to get some cricket under the belt for this season.
I believe Ella Claridge is keeping wicket for them, so quite a very strong player.
Yeah.
He did really well last season, so she'll be getting some game experience at the county level, and that's what this is all about. It's meant to be about those pathways, isn't it?
Yeah, and opportunities to play and get more cricket. Baker comes in, and de Klerk comes forward and is determined to get the scoreboard going there. Is going to give Sarah Glenn the hurry up. There's no resting here. We're gonna get that. And she's also pinched. De Klerk has pinched the strike with that quick single there. I've just got a message from Jane Powell, first ever female president of Yorkshire Cricket Club. She sent a photograph saying it's sunny up here. We're going to get some play at Headingley.
Oh, amazing!
So that's good news.
And of course, England historic captain as well, former England Test captain.
Yeah, for all those ill-informed people on Twitter who put all sorts of things which I won't comment on, but do your homework. This is an ex-England captain, an ex-World Cup captain, and England coach. She coached the England team. She's also been involved with coaching the coaches, and she's now in charge of the player pathways for disability cricket.
As Davis comes into de Klerk, who has a bit of air to that shot, but is absolutely safe in the deep. It would just be a single run.
Seemed to almost go through Eve Jones again.
Yeah, that one was definitely safe though.
Yeah, safe one there. Yeah, but Jane Powell, great achievement for her to be first ever female president of Yorkshire Cricket Club.
Davis into Glenn. Over the top, she's found the space. Again, is the ball going to cross the boundary? Izzy Rock-Wong is chasing it, but she finds that rope. 4 runs scored, pleasing for Sarah Glenn, who moves her score onto 31, and team score moves up to 152 for 5. Yeah, she's got a twin sister as well, hasn't she?
Twin sister? Oh, yes, I met a twin sister actually, and I was out in Australia last October. Great hospitality there, showing us around Perth and Fremantle. Oh, it's lovely. Oh,
and a wide ball on this delivery. Davis just tries to do a little bit too much. Glenn,
Sarah Glenn, well tucked up there.
Tries to get it away. But yeah, Leicestershire and Rutland women and girls on Twitter at Leicest Women CCC. Davis into Glenn, she gets the single. They've encouraged people to come down to Loughborough Town Cricket Club to support the women against Staff's women. So information on social media, 2 T20s by the looks of things, 11 AM and 3 PM. So
yeah, let's get watching and supporting that local cricket.
Davis into de Klerk, who swings and misses. It's gone behind.
I think she thought she was going to get bowled there because she was almost like kind of resigned to, I'm going back now. No, not. No,
to be honest, I
survived.
I couldn't see because Abby Freeborn is in my way,
your eye line,
unfortunately. So I was wondering whether it was a wicket or not, but I didn't want to, call it too
because
soon.
I think Nadine de Klerk was expecting that,
to hit.
death rattle, a kind of, here we go. It was almost in her body language.
Absolutely. So Davis into Glenn, moves her feet, makes some space, gets the single. Not quite what she was looking for, but nonetheless another run to the board. 156 for 5. Yeah, de Klerk definitely looked like she thought, oh dear, I'm walking
that
back
was
now.
a body language. Her shoulder just went down like she was about to face a long walk back to the pavilion.
But she survives.
Yeah, she survives.
But excellent bowling from Georgia Davis.
30 overs. 156 for 5.
I'm thinking 250 might be a bit optimistic.
I don't know. Depends on if Blaze take a liking to one of these bowlers. We've got we've had the pace. Now we've got the spin attack from Central Sparks. Sarah Glenn works that behind square, and they get through for. They're going to come back for 2. Oh, it's 2. The throw is far too high. Poor old Abby Freeborn, stretching every fibre there to try and stop that ball. They get through for 2 runs. The score is 158 for 5.
Perhaps 230 might be a decent target, and 250 is a good score, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm liking that as a scale. Baker to Glenn, who plays that at the 45 to the fielder, and they get through for a single. Just had a message from Catherine Wilkins, Reggie. She said, we're sounding good. We were commentating with her at Taunton at the end of last season. Bakes comes in to Sarah Glenn, or de Klerk, who plays that to through deep mid-wicket, and they get through for a single. 160 for 5.
It's good to know, because it is hard actually, isn't it? Because
we could be talking to ourselves here. I'm hoping we're not.
But as we were saying, like with these professional structures and everything, these opportunities to do commentary, etc., have arose, but there's been no kind of formal training necessarily. Of course, Michael Perkins has done.
Mike Perkins, he's a saint. He's
out of
his
own time, free labour,
Jedi mentor in terms of teaching us how to do this commentary gig. I'll leave you to listener to work out whether he's doing a good job of that.
It's out of his own time, obviously. It's
he's
completely
doing
voluntary.
That.
So I think that's probably the next stage in this kind of professional piece, is focusing on that media and production value.
Yeah, he's a man on a mission. He hates being thanked, but he puts in so many hours to try and get the commentary and to get more women's voices doing women's sport. As Bakes comes in, there's a huge swipe from Nadine de Klerk, but there's Izzy Wong is on the boundary there, so they'll just get the one run there. But he's a man on a mission. I mean, he needs, I don't know, some sort of huge award, but he's desperate to get more female voices doing women's sport, and he's teaching us how to do this. So a great man.
And I guess at the same time, if there's people listening who think, oh, actually, I think I could do a better job,
this is quite a lot of people,
or want to get involved, just put your name out there. Just get in touch with obviously the new regions here at Trent Bridge. Get in touch with them, and you never know what may happen from a conversation. So
no, well, Jane Powell said, "Can I get on?" And we got her. I got her on to Western Storm, and now she's doing some commentary as well.
It's Davis bowls to de Klerk, who's gone aerial. It's gone up in the air. Players a little bit confused. Back to the bowler, and she is gone. Georgia Davis again with the impact. There's lots of heads looking, where had that gone? It's completely skied, edged into the air, and Georgia Davis takes it under her palm. It looks like Emily Arlott there, taking the mick out of Georgia Davis there, doing a bit of clown effects.
Catch off your own, but you want to take a catch off your own bowling, don't you?
Yeah, brilliant impact from Georgia Davis. She's been bowling really, really nicely here.
Yeah.
End of de Klerk, caught and bowled Davis, 11 runs scored off 19 balls. Not quite the batting performance she wanted, but
no, but I think she was pushing. She was obviously trying to get Sarah Glenn going and taking some quick singles and
162 for 6 is the score here at Trent Bridge. I'm
sure we'll see Nadine de Klerk with the ball in hand later.
Absolutely.
Bowling, so yes. Opportunity to contribute later as well.
Yeah, not quite the batting, but like you say, with the ball, you never know what may arise. And we've got Beth Harmer, who can certainly bat as well. So again, batting depth in this Blaze squad. She's opened in the past, so a bit lower down for her this time around, but We'll see what she's got to offer.
She debuted in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, or Lottie Cup, whatever you want to call it, in 2021 against the Stars, and she hit 34 off 25 balls, so...
She can be explosive.
Yeah. And she was given a winter retainer contract, wasn't she, I think? So...
Davis on her mark. 2 wickets to her name, searching for that third. She bowls to Higham, who neatly places it for a single in that inner circle.
Found a good little pocket there, didn't she, inside the...
Eve Jones collects.
Inside that circle.
Davis just moves her fielder around out on the deep. Izzy Wong, the boundary rider. Sarah Glenn facing Davis, who finds Davina Perrin. No run. Score remains 163 for 6.
Of course, these, as you said, these players will know each other. Sarah Glenn was Central Sparks until last season, so they'll know where they potentially need to be in the field.
Sarah Glenn sweeps it behind 4, just 1 run.
Oh, lovely one-handed scooping catch. I love that sort of fielding. Oh, from Amy Campbell out there.
The sun is still shining here at Trent Bridge.
Yes, get yourself down here. Then you won't have to listen to us. You could listen to us if you want to.
Davis comes in to Higham.
Straight to Eve Jones.
No runs scored, 164 for 6. But yeah, I was being deadly serious as well. If you're interested in commentary, do get in touch.
Well, that's what Catherine Wilkins did last season. She said, when can I get onto some commentary? So I put her in touch with Western Storm, and then she came to watch at Cheltenham Festival, where Western Storm were playing the Stars, and sat in the back of the box. I thought she was going to listen for a bit. She sat in the box all day, and then we did some commentary with her, didn't we, in Taunton, Western Storm versus Diamonds, towards the end of last season at Taunton. She loved that. I think she's doing another game this season. So yes, opportunities for women in commentary. I was looking for more of those, and as there's more cricket, so there'll be more opportunities as Hannah Baker decides what magic she's going to serve to Beth Harmer from the Radcliffe Road end. Right arm spinning from the Radcliffe Road end to Beth Harmer, the right-handed bat for the Blaze.
That's the thing with professionalism, though. There's so many more opportunities coming in to the women and girls
Everything.
game.
Oh yeah, it's a good start from Grace Potts on the ring.
As you mentioned earlier, like Sue Redford now, a full-time professional umpire. Could you imagine that?
Well, she
Even
couldn't.
5
I don't
years
think
ago.
she could imagine that till year before last.
It's all of these things that are going to be happening, and it's so exciting.
And Sarah Bartlett getting opportunities to do international stuff, going to a World Cup, under-19 World Cup, getting that experience. It's amazing. We've seen Helen Pack, who's as a match manager for the men's and women's game. The opportunities for her will be huge. Oh, it's it, and that's a wicket. It's a stumped. We think that's a stumped. She came forward. Oh, the shoulders have gone down. It's bamboozled again. Hannah Baker. A mystery spin. Sarah Glenn. Oh, bowled by Hannah Baker. Hannah in the box here was just saying bowled Hannah Baker. Sarah Glenn goes for 38. 4 fours. Strike rate of over 80, almost 83. The score is 166 for 7. The home team, the Blaze, you can hear the spectators there giving Sarah Glenn a good set of applause as she goes off the pitch now. Home team batting 166 for 7. The team in the blackout in the field is the Central Sparks. They are the West Midlands team, so this is the Battle of the Midlands. The birth of the Blaze and the Battle of the Midlands as Lucy Higham comes to the crease in their distinctive, for this season, brand new kit. Instead of the purple of Loughborough, they're in that fire engine red tops, dark trousers.
Her photo's just come up on the screen, which is the same photo she put on Instagram with a funny caption last night asking how she'd aged 10 years in the last 5 months. So
is that what she thinks the photograph does for it?
But apparently so. Tough winter, perhaps. I'm not too sure.
It's hard paper round.
But she did, have a little giggle at her headshot.
It's very flowing locks in that photograph that we can see that you've not seen at home. Baker down the leg side. Is that? Yes, that's a wide ball, says Sarah Bartlett, umpiring from our end, the Radcliffe Road end. So Anna Baker will have to bowl that one again to Lucy Higham.
And of course, this is home ground at times when she played for Nottinghamshire.
Yep.
Captain for a while.
And that was a dot ball. 167 for 7. Last ball of this over from Hannah Baker, and Lucy Higham manages to play that efficiently out to square leg where Issy Wong does the fielding, and then just get through for a single, which will mean that I think is that Higham pinching the strike. Higham pinching the strike there. Score is 168 for 7 off 33 overs. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University. We also have the benefit of having Jamie Ramage in the back of the box, who's doing some fascinating facts for us from the Fascinating Fact Factory at the back of the box. I'm sure he's going to be stewing something really good for us shortly. And over to you then, Davis, from the far end.
Higham facing. Davis comes in, gets a bit of flight, and Higham finds a gap. It's not going to make the boundary, but it's creeping through for Izzy Wong to tidy up. 2 runs added to the scoreboard, 170 now for 7. Higham on 3 and Harmer also on 3. But talking to Michaela Kirk once again at the Blaze, we didn't just talk about spikes, she actually spoke about the helmets as well. Because Lucy's got quite a small head. So Abby Freeborn looking for a stumping, but
bails are off, but
Lucy Higham well in her crease there. But she used
yes,
to wear
helmet.
a child's helmet, and when we had I can't remember what sports brand it was, but came in to do the players' helmet fitting, they said you cannot wear the helmet that you're wearing previously because it doesn't have the same level of protection at this
it's
standard
got
of the
to
game.
be different, hasn't it?
She had to have kind of like a, I don't want to say men's fit, but not a youth fit. So again, it's like, are there helmets that are designed for women's cricket? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that at the moment. But Davis into Harmer, scoops it up over the top, safe, no run. But yeah, I'm not sure if it is or whether it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Alyssa Healy a couple of seasons ago was involved with that sort of social media where some young girl wrote to her and said, why have I got to buy boys? Why can't I have girls? And there was a big campaign in Australia to get girls' kit and women's kit as opposed to having to buy boys' kit for cricket. I'd have the opposite problem because my head's very big. to have an enormous helmet. But I never batted in a helmet. Not my ear, I'm afraid.
Davis into Harmer, who teases it back. End of the over. 171 for 7 here at Trent Bridge. Georgia Davis bowling 5 overs, 23 runs, 2 wickets, building up that pressure once more with 16 dot balls.
She's done well, hasn't she?
But yeah, it was really interesting when Michaela said that. I didn't even consider, because it's to do with the youth helmets are tested with youth-sized cricket balls, etc. So the impact of a youth ball versus the women's sized ball is obviously going to be different. So you need that extra level of protection. So yeah, it was really interesting. Lucy Higham with her small head got told you cannot wear.
Don't keep mentioning it.
Yeah, you cannot wear a child's helmet. So it's another factor in this professionalism piece of sports equipment is needs to be designed appropriately.
It's got to be tailored, isn't it? That's Baker to Higham, who squirts that to square leg and they get through for a single. I should mention we've got Kath Bentley here in the ground. Happy birthday, Kath Bentley, for a couple of days ago. Nice, it's a birthday treat to come to Trent Bridge to watch this, so glad to hear that you're listening. Thanks for the message on Twitter. Baker to Harmer, who just knocks that down in front of her and there is no run. She keeps tweeting me pictures of cheese sandwiches and things because she knows I've got a dairy intolerance. But it's all in good fun as Baker comes in to Harmer, and that goes to fine leg. They're running round. They're going to get 2 off that one. There's quite a big lot of real estate being covered there by that fielder out in that far corner to us. 174 for 7 into the 30. We're halfway through the 35th over. Hannah Baker weaving her magic with some spin from the Radcliffe road end. Harmer to face, and she just dobs that down, and Abby Freeborn gets to it before they think about taking a single, and there is no run. Yes, Kath Bentley also knows I wasn't sure about the technology, but we've got all that sorted. As that goes straight past the batter, and there is no run. There was a chance that I might have to do a lot of plugging things in and then eventually putting a USB into an analyst's laptop, but we're much better set up now than we thought we were going to be, which is a great relief to me, I have to say. We've got Jono looking after us. He's doing a brilliant job. Always looking after us. Checking all the tech's okay. That's the end of the over. 174 for 7. 35 overs gone. Ooh. We've got a fascinating fact, Hannah, from
Jamie Ramage.
Jamie Ramage.
Who says there is a Norfolk-born player on each team. Emily Arlott, Kings Lynn, and Beth Harmer, Norwich.
What a great fact. What a moment to be alive, to hear that fact.
For all the people from Norfolk out there, there's your representatives. You can choose to
East Anglia, you are represented on both teams.
Yeah. As Davis has ball in hand to Higham, who gets a quick single. Easy in the end as Eve Jones collects.
So the first game of the season for the regional team. I mean, they might have played warm-up games and they might have played various other places, but this is the first game of this year's official regional.
Davis to Harmer, who again just a single inside this inner ring, just drop and run, nice and easy. Not too much pressure on that at all. Eve Jones has taken a few steps in now, though. Davis into Higham, who misses.
I've had a tweet from Jules Rantle. She says, thanks for the mention. Hello, Jules. Well done for coming. The teas at Denby. Oh, last time I was there, we even had chips. Oh, it was lovely.
Davis to Higham. Tries to get it away, but it's a wide ball.
Yeah, the last time I played for Derbyshire, we had a bit of a sort of reunion game, a sort of charity game against the juniors at Denby. And
Davis into Higham. Gets a bit more flight on that one. We're looking for a quick single. Risky, direct hit, she's gone, but she's made it.
Oh, she's done it.
That Emily Arlott there with the throw.
Yeah, nearly. Yeah. We had a bit of a reunion for the Derbyshire Old Girls, and we played against the Denby current team. Oh, my mind was in one place, but my body was not catching up with where it thought it was going to be playing that game, I have to say. Oh, sliced.
Edges it down. Should just be the one run. Davina Perham collects to Abby Freeborn. Well, the last time I played Denby, I bowled 11 wides in the opening over. Not in the opening over, in my spell, sorry.
Oh,
not
bless you.
11 ball over, it was dreadful.
You were getting your money's worth out of those tees, weren't you? Oh, was it play on? Is it play on? No, not played on.
It must have been 11 wides in my total 6 over spell, whatever, but it was dreadful. After that moment, I was like, I do never want to play cricket again. But we've all been there,
yeah, we have all been there. So in my era, when there was an evening league, so it was actually something like a 16 8-ball overs, no extra balls for wides, but 2 run, something like that. It was basically T20, but it wasn't T20, if you see what I mean. That doesn't make any sense at all. But 16 8-ball overs, no extra balls for wides, which meant that you weren't going to bowl. If somebody was new or a junior or something, they weren't going to bowl for like half an hour to try and get an over finished.
Yeah, I had no excuse. I was just rusty.
I was trying to cover for you.
Yeah, no excuse, just rusty. And
okay.
I think my confidence hit an all-time low during that time.
But that evening league, it was brilliant. We used to, we had a lot of fun. Denby, and we used to go right up to the top end of Derbyshire, and but inevitably those places are inevitably those places are rated by how good the teas are, as Izzy Wong comes into Harmer. Oh, we've got another stat. We've got a stat for you, Jamie. Jules Randall, who we've mentioned, she's here, and we're having a conversation about Derbyshire teas. She was from East Anglia as well. So, welcome the East Anglia massive on both teams and in the crowd. Izzy Wong coming in from the Radcliffe Road end for her third over.
And of course, she's had plenty of overs under her
lots
belt
of overs
these last few months.
She has. As Wong bangs one into Harmer, who manages to get that away. Oh, it's a run-out chance, and Eve Jones has a mad throw at the stumps, and the chance was not a chance in the end with that kind of throwing from the captain, I'm afraid. 180 for 7. Yes, Izzy Wong, fresh from the Indian Women's Premier League, and I said I was watching the warm-up game the Sparks played against Stars. In a minute, I'll come back to that. Wong to Higham. Oh, Higham takes a little, doesn't quite manage to get back to that, which was just as well, really, because it was collected easily by Abby Freeborn. Yeah, I saw Izzy Wong on the boundary, and I said, "What's it like to be a rock star?" She said, "I'll tell you when I get there," which was very mature, but I think she is a rock star. I mean, she loves a crowd. She loves to play to an audience, and she must have been in her element at the Women's Premier League.
So, me with baby brain last year.
Yeah.
I had my baby, then made the first Lightning versus Storm match last year.
Yeah, and that's squirted backwards a point, and they're running through for one, might be two, just one.
Bumped into Izzy Wong.
Yeah.
Forgot that we don't actually know each other.
Oh.
Just having a
She's like, who the hell are you?
No, I think because obviously I've done lots of different like previously with women's cricket chat and everything, but I just was kind of like, oh yeah, how's things, how whatever kind of thing, having like normal conversation. Bless her. She probably just thought, what is this woman doing? But
she'll talk to anybody.
Yeah, she asked about the little one and stuff like that, and this was probably like day 6 after having a child, so my brain was not.
She'll know you from your women's cricket chat stuff.
Yeah.
This is Wong comes in and Harmer makes a bit of a waft, and it goes down the leg side, so it's a wide ball. 182 for 7. But that's the thing when you see people on television, and particularly when you're commentating, because you kind of feel like you know the players. But
I've done so much kind of like media work with different players and everything. I kind of forgot. I was like, she's probably who, but she was, yeah.
She's a great character.
She was really polite, really lovely, and yeah.
She is.
Asked how the little one was and everything.
Oh, so she knows who you are.
She didn't need to do, but yeah, wonderful character on and off the pitch.
Wong, and it gets the ball up and off the bat of Harmer, but it goes safely to Amy Campbell at the ropes, and they get through for a single.
But that's the thing with women's cricket, especially at the minute compared to the men's game. I don't normally like making comparisons, but the access
to players
is phenomenal.
Hugely different, yeah.
For young kids, especially coming to matches like here at Trent Bridge today, there'll be an opportunity at the end to get the autographs and speak to the players and Davis comes it into Gordon. It's a bit of flight, and Gordon just pops that back to Emily Arlott for the end of the over. 185 for 8 the score. Gordon on not off the mark yet, 3 balls faced, and Higham 8 of 13. Run rate just under 5, and the last wicket of Beth Harmer dismissed for 11 off Georgia Davis from this over. So Izzy Wong returns to bowl at your end, Claire.
I was just thinking about Kirsty Gordon. So she's been playing in New Zealand for Otago over our winter and their summer.
Australia first, and then got the call up with Lindsay Smith to go across to New Zealand in the Super Smash.
Super Smash. Oh yes, the Super Smash.
So they were both in Australia to begin with and got the call up.
Wong to Higham, who only manages to put that straight to the fielder, and there is no run. And I had the pleasure of commentating with I've got a message saying that we're down, so we're going to carry on talking and hope that you can still hear us. We've lost the live stream, and then we're back, so I think we might be back. Let's hope we're back. Yes, I had the pleasure of commentating with Kirsty Gordon at the Lottie Cup finals. We'll come back to that. Wong to Higham. There's a big appeal. There's a dot ball. Yes, I was commentating with her at the Lottie Cup. It's at Northants, and the radio room is a bit like a old wardrobe, like a big old wardrobe. But she and I were doing the commentary together there. She was a great character to do the comms with, and of course I got there as token Brummy because Central Sparks made it to the decider or eliminator or whatever it is that the semi-final that's not a semi-final is, as Wong comes into Higham, and there is no run. It goes straight through to the wicket keeper. I got her to explain because she mentioned cake ball at one point, so I made her explain what cake ball is, which I gather is the players saying, "Oh, there's going to be a wicket in the next ball," and they call cake ball, and if it is a wicket, they have to buy. Everybody has to buy them a cake or something like that. Anyway, I made her explain it to the listeners that day.
In club cricket, I definitely think it'd be something a bit stronger than cake. Yeah,
well, she said it. She said it came from keg ball, being some refreshments. Oh, there's a waft at that from Lucy Higham, and it's given a wide, and Isabel Wong signals what she thinks about the wide signal with a double teapot in the middle of the wicket, looking back at Sarah Bartlett. Sarah Bartlett says, no, it's wide, a wide's a wide. And there's lots of smiling. It's not steam coming out of ears. So I'm hoping that you can still hear us, but we've got a thumbs up, so we're hoping that we're back on again. And we're back, says Jules. Yeah, back, says Rosa Talks Ball. Just on the zoomed out camera. Oh, okay, well, that's a long way. Wong to Higham. Strikes that out to the boundary, and they get through for a single. I think about turning and coming back, but just the one. 187 for 8. Good to hear watching Rosa Talks Ball as well. Got Jules Randall here in the ground. Kath Bentley can't stay for the whole game, I know, but we'll be glad for she's in the ground for as long as she can. What are we going to say, Hannah?
No, just I think Rosa also found humour in our moment earlier of the confusion with
with the no ball. Yes, just showing how just testing. Yeah. As Wong comes off the long run, and that's jammed down by Kirsty Gordon. And there is no run, straight through to Davina Perrin at point.
But we've moved on from that.
We're moving on. We're not going to mention it again.
I'm just going to cringe for the rest of the day.
I almost got it wrong again when it happened again.
But I didn't, so it's fine.
No, I didn't really.
I learned from my mistakes. We moved. But yeah, as we mentioned as well, like, get involved with commentary. There's so many opportunities. Reach out to people, see what opportunities can arise, because we're new to this ourselves.
Wrong and wraps the pads of Kirsty Gordon in the kind of distinctive black batting gloves, which I find disturbing, but I know the umpires like because it distinguishes it from the white ball, so there's a sort of opportunity to see when it's hit the gloves and is therefore still caught behind, etc. So the score is 187 for 8 off 39 overs. Lucy Higham on 9 off the 17 balls. She's faced Kirsty Gordon yet to get off the mark. Is that right? Kirsty Gordon yet to get off the mark off the 5 balls she's faced. And we've got Georgia Davis weaving a web of deception from your end, the pavilion end.
7 overs bowled, 30 runs and 3 wickets, 23 dot balls. So coming into our 8th over here, and Higham respectfully just plods that back. Again, teammates in the first edition of the 100 during the Trent Rockets, familiar pitch for Georgia Davis. As Higham hits it in the air, goes towards
diving.
Eve Jones, is it there? But it's not Eve Jones there, is it? We're so far away, it's hard to see.
We're a long way. I mean, it looks like it might be. Jules trying to... You're not at the ground, Jules. Why are you not at the ground? You're saying you're at home. But she's going to see me at Wormsley, guess, because I'm going to be doing some commentary at Wormsley.
Davis into Gordon.
Well, Jules, you should be here.
Who hits it to Eve Jones this time?
I will see you at Wormsley.
Eve Jones is stood on the offside here. As Davis comes in and Gordon misses, teases the stumps as Abby Freeborn looks for stumping, but feet are planted.
Yeah, there's bales flying, them being replanted.
Yeah, I think this is the next piece in the professionalism puzzle, is getting this production. Gordon just dot ball once again, 188 for 8. But I think, just the media side of things is the next
I mean,
piece of
Jono's
the
been
puzzle.
looking after us today and his team. But there's still some
written
things
content,
to be ironed out.
More written content, more journalists in the press box, get more interest on the major news sites, etc.
I think it's a smart move, and actually both of these teams, the Blaze and Central Sparks, have their own YouTube channel, which makes it so much easier to find. I mean, it's still hard, but to find these streams, because when it's in a larger area, let's say Western Storm, which we've both done some commentary for also, when it's been at Taunton, Somerset puts it out. When it's been at Sophia Gardens, Glamorgan put it out. When it's at Bristol, it just makes it so much harder. When you've got one channel, you know where you can go. People can more easily find it. As Wong comes in from the fielding restriction circle, a long run, and knocks it back straight to Izzy Wong, and there is no run.
With the final 10 overs now as well, so...
Yeah, it's a big finish now. What can Blaze put on the scoreboard? What can they defend when they've got the ball in hand in this first ever game for the Blaze? So this is the birth of the Blaze here at Trent Bridge, the first time ever in their fire engine red tops, as they emerge from the purpleness of the lightning years. Wong wafts her hair back, which is natural colour at the moment, which that's fairly unusual. Wong, 95 on her back, running away from us as Higham tries to hit that, but it goes straight through to the wicket keeper and there is no run. 188 for 8. And we're into the 41st over, as Sarah Bartlett explains to Izzy Wong how to bowl. I think I'm not quite sure what she was doing, or don't fling it back at the batter probably, because otherwise you're going to be in trouble. We've got a good crowd in opposite us. If you can see empty stands, I suspect that they're closed off today. Oh, that's peeled off towards the fielder at point. Davina Perry nearly had a catch there. Wong tempts the flash from Lucy Higham and it goes to the backward point fielder, but I think dropping probably in front of her, unfortunately. But certainly making the chances here, Izzy Wong, as the Blaze, the home side, the East Midlands side, 189 for 8 in this Battle of the Midlands here at Trent Bridge in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition. Wong to Gordon. Oh, that doesn't bounce at all. What happened there? It's about the umpires are now deciding how many bounces that had, because if it's 2 bounces, it's going to be a no ball. I'm going to have a think about this. They're going to have a little chat, are they? How many bounces did that take and where did it bounce? We don't have a replay. We haven't even got the live stream here, so I can't tell you.
It seemed to continue to bounce to Abby Freeborn.
Yes. Was it loose out of the bowler's hand? Was it the pitch? There's a discussion. They've decided how many times it's bounced. So we're going to get a decision now. what we're going to get here is the... Ooh. I don't know what that was, because she's got her back to us and she signals something. What is she going to signal? Is she going to signal something? 189 for 8. Well, we'll just... Nope, one coming in. She's going to make it bowler again. Oh, it's a full toss to Kirsty Gordon's shins there, but she doesn't manage to get that ball away, and there is no run. 189 for 8. And we're about to get the last ball of the 41st over, which will be the middle of Izzy Wong's potential spell, because she's just going to bowl. This will be the 5th over. 28 runs, 18 dot balls. Wong to Gordon, who again can't get that ball away, and it's straight to the fielder. And we are 189 for 8 off 41 overs. And Higham is on 11 off the 22 balls she's faced. Kirsty Gordon's still not off the mark for 12.
But we saw this with Sarah Glenn earlier. It took her 10, 11 balls to get off the mark, and then she was chasing down that run rate, wasn't she? So just getting herself in, and that's the main thing. As long as she can stay, because they don't have wickets in hand, unfortunately. They really do need these two to power through to the end here. And just get as much as they can. Get that scoreboard more competitive. 230 we were thinking was perhaps a good score. 250 would be a brilliant score, but we'll see what happens. It's at least get to the 200 mark at a minimum. And that should be easy, that should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But 230...
That's the next milestone, isn't it? It's definitely...
Absolutely. Shot.
Nice shot.
Lucy Higham sweeps it out, but it's just going to be a single.
Straight to a fielder. So Rosa Talks Ball thinks that Kirsty Gordon may be playing with the same make of cricket bat that Elise Perry bats with.
Well, they have got connection back in the original Lightning days as
well. Yes, that's right. When Elise Perry played for Lightning, we used to go and sit on the... Kath Bentley used to put the deck chairs out. They had these lovely pink striped deck chairs in the old Kia Super League days of Lightning.
Davis comes into Higham. Just darts it down to Izzy Wong. No runs scored. 191 for 8. But yeah, 230, which should be a decent posting on the board, but 250 would be even better. But we'll see what happens with these two. But yeah, Kirsty Gordon spent her winter out in Australia. Mm-hmm. Spent some time with Sophie Luff, which was unexpected. So speaking to Sophie Luff, the Western Storm Captain Fantastic Western Storm, yeah. She wasn't expecting to play against Kirsty Gordon in the club side of things. Time just keeps that one out from Davis. Dot ball 191 for 8. Sophie Luff was playing for Parramatta Cricket Club in Sydney, and I'll have to check who Kirsty was playing for, but I know they were playing against one another, and then they both got called up into the New South Wales Breakers. As Davis bowls and Higham misses. Dot ball.
Well, it's your point, isn't it, now that we've hopefully past the worst of COVID, that opportunity to do the back and forth, I think we're going to see more of that, aren't we? The opportunity for these players to get some cricket in the sunshine in the opposite hemisphere. Yeah.
The only question though is, what impact does that leave the culture of the team training in winter if they're missing all of their kind of key and senior players? What impact does that have on those
franchises?
Younger developing players coming through? And should those opportunities also be extended to staff? There's been some staff have gone out. Yeah. To these sides.
Yeah. Some of these coaches have been all over the world doing franchise stuff as well, isn't it?
Georgia Clark, formerly of Western Storm, she no longer works.
She's doing.
Georgina Clark. She went out to Sydney for a bit as well to see how the different teams work and the operations out there. Sally Clark, the team manager for the Blaze, she went out to Hobart Hurricanes for the Big Bash, alongside John Bateson as well, as a fielding coach.
Well, Sue Redfern went out to do some women's Big Bash in October, although the weather kind of conspired against her doing many games, but she was teaching them how to use the DRS and stuff. So Arlott comes in from the Radcliffe Road end, replacing Izzy Wong from this end, and they think about taking a run and then not for very long. Yes, Sue Redfern went out because it was the first time that the Women's Big Bash had DRS introduced to all the games. So Sue was coaching a lot of the umpires out there to do that, but also it's some skills of being on the field and having DRS off the field when you've never had that as well. So she was doing coaching with that in October last year. So yeah, it's not just the players and the coaches, is it? So it's going to be increasingly the umpires hopefully get those opportunities to go hemisphere to hemisphere.
It's within these kind of regional structures, it's so important to get that knowledge exchange, like looking at what Australia's doing, coming back and implementing it here within the regions. What can we learn from them? Because we do mention Australia are ahead of us at the moment, but
there'll be things we can do. I mean, the 100 will have lessons for the rest of the world as well, so that's something we're leading on, isn't it? So Arlott into Gordon, who pops that to point and takes a sneaky run and gets a bruise on the back of the calf as Davina Perrin fields the ball back to the bowler's end, and they get through for a quick single. Gordon's off the mark now. 192 for 8. Halfway through the 43rd over. Kirsty Gordon off the mark now. 2 off 16. Balls faced. Higham 12 off 27 as Emily Arlott also goes outside the fielding ring to come in to bowl. Right arm over. Down the leg side. That's going to be given a wide, so she'll have another chance to have a go at that. Just wondering if is there an update from what the other games are doing, Jamie, that you could find for us? That'd be brilliant. Thank you. We can just update folks. Find out what Ali Byrne and Michael McCann are doing up at Old Trafford, etc. As Arlott comes into Higham and they get through for a quick single. Score moves on to 193 for 8. This will be the first time that Blaze get to 200 when we get there, won't it?
absolutely. I'm feeling more confident about a 230, 250 mark.
Yeah?
I should just back myself from the start rather than faffing about.
We just never know. You never know.
It's
That's the beauty of sport, isn't it? As Arlott comes into Gordon this time, who plays that respectfully straight back to Emily Arlott, and there is no run. 194 for 8 still.
That's the thing with cricket, isn't it? It's like back and forth, different moments of the game and different peaks and troughs.
Particularly with the 50 over, because you've got that, there's different phases of the game
Ebbs and
things.
flows.
Ebbs and flows, indeed.
So 1 minute one team's on top, then the next
Yeah.
the other. So it is a real battle, isn't it, out there today?
Proper battle, yeah. First game of the season. Sun's out. They're out playing for their regions. Straight to Davina Perrin. There's a chance of a run out, but
Kirsty Gordon looking really solid here.
Yeah.
Playing really nice, classic.
She just pinched a strike there with that single at the end of that over. 195 for 8 off 43 overs. Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Higham at the crease for the home side, the Blaze, the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, Hannah Thompson Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University. We've also got the benefit of Jamie Ramage, who very kindly offered to do some fascinating facts for us in the back of the box. He's keen to do some commentary, so he's watching from what he's going to learn from us, Hannah, I don't know. But he is sitting listening in the back to see what we're up to. And this is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is the 50 over competition between the 8 English Regional Centres of Excellence. We've got a change of bowling you're in. Katie George is coming back on again. Let's hope she's not to stay on her feet this time. 195 for 8. Hannah.
Yep, as Katie George comes in, Gordon facing, uses the pitch, apologises for some reason, but a single is taken. Score 196 for 8. But yeah, even having Jamie in the comms box here, etc., it just shows, people are so interested, and we need to kind of diversify the voices of the game. We've got an opportunity here. We've got, we're not a lot, and we can get something out of it. Whereas the men's game's already established, it's already got those kind of voices, etc. Within this women's regional structure, we can get all these new voices in. As George bowls to Higham. Another single taken, but that's the amazing thing. We can actually reset what cricket is by including people from different backgrounds. It doesn't just have to be the stereotypical like male, pale, stale. It doesn't have to be just those kind of like old boys club.
Yeah.
It can be people from all different backgrounds.
Different ages, different backgrounds.
Different ages, different class, different religion, age, ability, etc. The women's game has got that fresh start to it.
Yeah. Lots of opportunity and
So
more
many
games this season, and people getting the profile of these players is raising hugely.
As George bowls to Gordon, he tries to niggle it down leg but misses, and it's a wide ball.
Well, people, young girls and boys are seeing the 100. They're seeing their players play in the Women's Premier League in India. They want to come and watch Izzy Wong play in her local, for her region. They want to watch Kirsty Gordon, that they know has played for England and Scotland, etc. So yeah.
As George comes in once again to Gordon, left arm. Gordon shouts "wait!"
Yes,
in that Scottish tones.
Definitely no run there.
But she's playing some really classy cricket shots. Like I said before, like club, county, she's well documented.
She's looking lean and mean there. I don't know if it's the kit. She looks like she's.
She's a serious athlete.
Yeah.
Absolutely, she takes it so seriously, which she should. Professional athlete.
Setting the tone in the field. I know she will be doing that. She was doing that in the Lightning years.
George to Gordon.
Ooh, banged in.
As Gordon just gets out off her legs once again.
Sunrisers are 276 for 6 versus the Vipers at the Aegeus Bowl, where Mel Story, Emily Windsor and Phil Green are looking after you on the live stream there. Grace Scriven's got 67, Jodie Grucock got 69, Maddie Villiers got 70. So the Sunrisers, they're getting a go there. It could be Sunrisers' season. They've not done so well up till now, but add Saskia Hawley and Danae van Neerke into that mix, that could be really quite interesting. Nearly a caught behind there, I think, off George. It was a bit of a waft from Higham. And then South East Stars are 272. Well, what are we doing? We're a long way behind these. South East Stars 272 for 3 off 45 overs at Old Trafford. That's where Ali Byrne and Michael McCann are looking after you on the live stream there. Alice Davison Richards 73 not out. Paige Schofield, who Stars have pinched from the Vipers, 74 not out.
As George comes into Higham, left arm seam to a right-hander who finds the gap, not quite. Eve Jones comes and tidies it up.
Yeah, gets across there well there. And Northern Diamonds are 38 for. Northern Diamonds are 38 for 2 at Hennigley from 7 overs. So thank goodness there's some play at Diamonds. So the Diamond spectators will be happy to see that.
That's the end of the over. The Blaze are 199 for 8. Kirsty Gordon, new captain for this new look side, 5 off 21. Lucy Higham, 14 off 31. Partnership worth 14 at this stage, 42 balls faced. Run rates dropped down to 4.52. They've got a few overs remaining, 6 to go. Can they power on and hit that 230 plus score?
It's 199 though, Anna. We're about to do another first here. Emily Arlott is going to be bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm pace over the wicket to the right-handed Kirsty Gordon in the distinctive black batting gloves. And she manages to get a bat on that, but it goes straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. 199 for 8. Tithering on the edge of that milestone, getting through that 200 mark for the Blaze, the home side, the batting side, the one in the red tops. Emily Harlott, what's she got up her sleeve? It is a short sleeve, but she might have something up it. Harlott to Gordon, who again plays the same shot almost as a replay, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. 199 for 8 still in the 45th over.
Again, Gordon looking nice and strong, classical, but at this stage of the game perhaps needs to trying to fire up a little bit more as their hashtag.
Oh yes, fire up's a hashtag, and the hashtag hot sparks will fly for Central Sparks. Oh, a lot. To Gordon. Ooh, it looked like there might be a catch behind, but it just jagged in the pitch a little bit, and there is no run. Yes, you'll see that some of the regions have got their England players playing and others haven't. That's just because the ECB are trying to manage the workload of the England players to make sure that they're going to be reaching their peak at the Ashes. We should remind people that the one and only test match that the women will play this English summer will be in the Ashes one here at Trent Bridge. 5 days for the first time for a long while, possibly ever, I'm not quite sure. And that's swiped by Kirsty Gordon out to a pocket, but there is Izzy Wong out there, so they get through for it. They're going to get 2. Yes, they are. They're going to get 2. And that takes them through 200 for the first time in Blaze history. They put 200 on the board in a Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy game.
Kirsty Gordon used her feet nicely there. Emala wasn't too pleased about that, tried to fire it in a little bit shorter, and it was punished but was swept up well by Izzy Wong.
Oh, a lot. Still sunny here, but I imagine it's probably cold at pitch side. Oh, is that a caught behind? It is. There was definitely a noise here, even this far from the pitch with headphones on. So I'm afraid Kirsty Gordon, the captain, has got to go back. Caught behind Abby Freeborn, she's having a good day, isn't she, in terms of caught? So caught Freeborn bowled our lot 4-7. The Blaze captain Kirsty Gordon, and the Blaze are now 201 for 9 with the bat. Central Sparks in the field in their black kit with the funky dots on the sleeves. That's a sort of slightly different kit from last year. It was all black, but it's slightly different combinations. As the 12th comes on for a quick drink for Central Sparks. No doubt with a message, possibly from Lloyd Tennant, and we've got Grace Ballinger coming to the crease for the Blaze, who I think Kirsty Gordon picked as somebody picked as a player to watch in a recent ECB press release about players to watch.
She picked up the most wickets last year for Lightning, as they were previously known.
Let's see what she's got with bat in hand.
Again, a young talent, trying to assert her name on this regional scene.
So they've reached 201. We've got we're at last ball of the 45th over. 5 overs to go. Run a ball would be 230, wouldn't it? So 231. So see what transpires as Ballinger takes a good look round. A left-handed bat now. She's got to change the angle here for Emily Arlott, although she's still coming right arm over to the left-handed Ballinger, who defends that straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. That's the end of that over. 201 for 9, 45 overs gone, 5 overs left. Ballinger and Higham at the crease. Higham will face the next ball of the next over. Higham is on 14 off the 31 balls she's faced. What do you reckon then, Hannah?
Well, it could go one of two ways here. These need to just stick it out, get as much runs as we can on the board. Simple, isn't it? But they've got such a good seam attack, this Central Sparks side. So can they get through this last wicket and dismiss Blaze all out? 5 overs remaining. There's not much time.
It's a challenge on, isn't it? There's a possibility. I mean, it has to be a psychological advantage if you can bowl everybody out. If they don't use all of the balls that they're allocated. So
Lucy Higham facing again Nottinghamshire links, having played here in the past for the county side, and of course we've got county fixtures going on tomorrow. Leicestershire versus Staffordshire at Loughborough Town Cricket Club, and we've got Lincoln and Huntingdonshire as well as many others. As George comes into Higham, Higham drives that straight to the field. No runs scored, 201 for 9, stays on the board. But yeah, lots of county fixtures. Have a search of your local Again, county, see where they're playing. It's that next step in that pathway, isn't it? So you've got your club cricket, you've got your county cricket, then you've got this regional tier before getting into that national side.
It worked really well last season because the way it fell, because the county thing finished and then the regional started, so there was a kind of feed in. But now we've got the two running side by side as Katie George comes around the wicket.
Yeah, but there has been some county matches last weekend as well. Saw, especially the Vipers contingent, quite a lot of those players were playing for Sussex, etc. Georgia Adams, Vipers captain, playing with her sister Molly.
Yes, that's right. I saw that.
Yeah.
And the father saying that the cycle of life, because he's a cricketer as well, isn't he? So
yeah, I did a piece with them last Father's Day. So give it a read. You're going to hear about the Adams family.
The Adams family.
But Molly has England ambitions as well. I think she must be about 15, 16 now. As George comes in to Ballinger, who finds the gap. It's going to chase away, but fielder is there. Chloe Brewer, by the looks of things, ties it up. Scoreboard moves on to 203 for 9, just the one run from it, but decent shot by Ballinger. But yeah, there's different cricket families, aren't there?
Yeah,
you get it quite a lot in the men's game, don't you? But now we've just seen it in the women's game because it's finally professional. So
that's right.
I can't speak. Cordelia Griffith, her dad played for Derbyshire.
Oh yeah,
as well. So
okay. Well, she's at Sunrise, isn't she?
She's at Sunrise
at the moment, anyway. Yeah, she's I was going to say something about. Vipers. Charlotte Edwards has found a way to make all of her team professional, hasn't she? She's given them summer. So if they're not on full contracts, they're on summer contracts. Sneaky old Lottie managed to get them all professional.
As George bowls it to Higham, who misses, finds bouncing that pitch once again.
I don't think I fancy that. I don't think I fancy facing Katie George. The way her arm is coming through with that ball.
She's bowled really neatly, and as we mentioned before, she has been injury stricken in the past, so it's so good to see her ball in hand, bowling freely, taking her usual run up pretty much, looking comfortable compared to what we saw a bit of last season.
She's a bit straight to start, but she's getting her angles right now, I think.
As George comes into Higham, Higham hits through the covers for one run. Izzy Wong picks up 3/4 to the boundary and back into the hands of Katie George. So last ball of the over it should be.
It's really filling up opposite us, especially the pavilion side.
Yeah, it's really good to see a good crowd in, and hopefully that's the thing with having the base of the Blaze at Trent Bridge. Of course, they're going to be playing in other East Midlands grounds, but because it's here, you can tap into that Nottinghamshire membership base.
Yeah, absolutely.
George comes in to Ballinger, who finds the fielder, no runs scored, 204 for 9. But that's the thing, isn't it? Being attached to a county cricket club compared to a university, you get those extra members. You can try and convert.
You've got some
of
almost automatic audience. I mean, it isn't automatic, but and some chance to create loyalty. But there has been a real sense that everything's been refreshed by coming here. Even, and I know the kit's changed, but even the attitude, involving the players and local community stuff, being at, as you say, home. They're training at Trent Bridge. They're getting the benefit of the facilities here.
Sometimes
it's going to make a big difference.
Training alongside the men at times as well. Tapping into both areas of expertise, like transferring the knowledge both ways.
Well, we've seen the Ashes advertised this year as 2 Ashes, haven't we? The men's and the women's Ashes, both sides. So the two can complement each other as Arlott comes in to Higham, who makes a huge shot into a pocket, but I suspect it's going to stop because Izzy Wong is near the boundary and she's picking that up. But they get through for 2 runs. And that's 206 for 9. Higham on 18 off her 36 ball, and Ballinger off the mark with the 1 off the 3 she's faced. Yes, not many balls left now. So what can Blaze get to? Because they need to set a decent target, particularly if Central Sparks get away with the bat. So Arlott into Higham, who ramp scoops it past That'll be free ball, and that's going to hit the rope. Yeah, that's another 4. That's a good 4 for Higham there. Score moves on to 210 for 9.
The noise from the crowd then as well was
They're getting involved,
superb.
aren't they?
Yeah, much needed boundary.
Proper getting involved. It's great.
I must think Lucy Higham can play those kind of shots.
Yeah. I didn't necessarily look neat, but it doesn't matter if you get 4s. No marks for style, as they say. Sorry, that's the cliche klaxon going off. But yeah, between the fielders there, it was a smart move. And Lucy, I'm still looking at where the gaps are, so I don't know what she's planning next. She's just trying to work out where the fine leg fielder is moving to and from.
Seems to chase away down there as well.
Yeah, there's probably a bit of a slope there. Lot to Higham, who plays that backward of square because he knows that the fielder's right on the rope. They could get through for 2, as indeed they do. There's a debate about boundaries, wasn't there? Because I saw the Cricket Her vodcast where they were saying that the challenge for the boundary size for the women's game is that the new spectators and the broadcasters want lots of 4s and 6s, which means there's no incentive for putting the boundaries out. And that's, for the more traditionalists, they're saying, well, if you've got some of these boundaries, it wouldn't matter where the rope was, as Arlott comes into Higham. Oh, and it's clean bowled, middle stump, cartwheeling out of the ground. Arlott gets a wicket there. Clean bowls. Higham there. And that's the end of the innings. That was a last wicket. 200. So the Blaze finish. They lost. They paid for 50, but they only used 46 for 0.4 of their overs. They are all out for 212 in the first innings, and well, that was spectacular end. The middle stump. And 212, those two go off there. And I'm not. Hannah's signalling at me. Go on, tell me what.
Another bowler.
Another 3-fer.
Dealing in 3.
Oh, yes. So Emily Arlott, off her 8.4 overs, went for 41 runs. Another 3-fer, as Hannah's pointed out, with 34 dot balls. Katie George finishes her 8 overs for 35 runs, no wickets, and 32 dot balls. And Grace Ballinger finishes not out, 1 off 3 balls. Well, that was fun, but we didn't get to the end. I feel like I'm shortchanged. What do you reckon, Hannah?
Yeah, they'll be disappointed not using all the overs, of course. Is it enough? We will soon find out, but I think it might be a bit below par. We had a bit of a collapse there towards the middle and end, and Tammy Beaumont, a highest scorer, 60 runs. Sarah Glenn, pleasingly, with 38. Georgie Boyce with 28. Higham with 24, but couldn't see out those final overs. And de Klerk with 11. Perhaps just need one more person to stand up and contribute a little bit more.
Yeah, if de Klerk had got another sort of 20 odd runs and things, that could have made a big difference. So Davis finishes 3 for 33, Arlott 3 for 41, and Potts 3 for 46. You're right, there's 3 threes there as well. And Baker got 1 wicket for 24, but lots of dots off their 46.4. We're going to have a short break for lunch. I think there's half an hour allocated for lunch, if I get this right. And they're putting the roller on the strip at the moment and giving it a good sweep. So we shall speak to you again after lunch. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, and you join us at the halfway stage. We've got the home team, the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence of the Blaze, who used to be Lightning, Loughborough Lightning to some, but Lightning. So this is the birth of the Blaze, playing against their Midlands rivals at the Central Sparks, who are just about to come into bat. And the Blaze are in their brand new, obviously different brand anyway, but in these lovely fire engine red, orangey red tops, and Central Sparks in their black kit with the funky shoulders. And I'm looking at a big picture of Izzy Wong, so I'm assuming that one of those batters is Izzy Wong, opening the batting with her captain Eve Jones, and we've got Grace Ballinger, I think, about to open the bowling for the Blaze. This is the 50 over competition, Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and it has a sort of a younger sister, the Lottie Cup, the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is a sort of 20 over version. But this is the 8 regions of England playing against each other, and this is the first game of the season in terms of the regional setup for each of these teams. We've got a dry day here. It's quite sunny, although cloudy. I think it's pretty cold at pitch side. But we've got a good crowd in as well, coming in to watch. And we're about to get the second innings underway. It is indeed Eve Jones to face Grace Ballinger, coming in from the far end. Straight through, and there is no run. Big green swathe of grass here, and the sun reflecting off the white seats of the stands that I assume that the stewards have closed off, but because the spectators are mostly confined to the seats opposite the end that we're at, which is the Radcliffe Road end. Ballinger comes in to Jones, who defends that down, and there is no run. Ballinger's got a very distinct run up, hasn't she?
Yeah, no, she certainly does, but it pays off because she was the top wicket taker for the side formerly known as Lightning last summer.
She had a 3 for against the Stars last season, so she'll be hoping to recreate that. Ballinger into Jones, who, that squirts off past the sort of gully region down to short third, and they get through for a single. Not confidently made, but there is no marks for style, as they say, so 1 run there for Eve Jones, the left-handed Eve Jones, the skipper. And it will be Izzy Wong to face the next ball. Different angles for the bowler to bowl at, because Izzy Wong is a right-hander. Izzy Wong, fresh from playing in the Indian Women's Premier League. She likes a good crowd, and Central Sparks increasingly last season were using her to open the batting. So Ballinger, left arm over to the right-handed. Oh, it was almost a caught and bowled there. That was definitely a chance there as the ball went through Grace Ballinger's hands, straight back from Izzy Wong. And it's a free hit, and after a no ball, so Grace Ballinger's obviously overstepped. As Sue Redfern's just explaining that you've overstepped there on that front foot. So it's a front foot no ball. We have a free hit. So Izzy Wong will get a chance to have a big hoik at this. I'm thinking probably cow corner.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
if she gets underneath this in any way whatsoever. So the field theoretically can't change, although I think there's a bit of gesturing going on as Ballinger comes in from the pavilion end to Izzy Wong, and she takes a swipe but can't get the ball away and just knocks it on its head, and there is no run. Score is 2 for no loss, and it's just the first over. It's 50 over competition. As I say, Rachael Heyhoe Flint. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player. You'll also hear the voices of Hannah Thompson Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University, doing all things academicals with the women's cricket stuff, and you hopefully later we're going to get a chat with Jamie Ramage and Ballinger to Wong, who again can't get that ball away. He's not struggling with the timing and looking at the pitch in an accusative manner. And Blaze, their first ever fielding innings, and after their rebrand and their new home here at Nottingham. So this is the birth of the Blaze. This is the first time they've ever played as the Blaze in the full setup. Ballinger, left arm over, distinctive run up into Wong, who knocks it up again, and could have been another caught and bowled there, but it goes past Grace Ballinger, and that's the end of the first over. 2 for no loss. Hannah.
Yeah, a tidy start from Ballinger. Not too much to complain about there, is there? Sparks have got to chase 211 more runs to win.
Mm-hmm.
And
which feels a bit like under par, doesn't it, as a total? And they didn't go through all of their 50 overs, so some balls wasted there potentially.
Yeah, it absolutely does feel a bit under par, but we've got the overseas signing of Nadine de Klerk bowling at the Ratcliffe Road end, so see what she's all about, making her debut here for the Blaze. Only arrived last week. Already had an instant impact on the training culture, apparently, according to the Trent Bridge press release earlier this week. So
she's working hard, is she?
Working hard, inspiring the next generation, all that fun stuff.
I bet the people who don't like the gym are really pleased about that.
Having a word with Kirsty Gordon, of course, the new captain for the Blaze. De Klerk comes in, right arm over to Eve Jones.
Is it going to rip the boundary? Yep.
And Jones hits a boundary, 4 runs off of de Klerk's first ball of the over. Little bat tap in the middle.
This is going to be fascinating. I'm hoping it's going to be an absolute classic, because it could be. The two rosters are really kind of interesting mix now of experience and the exuberance of youth, as it were. First 10 overs will be the power play, of course, in this 50 overs. So that means that for the women's game, 25-yard circle, which you'll see marked out in discs, they can only have 2 fielders maximum outside of that. And once the first 10 overs is over, they can have a maximum of 4, which is different to the men's game, different size circle also.
De Klerk to Jones, who chooses to leave. Much better areas from de Klerk. Dot ball, score 6 for 0.
You were saying that we were both at Sydney, at the Sydney Cricket Ground in 2020 in the T20 World Cup, and saw Nadine de Klerk play exceptionally well in that semi-final, which they almost beat the home team. They almost beat the Aussies in that semi, but not quite. But it would not have been the same final without Australia, I don't think. But Nadine de Klerk, a smart move, I think, for the Blaze, because she's good in all things. And I think once she gets settled, it's going to be a huge impact and inspiration for the players, the local players here.
Yep, absolutely. And it's that next level of professionalism as well. You're allowed that overseas player within this regional squad, and the teams are starting to utilise that more. Of course, with Thunder, they had world boss Dottin, self-named, of course. They've had her for a couple of seasons now, and now the other regional sides are also playing a bit of catch-up, utilising that spot. Appeal, shake of the head from the umpire.
No, not interested. Yeah, so we've got Nadine de Klerk here. We've got Chloe Tryon is going to be at Northern Diamonds up in the Yorkshire, the Greater Yorkshire and Furtherfield. I know it's Furtherfield. No, it's not just Yorkshire, but Northern Diamonds. We've got Saskia Hawley, who's an Aussie who's playing for Scotland, playing for Sunrisers, and then Danae van Neerkirk will play T20 with Sunrisers as well.
Klerk to what?
Woo! That was a squirty one, wasn't it?
One gets that one backwards for a single. 8 for 0. Wong on 1, Jones on 6.
Yes, we're seeing, and of course, Central Sparks themselves have just announced that they're going to have Erin Burns playing for them, which I think is also fantastic. She played some 100 for Birmingham Phoenix 2 seasons ago. We'll gloss over the fact that she played for Manchester Originals and a non-Midlands side last season. I don't know that she got on the pitch much, but she's going to play for Central Sparks, which is brilliant. And again, a consummate professional, and good in all departments, and also one of those people who's an exceptional fielder, and that always inspires people. So we've got Ballinger coming in from the pavilion end, left arm. Ooh, that looked painful and a bit uncomfortable for Wong. She didn't get the ball away, and there is no run.
Yeah, obviously in the formerly named Lightning we had Piper Cleary from Australia.
Oh yeah,
but
who also played for Thunder the previous season.
She did indeed.
Did a good season in the Women's Big Bash. I was out in Australia, I was noticing that she was doing well there.
Yeah, quite a South African contingent this summer.
Oh, a refusal from the far end. Obviously got her stride wrong, or Izzy Wong was putting her off her game there as Ballinger pulls out before she delivers the ball. Ponytail swing as she runs in. It's a very distinctive run. Left arm over the wicket to right-handed Izzy Wong, who puts it in the air again, but not quite to the fielder. I suspect that the fielder had her eyes wide open there and thinking, I'm going to get a catch here. Is that Sarah Glynn?
I think it is.
Yes, nearly caught her ex-teammate out there. It dropped, unfortunately, in front of her, so I don't think you could call it a missed chance. I think it was just unfortunately just dropping in front of her.
It will go in the fielding book as a missed opportunity.
Oh, harsh.
It's not me who makes the rules.
Oh, okay. Izzy Wong taking her time to get ready. Ballinger bangs it. Oh, it's gone up in the air again, but it's gone into another gap. And it goes to deep third and gets fielded back in again, and they get through for a single. Score is 9 for no wickets, and it's halfway through the third over. And of course the field, having the benefit with Central Sparks, have quite a lot of left-handers, so it means that the field have to keep readjusting for the left and the right-handed batters. Eve Jones, a left-hander. Forward and defends that, prods it into the onside, but there is no run. Well, England are in desperate need of a left-handed batter at the top of the order.
And Eve Jones is one of those players that continuously...
She's been there and thereabouts, hasn't she?
Consistently performed, but gets overlooked.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute. Ballinger in from the pavilion end to Eve Jones. And I don't want this to be the famous curse of the commentator, but do you know what I would do? I would pick Eve Jones for the test only. Give her a chance to have a go with the multi-day game, because I think her game would be more suited to that. I mean, she's not the bish bash bosh, but she's a great inspirational captain, and I think given more time, as there would be in a test match, that would be perfect for her. She takes one off her legs into square, and there's a bit of a pocket there, so they could easily get 2 there. She encourages Izzy Wong to come back to her, and they get 2 runs. Score is 11 for no loss after 3 overs. We're still in the power play. Yeah, what do you reckon to that?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely valid, and I think her batting style would suit 50 over format as well, though, like we'll witness today, but definitely the longer format for sure. I think sometimes people look at age and use that as like a oh, you know, she's in her 30s now, or what? And it's like, well, no, there's still life in her. Life doesn't stop. Life doesn't stop. Like, she needs these opportunities. Yes, invest in young players, but at the same time, if players are performing, why should they not be given a chance to break into the squad?
Yeah, I mean, there are other left-handers, of course.
Mr. Clerk comes back on the scene. Dot ball.
And I don't think it'll be long before we see Grace Scrivens in senior colours. Talking of left-handed batters.
Yeah. And obviously she offers with the ball as well.
Everything under leadership skills, despite her young age.
As de Klerk comes into Wong, who prods it back out to the fielder. No runs scored, 11 for naught. Crowd filling up nicely again here after the interval.
Bit of a breeze across the ground.
De Klerk to Wong.
Oh,
It's down the leg side, it's going to be called a wide.
yeah. The other games today, the one is Headingley had a late delayed start because of the weather, where Northern Diamonds are playing Western Storm. We think it's being covered by BBC Radio Leeds, although we're not sure, so don't quote us on that. The other two games are, one is at Old Trafford, which is on YouTube Lancs TV.
De Klerk to Wong, who swipes in. Oh, a missed opportunity. It slides through the hands of the fielder at cover-ish area. Just trying to work out who that is. Just trying to work out.
I'm not sure
Who it is.
An opportunity, certainly.
Opportunity, hands went out, but unfortunately it just slid right through.
Yeah, and then a possible opportunity for a run out. It's a bit exciting, that ball.
It looks like it's Beth Harmon.
Beth Harmon. It's getting that ball through. Yeah, the other games at Old Trafford, Thunder are playing South East Stars, and you're being looked after by Alison Byrne and Michael McCann. Michael McCann making his Rachael Heyhoe Flint commentary debut, although he's done lots of women's football. And the other game is down at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton, where the Vipers are taking on Sunrisers, and you're being looked after by Mel Story, Emily Windsor and Phil Green down there, and that's on the Southern Vipers YouTube, so you can subscribe to that channel for free. We've got a substitute going on here.
Yep, it seems Beth Harmer with that missed opportunity unfortunately has done something to her hand. She was holding the palm of her hand, so
the 12th is on and having to run to the opposite corner of the pitch, unfortunately.
I think that's Josie Groves. It looks like with the signature Platt.
Platt could be, yeah.
Of course, under 19s
Groves
World
and
Cup
Graves, and
England player. So de Klerk.
Oof, underneath the bat. Oof, that was a close one.
De Klerk bowls it to Jones. Jones prods it down into the ground, so no chance of a caught behind.
There's
but
some smiling, at least wryly, at each other there. That was a nearly chance, wasn't it?
Absolutely, but she did ground it.
Jammed it out, in whatever fashion.
Sarah Bryce awake for that one. Nice and early into this game. Hands are all ready and warm. She'll be wanting to take some spectacular catches from behind. Scotland vice-captain. De Klerk comes into Jones.
Ooh.
Finds the fielder.
Fielding. As you can hear, the fielders right hand, left hand, because they're having to change positions every time the strike gets rotated. 13 for no loss at the end of the 4th over. Wong on 3 and Jones on 8.
Decent start.
Yeah.
We don't have to do too much too early.
They were a little bit. They had some gifts, didn't they, early on in terms of the no ball, etc. They didn't make much of the no ball, unfortunately. But
below
the free hit.
They're below the required run rate, but still early doors. Plenty of wickets in hand. Nothing to worry about at this stage at all.
No, Ballinger from the far end to us as one tries to get that away, but it's really struggling with the timing from that end. We saw some balls pop from there to Tammy Beaumont, certainly off Emily Harlott. So I don't know how much the pitch is playing a part in this today.
The pitch is definitely given some bounce, isn't it?
But I don't think we're going. I mean, Izzy Wong is not one for staying round very long, so we shall see if we see any fireworks as Ballinger comes in from the pavilion. Wong waves a bat again, straight to the fielder again. Unfortunately, no run. 13 for no loss. Approaching the middle of the 5th over. It will be a power play where there's only 2 fielders allowed outside the fielding circle for the first 10 overs. So Blaze will want to make the most of trapping Central Sparks in that inside the 25-yard circle, and Sparks will want to make the most of going up and over the top, which is I think why there's so many catch chances as Ballinger comes in, and Wong demonstrates my point perfectly by knocking it up over the fielder at mid-off and gets 4 runs. They'll want to make the most, because the fielders are so close in, they want to make the most of hitting the ball up and over, trying to get 4s during this power play. Wong spinning the bat as she taps the floor, waits for the ball to be delivered by Ballinger. She goes back and plays that into a gap between mid-wicket and square, and the square fielder does a diving stop but cannot stop the 4 there. It's 4 runs to Izzy Wong, and it's 21 for no loss as we approach the end of the 5th over.
Yeah, they're getting through these overs quickly, aren't they?
Yeah. I suppose because Sparks had some long run-up fast bowlers, although Ballinger's on the ring there, so just felt slower with the Sparks. Ballinger into Wong, who swings, and I don't know whether we got under edge, but it bounced before the keeper, and there is no run.
I think
21 for no loss.
umpire Sue was thinking about using her arms.
No. I think it might have got an under edge and went. Sort of felt like that. We haven't got the live stream, and we haven't got the benefit of any kind of replay here, so we can't see that. There was certainly a noise. Maybe it was bat on the floor. Ballinger into Wong. She plays that into the covers, but it's fielded, and there is no run. It's funny to see these players in that bright red as opposed to the purple of the. Even at a different ground.
Yeah, bright red, hint of orange.
Yeah, sort of orangey red. It's a proper zingy red. Proper bright zingy red, yeah.
That's the main thing, it is bright.
I'm not quite sure how that suits the fashion people with when players have got bright red hair, like as in the Dean de Klerk with a reddy orange kit, but we'd have to ask the fashionistas.
Yeah, there's been some comments about the kits this summer. I guess it's a bit of a love-hate.
Yeah, they're probably all love-hate, aren't they?
De Klerk into Jones, who has to just block it back to the bowler.
That was a good ball, wasn't it? Well defended, I think, there from Eve Jones, who's twisting to keep herself warmed up.
Yeah, there's been mixed reviews I've seen on Twitter briefly.
Right, so it was only announced a day or so ago, wasn't it?
Yep, and there's lots of noise about it.
Oh, is that?
Some say perhaps these are more not forest colours, and
oh my, yes, creating some local.
As de Klerk goes to Jones again. Jones decides to leave.
Well, it's not a black kit, which lots of the others have. Sunrisers.
That was the main
Central
consensus, I believe.
Sparks. Yeah.
Well, I really like black kits.
Yeah, I mean, there's the players. Obviously, it's kind of more flattering, I suppose. But
It's de Klerk once again to Jones. Score 21 for naught at the moment. Signalled wide.
Little wafty waft.
Bit too far out of the reach of Eve Jones there.
Because that's the thing about the South East Star, it's distinct. You could see them from a long way off and you would know it's South East Stars because they've got yellow with the blue stripes. I mean, sort of bumblebee-like to me, but it's distinct from a distance. Western Storm in their green, that's distinct as well. When they're all playing in black, it's difficult.
De Klerk to Jones, who swipes it off their legs, goes backwards for just the single. But yeah, I feel like the Blaze missed out on getting some flames on their shirts or something, perhaps, like the noughties, 90s black shirt with the flames that all the boys who swear to the school disco, that kind of. No, absolutely not. Please do not do that.
Yeah, because
sarcasm.
The Sparks had had like a spark, the emoji for the boom emoji, but it did have a kind of spark on it, so that was at least distinctive for that.
De Klerk into Wong this time. Shows the full face of the bat, but the ball's collected. No run taken. 23 for naught. Yeah, that was complete sarcasm. I really don't want them to do that. Yeah, but maybe it would look really cool. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know, but I think there's a lot of fun in some of the designs.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. Some of them.
Interesting. Another word for it. But de Klerk to
more
one.
classic, perhaps, the Blaze kit.
Yeah, definitely more classic indeed. But yeah, it's exciting, isn't it, that people are talking about these kind of things as well as for cricket. Obviously, it's that step in the professionalism. What do you want your sports kit to look like? What is the team identity? What is the branding going to be like? It's fun. De Klerk again to Wong, who has to just defend it into the hands of Tammy Beaumont, back to Sarah Bryce. End of the over, tidy over from de Klerk, who's gone 3 overs for not many runs because the scoreboard's just disappeared.
He's talking about the kit. I was listening to the Naughty Child podcast who had only just seen the new Sparks kit, and Polly's view was that she didn't like V-necks, so there'll be a view about the shape and the colours and things. So
here we go. Scoreboard's back. De Klerk, 3 overs, 10 runs, 13 dot balls at present. Bowling in partnership with Grace Ballinger.
Yes, Ballinger from the pavilion end, where there is a flag which is fluttering, so there is some breeze across as Ballinger comes in, left arm over to the left-handed Eve Jones, who they seem to be struggling with the timing this end of the pitch particularly, or maybe it's to Ballinger's bowling.
It's a steady approach by the Sparks.
Yeah, Sparks looking sort of slightly frustrated, that they can't get the ball away. One giving some catch chances and Eve Jones having to defend from this point. As Ballinger waits for Eve Jones to be ready. Comes in with a distinctive run-up. Eve Jones works that into mid-wicket, but there's a fielder there and it's stopped and there is no run. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, I'm a former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University. We're going to get Jamie Ramage on in a bit, just to give us some fascinating facts and things. He's got a whole book full of stuff. Ballinger coming in from the far end. Jones again defends that down, and it's just fielded and there is no run. We've got quite a Scottish contingent here. We've got the captain and vice captain in the two Bryce sisters. Kirsty Gunn, of course, did play for Scotland and then played for England, and I'm sure that's her aspiration to do that again as well. Ballinger into the left-handed Eve Jones. Lets that go through straight to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, all 3 of them studied at Loughborough as well.
Yep.
Obviously, was the kind of the only place you'd go to for cricket back in the day before this structure was in place. If you wanted to make it for England, you go to Loughborough. But now, because of these regional hubs, you don't have to do that. You don't have to take that as your only pathway, which is brilliant. But that's where these 3 have kind of come into to get that local connection.
Ballinger into Jones. He triggers forward, thinks about a run, and then changes her mind. There's a bit of backing up, and they burgle a run for the misfield. Unfortunate for the Blaze, but another run to the total on Central Sparks, and also rotating the strike, which means the fielder now have to respond to a right-handed batter in Izzy Wong.
And as you mentioned with the Scottish Free or Scottish Trio, they've all played for local county teams around this region as well, so there's a strong emphasis now, especially as for Blaze, that the players do connect with the region's counties. And we mentioned earlier, but if in case you missed it, Leicestershire are playing Staffordshire tomorrow at Loughborough Town Cricket Club, and we've also got Lincoln and Huntingdonshire in action, and there'll be other county matches on as well, so you just need to do a bit of homework, have a look around and see if your local county are in action.
Wong comes forward and dots that down again. There is no run.
A full weekend of cricket.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this is like the felt like a false start around the Easter time, although there were some warm-up games going on. I know Sparks played a couple of warm-up games, and the regions, various of them played warm-up games, but lots of them were rained off. The North versus South game, the 2-day game, that was called off, I think, because of rain. And it feels at that sort of false start point in the season, but now hopefully we're going to get some better weather and we're going to see lots of women's cricket. This year the Rachael Heyhoe Flint is home and away, so double the fixtures, and they've got that, and obviously then the T20 competition, which is the equivalent of this between the regions, which is the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the Lottie Cup, whatever you want to call it, and we're going to see lots of women's cricket, so get yourself along or listen to the live stream.
To Clark, to Jones, who Tammy Beaumont just denies a chance of a single. She slides across and stops that.
Demonstrating her ex-gymnast history.
Yeah, all-round athlete, Tammy Beaumont. And of course, normally see her behind the stumps as well. But Sarah Bryce has got that duty today. As de Klerk comes into Jones, who again almost finds Tammy Beaumont but finds Sarah Glenn instead. No runs scored, 24 for naught.
Yeah, we've got some, because a lot of these have been or are or have been teammates and trained together and now find themselves on opposite sides. So Sarah Glenn was Central Sparks last season, so there's a bit of local rivalry going on there as well.
Bit more pace from de Klerk then. Hands in the air, wondering if there was a slight edge, but no appeal in place. Eve Jones just trying to go out that one a little bit too close for comfort, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I kind of get the feel that Jones is starting to get a bit frustrated not being able to kind of get the ball away. There are gaps, but they've got to find the gaps, and they're bowling to their field at the moment, the Blaze, or past the field.
Really well bowled again from de Klerk. Just the single taken as Jones hits it back behind the bowler. Change of field around now for the right-hander Wong. Of course, Jones is left-handed, so we're getting a bit of movement here in the field.
But the umpires really love it. Left and right, left and right.
De Klerk charges in to Wong, who's on 11 at present. Wong tries to swipe, but finds the fielder at
point, I suppose, wasn't it? 45 degrees. Not really getting it away, are they? Not making the most of this power play fielding restrictions.
In comparison to the Blaze, absolutely not. The Blaze did have a bit more of a fiery start to begin with, but we saw what happened. They kind of dwindled towards the middle and end phase. So a steady start here from Sparks.
That's the thing about the 50 over game, it can go in a very different way, can't it? It could be the same total but achieved in very different manner and at different rates.
And that's the end of the over. 26 for naught. We've got Eve Jones on 11 and Izzy Wong on 12. Partnership obviously worth the 26 runs that are on the board. Going at a run rate of 3.25, required 4.45, so not too far away. Early stage of the game, still 42 overs remaining, so much time for this pair.
Yeah, so 2 more overs of the power play, which is fielding restriction. So Blaze will be trying to knock it up and over the close-in field, and meanwhile the Blaze will be wanting to limit that and keep them pegged in.
I can confirm as well, Enid Bakewell is in the house.
Oh, excellent. We'll talk about that in a minute. Ballinger to Wong, who does exactly... she demonstrated that perfectly. It's the first 6 of the game. The first 6 against the Blaze. But into the stand there, so we're going to have to send a steward up into that closed-off stand, I think. Yeah, so that's the first 6 of the game. Izzy Wong buries one into the stand. So I think she enjoyed that. She's now repeating it at the crease. So yes, the first 6. Yes, not going to die wondering now with Izzy Wong batting.
That's what we normally see from Izzy Wong, isn't it? It is those fireworks. It is powerful, explosive. We see her get to higher runs without doing too much. She just stands there and powers it through, but
If
I just
I
had a little giggle because they couldn't get the ball.
No, they can't get the ball back. 6, says Sarah Bartlett.
She's just bowed to the crowd. I'm not sure if you can see it on the live stream, but we've got a bit of a comical moment here.
The umpires are playing about as well. I don't know what's
So
going
the
on
crowd
there.
gave her an applause because they were hunting that ball. It went into the stand. They were fishing around loads. She got it, and the next you know, she's bowing to the crowd, who I'm guessing gave her a bit of cheek.
Yeah, Sue Redfern inspecting the state of the ball after it's come back from the seats as well. And if I was sat at Cow Corner, which there's quite a lot of people sat at Cow Corner with Wong facing that way around as Ballinger coming into the aforementioned Wong. He tries to take a swipe again, but the ball goes down the offside and there is no run.
A good response there.
Yeah. You're not going to hit that one easily without moving your feet a lot to the leg side. You're not going to play that to leg side.
I'm absolutely loving Izzy Wong just shadowing her shots.
There's a lot
afterwards.
There's a lots of shots not being played, isn't there?
Styling it out.
Ballinger ponytail flying in from the pavilion end. Wong defends that one. Ooh. A rare defensive shot from Izzy Wong, whose body language is frustrating. I want to hit everything for 6. She readjusts her gloves. 32 for no loss, halfway through the 9th over. So they've got 9 overs to make the most of the field being in close, all those big areas of green. That's where Izzy Wong will be wanting to target as Ballinger comes in. Wong takes a big swipe and finds one of those gaps out across the carpet. Another 4. If you can find that gap and give it a good thump, it's going to run away, isn't it?
Yeah, we saw it in the first innings. It was slowing down a little bit. Perhaps a bit of moisture in the pitch, but it seems like with the sun, it's starting to. The outfit started to fly a little bit better.
It's probably drying out a bit. It might have been a bit damp this morning, perhaps because it was so. It was misty
We had
driving
rain.
in.
Yeah, we had rain overnight in the area, so thankfully we've got beautiful blue sky, sunshine, lots of clouds though, but still.
Yeah, bit of breeze. Ballinger in from the far end to Wong. Defends that again, no run. Yes, the season stretching out in front of us. That excitement, that thought. What's going to happen? We've got some changes in personnel between the regions. We've got some movement of the players. We've got some international stars, as Hannah mentioned earlier. What impact are they going to make? What are we going to be able to look back on as the highlights of this season? Everything in prospect as Ballinger comes into Wong. He plays that again to the fielder, but this time in the covers, and there is no run again. And that's 9 overs gone. 36 for no loss for Central Sparks, who are the West Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence, against the Blaze, who are the home team, the East Midlands team. Rebranded Lightning, or sometimes referred to as Loughborough Lightning, but certainly Lightning. Rebranded and brought to a new home of homes in terms of coming to Trent Bridge. They've always been covered the East Mids region, but I think being based at the university was always that whiff of academia and a younger side, and traditionally, like you said, people who had been drawn to Loughborough because of the cricket and because of playing for the regional side. Now it has more of a feel of the East Mid side, and it's based at Nottingham, but they're going to be playing at Derby, Leicester and so forth, I think, as well. So we've got Sarah Glenn coming on, ex-Central Sparks, against her ex-teammates from our end, the Radcliffe Road end. Over to you then, Hannah.
But as we mentioned, Glenn has got a local link from
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire. Played some club cricket at Denby, and her family are very involved there. So she is back home, I'd say.
Yeah.
Played here for Trent Rockets, but of course she's now moved after the draft to London Spirit, so she'll be playing at Lords more frequently.
Not a bad home though, is it?
No, they do the best lunches as well, as you can imagine.
We talked about Denby teas, yes. the
Lord's
lunches.
Lunch. Oh, unbelievable. But Glenn, leg spin, England player.
Oh, skippy, not ready.
Just a slight movement in the field. But leg spinner, Sarah Glenn, England honours, of course. To Jones, her former captain.
There's going to be some cat and mouse here, I think.
Got some big noises there. You could probably hear Kirsty Gordon on the mic there shouting, yes, Glennie. Getting behind their new teammate. Glennie to her former captain, Eve Jones, once more. Dot ball, score remains 36 for naught.
It does make you wonder what the balance is between, when you're at a team, do you tell them where your weaknesses are? Because if you change teams, they're going to make the most of it.
I think with all the performance analysis these days, it's quite known anyways. They get access now to so much video footage, and they do so much preparation in terms of matchups. They know what they do their homework now.
Yeah. But it's that kind of confessions thing. I remember, when I played, people would say, "Oh, I don't like spin bowling, or I don't like this, I don't like that." You think, well, if you're likely to change regions, you don't want to be telling people what you don't like, even if you've been successful at playing it. You don't really want to tell them, do you?
Yeah, I think that's another. Again, we talk about professionalism and the impact on the game, but giving the players the time to do this kind of homework and to find the matchups and do the analysis, etc. Having a performance analysis for a start. Obviously, back in the county days, it was more most of the time you had to pay to play.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You rocked up, you played the game as best you could.
Yeah.
But without all of this support.
Well, you hear Charlotte Edwards say the first England game she turned up at, the first thing they did was give her the bill for the blazer that she had to play in, or not even play in, the blazer that she had to turn up in. Here's the bill.
Wong hits it out in the deep, and it's taken by Lucy Higham on the boundary. A huge wicket for the Blaze. Lucy Higham in her favoured boundary rider spot. She's gone down. I don't know if she's hurt herself a little bit.
Did she split a webbing earlier? Is it the same player?
No, not the same player. So
Sarah Glenn winded her at best.
Sarah Glenn with her first wicket for the Blaze. She just misses.
Well, it's the wicket's first ever the Blaze's first ever wicket.
Yeah, so she's just missed Izzy Wong for 22 runs. Caught by Lucy Higham, as mentioned. Bowled Sarah Glenn. Good start from Izzy Wong. She hit the first 6 of the match, but Sarah Glenn's leg spin sees her walking back to the pavilion. But an excellent catch out in the deep by Lucy Higham. She had to wait for it for a moment.
Yes, there was a sharp intake of breath, I think, as it sailed through the air into her hands. Well, I think that's the Central Sparks is obviously they send Izzy Wong in. Sometimes it's going to come off. Sometimes it doesn't, but it gives them a quick sort of boost at the top of the batting order potentially.
And that's what I find surprising when she's playing for England, when people are surprised when she does bat.
Yeah.
Because she can bat.
Well, it's like that first ball she faced in the Women's Premier League, isn't it? She hit 6. She had one ball, like, yeah, that's going.
Yeah.
Fetch that.
And that's the Charlotte Edwards mentality, isn't it?
Yeah, just go it. Do it.
She's put a lot into the batters of late, hasn't she, in terms of like just hitting over the top.
Yeah.
What Vipers do so well.
She obviously inspires. She's a coach for whom finals are a kind of assumption, really. The teams that she coaches, regardless of where they are. So we've got Catherine Bryce coming on from the pavilion end, and we have Chloe Brewer, who Central Sparks have pinched from the Stars.
Yep.
So first season for Chloe Brewer. She's at the non-strikers at the moment, but I saw her play in a warm-up game, so they're using it to bat at the top of the order. And sometimes, as mentioned in a couple of podcasts I've listened to lately, I think it's probably Naughty Child, they were just saying sometimes the change of region is just that sort of shot in the arm that gives people a bit more different opportunities.
Well, that's what we saw with
combination opportunities.
Abby Freeborn. So she made the move to Sparks last year and became their top run scorer.
Yeah.
After being perhaps underutilised.
Settled in quickly. Yeah, settled in quickly.
With Lightning, perhaps.
Potentially, yeah.
Obviously, she had a bit of a fight with Sarah Bryce for the gloves, etc. And batting position, was she high enough? Whereas with Sparks, she's taken that role perfectly. But
yeah. Eve Jones struggling to get away. Bryce there in the first ball. That's a dot ball.
Yeah, changes. And then the same on the other way for like Marie Kelly.
Yeah.
Again, was she getting the opportunity that she wanted at Sparks? Perhaps not. She wanted to bat a bit higher up, and she wanted to, show that she could.
And taught herself to bowl left and right arm. Right arm. So we'll see if that happens later. Eve Jones trying to tickle that down the leg side, but it goes for a wide down the leg side. Yeah. Marie Kelly famously, her and her boyfriend worked during lockdown to to give her the novelty value of potentially, or certainly a disruption value of being able to bowl right and left-handed.
Yeah.
Which might be handy. So Bryce coming in from the far end to Eve Jones, who can only defend that down. And Central Sparks struggling to get the ball. I mean, other than obviously 6 and 1 or 2 shots, mostly struggling to get the ball away here into those gaps. And we're beyond the power play here, so I'm sensing that we might be able to get Jamie on the comms shortly, so we can tell us what he's been finding out with the stats and the fascinating facts factory in the back of the box. It's a very distinctive, and the red that they're playing in, unless you're actually here, it's a proper orangey red. It's a proper zingy red, standing out against the green of the pitch. Eve Jones just defends that down. There is no run. 38 for 1. We're into the 11th over, so we're beyond the power play. They can have a maximum of 4 outside that 25-yard circle now.
I think their kit's going to cause a debate of, is it orange or is it red?
Oh yeah, it might be one of those.
It's
what colour do you see? Yes, do you see orange? That's another dot. I don't think you'd want to see them play Vipers if you had a hangover. What do you reckon? I think that'd be that orange and that orangey red is going to be quite a eye opener. I think when they play each other.
I know it's not that controversial, but I actually quite like the Vipers kit.
Yeah. That Eve Jones works that lovely into the leg side, and there is a bit of a pocket behind the fielder there, and they get through for a single. They might have not been able to get 2 there. It's been quick, but
it's one of those where it's so
bright. It's
that was a bit polite from what I was going to say, but it's so it's so interesting looking. It makes it good.
Yes, it's so out there. It's
yes.
And it's got that sort of hexagonal.
But you could think of other words, couldn't you? It could go down as one of the worst shirts in history, or it could go down as one of the most iconic.
Yeah. I suppose the thing about Vipers is that they have been so successful. There's a little bit of envy, isn't there? And and the let everybody else have a go. I think.
As Sarah Glenn returns from Miss Ratcliffe Road end, respected by Jones as she hits the ball back to the leg spinner.
Yeah, Sarah Glenn again against the Diamonds got a 3 for 18. So they obviously enjoyed playing. The Blaze enjoyed playing against the Diamonds. They did well, didn't they?
They did. Glenn to Jones, uses her feet but hits it straight back behind the bowler for no run. Score 39 for 1.
Bowling to the field, do you think? I mean, it's certainly going to the field.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. They're bowling quite tightly here, the Blaze. And again, back to Marie Kelly. I think it is stood.
Yeah, could be. I sense the frustration from Central Sparks captain. She's
13 or 38.
Wanting to get the ball away. That's why I'm saying test match.
Oh, overthrow.
Oh, they're gonna burglar run. They are.
And they rotate the strike there. Messi from the Blaze.
Yeah. Left to right, left to right. Left to right-handed.
Back to the right-hander, and this will be Chloe Brewer's first ball to face.
Oh, yes.
So her debut for the Sparks in the official Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy matches, because of course they've all played warm-up matches, etc.
Yeah, but this is the
first real deal
yeah.
opportunity to set her mark. Glenn just moving her field around.
Yep. And these weren't teammates last season, so Brewer was playing for the Stars last season. Worked off her legs, but new run. They're geeing each other up. You can hear that in the field, can't you?
Yep, as Glenn bowls to Chloe Brewer, who shows the full face of her bat, but Georgie Boyce denies the run. I thought it was Marie Kelly up here, but it could be Kirsty Gordon. I think it is Kirsty Gordon up here instead.
Yeah, it's difficult because the kit is so new, and they
need to get there.
such an athletic build now that they They do look similar from the distance because we're quite a long way away, aren't we? So
we are indeed, and we need to get their shirt numbers sent across, but that does look like it's Kirsty Gordon there instead of Marie Kelly over that side.
Oh yeah.
This longer hair from Gordon. She normally has it up in a bun, you see.
Yes, I was just thinking that. I was thinking
she spent too much time with Sophie Luff, I think, this winter. Have the low pony instead, but Catherine Bryce back into the attack.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce to the left-handed Eve Jones. Is getting increasingly frustrated, I think, and just manages to defend that into the offside for no run. 40 for 1 into the 13th over. Catherine Bryce to Eve Jones, who works that off her legs, and the wicketkeeper has to go chasing after it. They get a single. Eve Jones turns, but there really isn't a chance for a second run there, and it's given as a leg by Sue Redfern the far end, and Sarah Bartlett at the Radcliffe Road end are the umpires that we've got today. Both have done ICC World Cups in the recent months. Sarah Bartlett was at the first ever Women's Under-19 World Cup, and Sue Redfern was at the full World Cup in South Africa. Catherine Bryce, right arm over. Brewer. There's a clunk noise, and Sue Redfern gives it out. It's LBW.
Big celebrations from
Big
the Blaze.
celebration. No chance for Brewer to impress in her first innings, unfortunately. There's a sort of clunk noise, and we've got the players have got their backs to us, and we're at a sort of 45 degree angle. So Chloe Brewer goes LBW to Catherine Bryce for no runs, and Central Sparks are 41 for 2. It's a long old walk back, isn't it, from across the outfield and to the pavilion from.
You can definitely see how
Trent
much it meant
Bridge.
to the Blaze, though.
Yeah. Second wicket.
Kirsty Gordon having a word with
The umpires, or the umpires having a word with Kirsty Gordon potentially. As Abby Freeborn is going to be coming to the crease. She's enjoyed her batting with Central Sparks last season, as you mentioned.
formerly played for Lightning and for Trent Rockets.
Yeah.
So she knows this ground.
Yeah, she in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint last year, she got the most runs, 227 runs, and she was the highest ranked batter for the PCA in the most valuable player Rachael Heyhoe Flint last year for Sparks. We're going to get Jamie, we've twisted his arm, we're going to get Jamie Ramage on at the end of this over. I'm sure he's got some fascinating stuff to share with us. He's got this book full of stats, got all sorts of things. Maybe he'll even have an update from the other games, I don't know.
Yeah,
he's working hard in the back there.
He does so much for the women's game as well.
Yeah.
Often on his own back, unpaid, voluntary. There's so many people like that who, make a difference to the game, and especially to the players. Like, they appreciate it more than I think people realise.
Yeah, putting the stats in the spotlight
and get the stories out there, because it matters.
It does.
It does matter.
Yeah.
Get that recognition for all of their hard work.
Catherine Bryce from the pavilion end into Abby Freeborn. It comes forward and there's a scrunchy noise between the bat and the ball. The big shout from the Blaze, who are very excitable now. Now they've got that LBW. There's one or two players with their hands in the pockets. I assume they've got probably hand warmers. I'm looking at Georgie Boyce, who's definitely got her hands stuffed well into her pockets.
If not, that's a fine.
Yeah, if not, it's a fine. You're right. Abby Freeborn manages to slice the ball in the direction of Georgie Boyce, but there is no run, and the score is 41 for 2. As Central Sparks approach that first milestone of they're aiming at, which will be the first 50. We're about to have the last ball of the 13th over from Catherine Bryce to Freeborn, who comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run. So 41 for 2 off 13 overs. We're going to have a little swapperoo here as Hannah just takes a little break, and Jamie Ramage is going to join me. As Hannah said, Jamie does some great work for the women's game, raising its profile, writing for women's cricket, chat, and he's also he works at a local school, so he's a local school teacher to the East Midlands. Is that right? Which school are you at, Jamie?
Queen Elizabeth's in Mansfield. So,
okay, so
one of the older schools around the area.
Yeah. So that's nice and local to here then.
Yeah.
And well, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, thanks for joining us. We're going to ask you for some stats in a minute, but I'll just do the ball by ball just so that you can get yourself settled into your slot. We've got Sarah Glenn here. Bit of spin bowling to her former skipper, as Hannah mentioned. Eve Jones, a left-hander, comes forward and defends that, and there is no run. And of course, it's a short time between balls when it's a spin bowler as well. So going in again, Eve Jones gets that past the backing up batter, and that goes through for four. So that was easy runs, wasn't it?
Very
straight
easy,
back past the bowler. I think Abby Freeborn was more scared because she had to duck out of the way as the ball went past her for 45 for 2. You've got some stats there, haven't you?
I hope so.
Right, we'll once this ball's bowled, we'll see, you can give us your first nugget after Sarah Glenn bowls the next one to Eve Jones, who puts that behind the fielders into a gap. They're running around to try and defend the boundaries. A lovely dive which parries the ball, and indeed they do stop the 4. So they've had to run those runs. 2 runs to Eve Jones. Or Abby Freeborn, beg your pardon. 2 runs there. Score moves on to 48. They creep ever closer to that 50. If you've got a stat, what's your first nugget then, Jamie?
I think it's that in the fixtures between the East and the West Midlands, no bowler has actually taken more than 3 wickets in an innings. So,
although there was lots of threefers, wasn't there?
There's lots of threefers, yeah. Beth and this probably were the best 3 for 25 at Leicester in 2020.
Yeah.
And then Alicia Presland at Worcester with 3 for 26.
Excellent, lots of threefers.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's true of other local rivalries, as Glenn gets ready to bowl to Abby Freeborn. He comes forward and defends that, and Sarah Bryce is waving a hand. I think she was half thinking about an appeal then, but thought better of it. Abby Freeborn facing her former Lightning colleagues. And the East to West Mids moves, and she puts that one backwards of square, and they get through for a single. And again, it's a left-hand, right-hand thing, so now the field has to adjust and change all their angles for the left-handed Eve Jones. And Sarah Glenn goes with her spin. Around the wicket. Eve Jones comes forward, and Sarah Glenn does the fielding off her own bowling. That's the end of the over. 49 for 2, tithering on the edge of that 50 after 14 overs. What's the next nugget then, Jamie? What have you got for me?
I guess the fact that that Emily Arlott took 4 wickets in an over probably makes the 3 for stat a bit weird.
Was that the Vipers game?
Vipers game at Hove with the hat trick, which I think is probably the only hat trick so far.
In the Rachael Heyhoe, could be. I mean, she certainly bowled herself into that test side against India, didn't she, 2 seasons ago, with that 4 for in 1 over against the Vipers at Hove. And I think Emily Arlott likes playing against the Vipers, if I seem to remember rightly. As we have got Catherine Bryce coming into Abby Freeborn. It comes forward, but it goes straight to the fielder, and there is no run. What else you got?
I'm not sure. I've got one that I want to save to the next over.
Okay.
Because it's got some pertinence to this.
We're going to. I know what that one is. Yes, right. Catherine Bryce into Abby Freeborn. Who plays that, squirts that between the 2 point fielders, is going towards the rope. Yeah, that's another 4. if you can find the gaps, there is some value, isn't there? And the carpet's pretty smooth out there, even though it looks like slightly longer boundary, although it might be an optical illusion. So the score moves on to 53 for 2. And we've gone through the 50. What are we going to say, Jamie?
This outfield is one of the best in the country. I guess it's got good
smoothness. There's an appeal. Sue Redfern says no. I can see the shake of the head. We're a long way away. There's definitely a shake of the head. Yeah, what we're going to say?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you're used to this ground, aren't you?
I am, yes, this is my local ground. The drainage is very good here. I guess
which is handy.
I guess it needs to be so close to the river Trent. So,
yeah.
Although there is the bit of the city ground buffer in the middle.
Yeah.
So,
but you're right. It is close to the river here. Catherine Bryce. What's she going to do? How is she going to get her former East Mids teammate out? Freeborn comes forward but can only send that straight to the fielder at mid off, and there is no run.
Bryce is one of those bowlers that's really kind of difficult to get away. She kind of has a nagging line and length that sometimes when the pace is off, it's kind of hard to judge to kind of get it through any gaps. Yeah,
as she comes in again to Abby Freeborn, almost a repeat of the last ball. It was exactly a repeat, actually. Straight to the field and no run. Yeah, and they seem a bit nervous about this end because we saw a few balls pop when Tammy Beaumont was batting, when Emily Arlott was banging the ball in as well. So I think they're a bit nervous of the surface, but potentially as Bryce comes into Freeborn. Tries to play that down the leg, and it's a wide ball down the leg side. Another run to the total.
Yeah, it feels like you kind of want to just bowl it just short of a length at this end, and then see what it'll do.
Yeah. Yeah, Abby Freeborn, as Hannah pointed out, has played some for Trent Rockets, so she'll know this ground and from her East Mids days. And she plays that behind square and they get through for an easy single. 55 for 2 off 15 overs. What else have you got in that wonderful stats book? Is anything else? You can tell us your fascinating fact.
It might be one that some people won't know, but in 1902, Radcliffe Road was the first tarmac road in the world.
Oh right, okay. That wasn't the one I was expecting.
No.
Yeah, the Radcliffe Road. I thought you were going to tell us about your connection to Sarah Glenn.
Yes, I played against her when she must have been only sort of 12, 13 years old, and even then you could kind of tell that she was going to be one of those players that kind of would go on and do good things. So it was 2012. She was playing for Denby against Sherwood Colliery, which was the team that I used to play for, and
that's a dot ball from off Sarah Glenn.
So she took 4 for 26 that day.
So already good, even at 12. And the aforementioned Denby with a good teaser if he gets to play evening league there. As Abby Freeborn gets ready for the next ball from Sarah Glenn. Takes a waft at that, and Sarah Bryce is quite happy to collect that and think about doing something. Like a stumping.
The food at the hockey club that she used to play for, Belper, that's very good as well.
Oh, right. Yes, because you're connected to the hockey as well, aren't you? Yeah. Abby Freeborn squirts that, not very efficiently, and it goes straight to the fielder again, and there is no run. Yes, I used to umpire hockey in the East, well, across the country, but down at the university grounds and across the East Midlands many years ago. So it feels like a previous life now. So that's straight to the fielder again, and there's still no run. So it's still 55 for 2 as we approach the end of the 16th over. Sarah Glenn bowling against her previous side. Abby Freeborn. Eve Jones getting increasingly frustrated, I think, and Abby Freeborn still getting a rhythm as she comes spectacularly and dramatically forward and just plonks the ball down, and there is no run. Jamie's got this book in front of him. It looks like a fancy restaurant of menus of all sorts of stats in front of him as Sarah Glenn comes in, and again Abby Freeborn just comes forward and dots the ball down. That's the end of the over. 55 for 2 off 16. What else have you got there, Jamie?
I've got the records for Central Sparks, kind of their best bowling figures.
So what's a nugget in there? What have we got? What's standing out
so
for
there's
you?
been 2 5-fers for the Central Sparks. Arlott with the mentioned 5 for 29
at the Hove, against the Vipers.
And then the same year, Izzy Wong with 5 for 49 against Diamonds at Headingley.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Diamonds at Headingley. It's not a bad place to go and get some, especially now they've won the Rachael Heyhoe Flint last season. As Catherine Bryce comes in from the far end to the left-handed Eve Jones, who triggers first and tries to play that to the point, but unfortunately straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Their most economical bowling was Sarah Glenn.
Sarah Glenn?
Yeah. 1 for 17 off of 10 overs against Wonder. So.
Yeah, she'll hold some stats for Central Sparks, won't she?
Yes.
As Eve Jones just dots that again, and there is no run. Anything else standing out?
I guess highest third wicket partnerships 103.
103. Who was batting there?
Marie Kelly and Amy Jones.
Right, another fence jumper.
Yeah.
Marie Kelly.
Yes.
Again, Eve Jones didn't get that ball away, went straight to the fielders, and there is no run. Excellent. And you've done? You're doing some writing for Women's Cricket Chat, aren't you? What else have you up to at the moment?
Hopefully. Kind of just keeping busy, getting to many of these games, kind of talking to as many people.
Excellent. And there's another dot. Because you and I, we had a little chat. We were on the boundary when we were watching Sparks play Stars in a warm-up. It was a very warm day that day.
It was, yeah.
At the Edgbaston Foundation ground.
Yes.
So,
yeah, I got back to school after the Easter holidays, and everybody was like, "Oh, where did you get that town from?"
You said Birmingham.
Yeah.
Eve Jones takes a swipe at that, but again straight to the fielder. And you can see the frustration levels. If it were on some sort of ometer, it's getting quite high for Eve Jones. She's desperate to get the ball away. We're still on 55 for 2, and this is going to be the last ball of the 17th over from Catherine Bryce, who's about to finish her 4th over with this ball. Eve Jones plays that forward through mid-on, and she does get through for a single and pinches the strike at the end of the over, and the score is 56 for 2 off 17 overs.
It's very reminiscent of the one of the Sparks' first games in this competition at Edgbaston against Thunder, where they kind of had a very low and slow Edgbaston pitch that they kind of had to dig in and battle. And Marie Kelly got 50 that day as well, so it can show that she doesn't just play the flashing innings.
Yeah, and of course now she's jumped the fence, as I say, to join the East Midlands. So you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Jamie Ramage, who does some writing for Women's Cricket Chat, but generally is a great one for raising the spotlight of women's cricket and their stats and things in all sorts of venues. We've still got Sarah Glenn from the Radcliffe Road end. She's moving the fielder, which would be a sort of backward square fielder, slightly squarer for Eve Jones, who comes forward to play that, but goes straight back to Sarah Glenn, and there is no run. So this is your local ground, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Have you got a favourite place to sit? Have you got the choice? Go on. It's a dot ball.
I do tend to like the Fox Road stand sometimes. The new stand, whatever it's called these days, is not too bad because it's got a bit of protection from the sun.
Yeah, and lashing rain, I imagine, on occasion. As Eve Jones again sort of slices that straight to the field, and there's no run.
And one of my friends likes to sit kind of at the top of this stand.
Because it is quite high, isn't it? It's a great view
high,
from up here, I have to say. Sarah Glenn to Eve Jones, who, again, frustratingly plays it straight to the field. No run.
But yeah, somebody who's not too steady with heights.
Yeah, I'm not brilliant with heights, I have to say. Sarah Glenn What can she serve up to her former captain? She comes forward and knocks that up over the top, so I think it's safe. And they've got the fielder running after it, and there's a bit of a chance of a run out, but not quite done efficiently enough to make it a proper run out chance. So they get through for a single. 58 for 2. What are you going to say?
Yeah. So it's going to be fantastic to see the Test match here this season. I think.
It's going to be intriguing. 5 days is just hopefully going to make it. Oh, it's over the top of the fielder. Eve Jones finally letting off some of the pressure by playing the ball up and over the fielder for 4 runs. So 62 for 2 off 18 overs. Yeah, 5 days. Do you think we get a result? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Rain doesn't interfere.
Yeah, I think this is with a 5-day game. I think this is a results pitch. It's nice to bat on. There's plenty there for the bowler as well. So, yeah, it could be quite an interesting match-up there.
Because it's the first match that they play. So they play a Test match, then they do 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. I'm not sure which sequence they come in, but they're together as it were. But the Test match is the very first of that multi-format series that I'm sure the men are quite envious of too. And then there's a point system overall. But we've got to win it because the Aussies have got it, so we've got to take it off them. So we need lots of points in all of that series. As Bryce to Freeborn is another dot ball.
And when you think of the players that haven't played much cricket here, it wasn't until towards the very end of her career that Jenny Gunn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's Freeborn just managing to get a single down to deep third.
Jenny Gunn hadn't played here till right towards the end of her
when you
career.
think she played like Notts and
Yeah.
Well, that's true of lots of them, isn't it? I remember somebody asking around the 100 times to Danny van Neerkerk, how many times have you played at Lords? And it was the 100, and she said, I'm the South African captain, and she was at the time. I've never played here before. That's the thing, that's the reality of the women's game. They haven't played on these big pitches. As Eve Jones tries to get a single, but it goes straight to the point fielder, and there's no run. Yeah, that's the assumption, isn't it? I think up until this professional setup, people would assume that, I don't know, Amy Jones, who plays for Warwickshire, must have played at Edgbaston, and she probably hadn't, or hadn't played very often. Same is true of all the county players. They haven't necessarily played, whereas their male equivalents would have played as juniors, would have played all through the ranks at their local county grounds. As Bryce comes into Eve Jones, who tries to work it away, and it's straight to the fielder again, and that frustration level goes up another notch again. Still 63 for 2. Yeah, Test match at Trent Bridge, great. Bryce coming into right arm over to the left-handed Eve Jones, who plays an equivalent shot straight to a fielder, but they do get through for a single because it gets deflected from the cover fielder to the
just bounced in front of her.
Just bounced in front of her, and it got deflected, so they managed to get through for a single. Now the field have to swap for the left and the right-hander. Abby Freeborn to face this time. There's an adjustment in the field in terms of the deep field of cover point boundaries. Bryce comes into Freeborn. There's a bit of a swipe at that. And that's the end of the over. 64 for 2 off 19 overs. I've got a fascinating fact for you.
Oh, excellent.
Sue Redfern, the umpire,
Yes.
she played her last ODI for England on this pitch. And since we were playing Derbyshire together, I was in the crowd with the other Derbyshire girls. It was against India.
Yes.
Here, and she came in and knocked. She came in the middle order. We weren't expecting, although we hurled abuse across the pitch as one could in those days, and the players would actually hear it. She came in the middle order because I gather that nobody really wanted to bat because India were winning the game.
Yeah.
She came in, hit a quick 30 off about 20 odd balls. You probably know this, and put them back into the game. Although Karen Smithies, the captain, ran her out. But did then go on to hit the winning runs of the 4 down that corner. But I was watching the last time Sue Redfern played on this pitch for England, so there you are.
Yeah, I was
and you
there
knew
as
that?
well.
Oh, you knew that as well?
Yeah.
Well, we were probably the crowd.
Yes.
Me and my Derbyshire mates, and you watching.
Yeah, it was one of my first women's international matches that I went to.
See, we're both there. Excellent. So now we've got a change of bowling from
looks
this
like
end.
Lucy Higham.
Lucy Higham coming
bit
on.
of off spin.
Bit of off spin from the Radcliffe Road end. This time to left-handed Eve Jones. Lucy Higham, bit of spin, right arm round the wicket. Eve Jones takes a big swing and it gets parried by the fielder, so they don't get through for a run. Goalkeeper Stiley. Still 64 for 2.
And also the Nottinghamshire captain. So.
Oh, you are? Or she was?
Lucy Higham.
Oh, Lucy Higham is Notts, yes.
Yeah.
Notts captain, excellent.
Yes.
Right arm round, bit of spin. Eve Jones comes forward and Lucy Higham does the fielding off her own bowling, and there is no run. Sarah Bartlett stood a long way back from the stumps there, isn't she? But she's very tall, so she can probably do that in terms of the trajectory. Lucy Higham round. Oh, it's gone up in the air. It's a steep blow. Who's underneath it? Who wants it? The bowler wants it. Caught and bowled. That's the Central Sparks captain. Caught and bowled Lucy Higham as she clacks one high up into the sky. Stands underneath it. Has to dive in the end because it probably got caught in a little bit of breeze. But Eve Jones, I'm afraid, has to trudge back to the dugout. So caught and bowled Lucy Higham. 29 runs Eve Jones in 74 minutes off 63 balls. She hit 3 fours. And Central Sparks are 64 for 3 at this stage. They are batting. They are the West Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence playing the East Midlands team, the Blaze, who used to be Lightning Cricket. This is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is the 50-over competition between the 8 English Regional Centres of Excellence. This is the first game, the first round of this competition, where they will, for the first time ever, play home and away. So there's going to be lots more fixtures, lots more cricket for you to watch. And if you're watching on the Blaze YouTube channel, please remember to press the like button, because every time you do that you will be helping others find not only women's cricket but also women's sport on the YouTube, and it helps all the algorithms and all that good stuff, doesn't it? So Amy Campbell now coming in. So we've got what I think is probably the engine room of Central Sparks. 2 players who were new to Central Sparks last season, but did a lot of batting together in the middle order. Amy Campbell and Abby Freeborn now batting together. The other thing is, it's another left-hander.
Yes.
They are blessed at Central Sparks. Stop saying we. They are blessed at Central Sparks with having a lot of left-handers, which I remember as a fielder was very annoying because you've got to keep swapping positions and things. But Amy Campbell surveying the field, and Lucy Higham coming round the wicket to the next left-hander that Central Sparks served to her. But Amy Campbell cannot get the ball away and has to defend that, and the Sarah Bryce does the tidying up.
Lucy Higham kind of is one of them partnership breakers.
Yeah. So that's what they use her for, is it? Breaking that. Oh, that was sort of squirted round Amy Campbell. I don't think she knew where that was going. It's going down the hill. There is somebody herring after it, but it's only going to be 2 runs. I think that they might have hoped that was going to go to the boundary, but not enough of a hill to take it down. So just those 2 runs, 66 for 3. Last ball of the 20th over to come from Lucy Higham, who, as Jamie said, is a partnership breaker potentially for the Blaze. This is the birth of the Blaze, the first game for the Blaze. So everything's firsts now, if you hear that. Whilst the stats may include some of the stuff from the Lightning days, it is the very first game of the full Blaze in their new guise, based at Trent Bridge, but also obviously representing the whole of the East Midlands.
And of course, if Northern Superchargers want to retain her this year, she could be the only one of these players that plays in purple this year.
Ah, I like that. Yes, so if she likes purple,
Must do.
she's going to have to play her cards right if she wants to play in purple again. Is that what you're saying?
It is. It was a good move for her last year. I think working with Danny Hazel up there, similar bowler, a good young coach. Just seemed to do wonders for the confidence. She got to open the bowling a bit.
Because she started with didn't she? KSL. She was Lucy Higham. You're talking about now,
Yes,
aren't you?
yeah.
Started in the purple.
Yeah.
Went briefly to Trent Rockets and then
Yeah.
back to the purple again for
Yes.
the 100.
Yeah.
The Northern Superchargers, as you say. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. So we've got a change of bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. We've got the captain, Kirsty Gordon, more spin, coming on from the far end to Abby Freeborn. Left arm round to the right-handed Abby Freeborn. I thought she'd been bowled then. We've got the wickets are between the two players from where we are then. Yeah. That must have been pretty close. And as Hannah said, it's unusual to see Kirsty Gordon with her hair in a ponytail, so it's a slightly confusing look now to see Kirsty Gordon with the ponytail. And
she also looks at 3 or 4 inches taller this season for some reason.
Oh no, what are they doing to the Blaze? They're stretching them. They've got them on the rack. Abby Freeborn to face Kirsty Gordon, tossing the ball hand to hand, left arm round. Freeborn comes forward and plays a rather dramatic defensive shot, and there is no run. 66 for 3, halfway through the 21st over. Still dry here, let's hope it stays dry and we get a full game in. Gordon round to Freeborn, who knocks that forward as a sort of crowd catch as it's a bump ball strapped back to the bowler. Kirsty Gordon's moving her field, she's just sending the sort of cover point fielder out to Sarah Glenn, out to almost to the boundary, almost to the rope, onto the practice strips at Trent Bridge here. Abby Freeborn comes forward and plays another defensive shot, and there is no run.
Yes, and the county championship days when Kirsty Gordon was playing for Notts, her and Higham used to strangle teams in the middle overs.
Stretching and strangling. It's a dangerous place to be here, isn't it? That's the end of the over. It's the end of Kirsty Gordon's over, and it's a maiden. 6 dots.
Yes.
And we've got Campbell at the crease. She's got 2 off the 3 balls she's faced. Freeborn 6 off the 26 balls she's faced. So the Blaze are certainly, as you said, strangling the batters at this point. So Central Sparks have got to find a way to get the ball away into the gaps here, because they're heading towards the middle of the innings and there's a lot of runs to get here. Have you got a favourite performance that one of these players has had at Trent Bridge? Is there something that stands out to you?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, no.
I must say I enjoyed watching some Trent Rockets here last summer. There was some fun to be had.
Yeah.
And the yellow stands out even more than the
does,
red does
Yeah.
on this pitch, especially when you're looking down from a great height. So we've got Lucy Higham, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, who's just adjusting her gloves momentarily. Comes forward, tries to play it into a gap, but straight to Sarah Glenn. There is no run. Still 66 for 3.
I think here and Edgbaston kind of are really good venues for the 100.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they, with the big stands, as that's another dot ball there. Yeah, in the same way, I mean, they are quite similar looking, the two big new stands here, to the sort of Hollies. They're Holly-esque, aren't they, those two big stands? Yeah. The one that Isabel Wong put the ball into earlier as well. As Campbell plays that through mid-wicket and they get through for a single. These two really need to channel the kind of batting that they were doing in the middle order for Central Sparks last season, and start doing that, rotating the strike to get a bit more runs on the board. This time it'll be the right-handed Abby Freeborn twiddles a bat and waits for Lucy Higham to bowl the ball to her. There's a discussion about which side she's going to bowl, I think. Some movement in the field. So they are swapping things. Let's see where they end up. So we've got a short square leg, slightly backward deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, Higham comes in. But bowls the ball the other side. Freeborn plays the ball straight to the cover, which wasn't anywhere near any of those players that got moved. Higham to Freeborn, who can't get that away, and possibly got that on the knuckles there at that point. There was no run. Of course, Blaze could happily do this all day, couldn't they? Because Sparks have got to make the momentum here with the bat. Higham with a spin to Abby Freeborn, who tries to get that way but only manages to get it straight back to the bowler, and we have another over gone. 22 overs gone. 67 for 3.
They're kind of falling back from the DLS par score as well now.
There's lots of stuff on the score, but I'm just trying. Oh, the DLS
88,
score. Yeah.
So they're in. I mean, that just takes a couple of decent overs to kind of make up, and then but then that kind of calculates in fall of wickets and stuff.
Yeah, because it's about resources, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
as
soon as you lose a wicket, that starts to get steeper. The thing is here that Blaze will be happy to carry on as they're doing now, but Central Sparks, if they're going to win this game, have got to presumably take a fancy to one of these bowlers and try and get them off the square and out over the ropes. Hopefully they need some boundaries so they don't have to run all of this.
It was ironically Sarah Glenn that kind of hit them to victory at Headingley a few years ago, in a similar position.
Yeah, well, they're not gonna. They can't call on Sarah Glenn in the bat today, but they can call on with a bowl. So, in terms of the Blaze, as Kirsty Gordon comes over the wicket this time to the left-handed Amy Campbell, who comes forward and defends it, and there is no run. We're going to give Jamie a rest in a minute. We're going to say to him if he's got any more nuggets before he goes. And that's through a gap there. We might even get a 4 runs here. Amy Campbell posts that between the fielders and they get a 4 through that mid-wicket region for the left-hander. And that's 71 for 3. I'm going to let you do favourite nugget in a minute when we've got a gap.
I forgot that I had all the scorecards.
Yeah, you've got the scorecards. You've got all sorts of things there. He's got all sorts of things here, listeners. Gordon to Campbell, who comes forward and defends it again. Textbook, squashing it on the head. I can't imagine that Amy Campbell's patience is going to be particularly long for not having a swipe at something here, as though she defends the next one and there's still no run. They're going to have to get the bat underneath the ball here very shortly. 71 for 3. 2 more balls to go in this over. Amy Campbell dabbing her bat down. She comes forward, but only manages to play it to mid-off, and there is no run. Still 71 for 3. As Amy's looking, Jamie's looking at his. It looks like menus. I'm expecting him to say, "I'd like the soup of the day, followed by steak and a chocolate pudding or something." Left arm over to Amy Campbell, who again dots that on the head, and another dot ball. And that's the end of the over. 71 for 3 off 23 overs. Come on then, Jamie. What nuggets have you got for me? What's leaping out at you? Other than the soup of the day.
Do you know what? I think I've exhausted all the...
Have you exhausted it?
All the really interesting ones. There's some kind of...
There's some
dull ones.
Maybe if you could have a little cogitate in the back of the box, and then if something else leaps out at you, you can pass us a note.
Yes.
Perhaps we'll do that
That'd
then. So we're going to give Jamie a bit of a rest, and we're going to bring Hannah back on again. So thank you very much, Jamie.
Thank you very much
for joining
having
us.
me. Thank you.
We're going to do some swapperoonies with the headphones as the Blaze decide where they're going to put the field. And Sarah Bartlett does a bit of stretching. As long as it get a bit cold down there. She's usually got a gilet on. I suspect she may have a gilet and a jacket on. This is quite chilly at pitch side, I imagine. And welcome back, Hannah.
Thank
She's
you.
in dark glasses, so no one can recognise her. She's a celeb today.
No, it was more that my child decided to sit on my actual prescription glasses, so all I've got is my prescription sunglasses.
So everything's dark today with your sunglasses. As Lucy Higham coming in from the... I'll let you get settled. So Lucy Higham coming in from the Radcliffe Road end. There's a big debate. Oh, there's a lot of whispering, is there? Or are they stretching at covers there? There's some sort of something going on. Perhaps somebody had been attacked by a fly or something. Lucy Higham coming into Abby Freeborn, who sort of jabs at that, but I don't think she actually got any bat on it. It's herring down the hill towards the pavilion, and they get the 2 runs, but I think, yes, that's leg buys. I didn't think she got any bat on that. Still 2 more runs to the Central Sparks total, which is desperately needing to change the numbers on it. So it's 73 for 3. We are partway through the 24th over, nearing the halfway point. A lot of runs to get. Higham to Freeborn, who has a thump at that, but doesn't go very far, and still no run on that one. So they really need to be hitting the boundary ropes now if they're going to chase this score down. Higham to Freeborn, who does exactly that, but unfortunately straight to Georgie Boyce, who does a good long barrier and just stops that easily as it was running out of momentum getting to her. They're sending the cover point fielder to the boundary, so I'm not quite sure what it means in terms of what this ball is going to be from Higham, but that's defended textbook style from Abby Freeborn. We're in danger of having more dots and more dots.
Falling a bit behind, isn't she? 6 off 34 balls.
Yeah, they're
not ideal.
Strike rate not ideal for Central Sparks. That's right.
But still plenty of time, so it's anything can change.
I like your optimism on Central Sparks' behalf. But that's the end of the over. That was another dot at the end, so we get to the end of 24 overs. And it's 73 for 3 with the mountain getting increasingly higher, I think, in terms of chasing. And as I said when Jamie was on, the Blaze will be quite happy for this to carry on, unless something changes.
Yeah, and I think the optimism though comes from the 2 batters in the crease. We know how good Amy Campbell is.
The engine room is.
We know how good Abby Freeborn can be, and both of them moved across to the Sparks last year, had brilliant impacts in their respective batting positions. So they can definitely contribute. They can definitely get a bit more momentum behind them. They just need to start finding those boundary options, or even just rotating the strike a little bit more frequently.
Yeah, anything. Just change the score a bit, as Amy Campbell still can't get the ball line. Do you want to take the far end?
And yep. It's like Kirsty Gordon.
It is
with the ball in hand.
Yeah, with a ponytail.
Yep, new look for this new team. So dot ball 73 for 3. Yeah, she's so used to seeing her with like a bun, etc. She's been in Australia all winter, so
yeah, it's the Aussie look there.
I wonder what she took away from that experience as well, because as we've mentioned, players have been spending more and more time abroad in different environments, different people, different coaches, different grounds, etc. to play on.
So great for adapting to different conditions, I imagine, and just learning different things from different places, like you say.
So Gordon just makes a few changes in the field, just moves the boundary rider a little bit squarer. Gordon with her spin comes in to Freeborn, who hits it in the air, goes over the top.
Stretching there.
It's not going to chase way to the boundary, but a sneak of a chance, not quite.
Yeah. I'm sure Kirsty Gordon will think it was a chance. So last season she was the highest ranked lightning bowler in the PCA most valuable players for Rachael Heyhoe Flint.
Yep, she often finds herself at the top of the bowling charts, does Kirsty Gordon, as she bowls again to former teammate Freeborn and former university colleague. But yeah, Kirsty Gordon, it was for Kia Super League that kind of elevated Kirsty Gordon back in the day, 2017, 2018? She bowls to Freeborn, who respectfully dots it back. But
I wonder if they've been spending too long in the nets just dobbing the ball down. They really need to be swinging the willow a little.
But yeah, Kirsty Gordon always seems to be at the top of the bowling rankings.
She only just picked Grace Ballinger in that most valuable player thing with the Professional Cricketers Association, as the players get a drink. Sue Redfern and Sarah Bartlett exchange some pleasantries, and so Sue Redfern's looking at her watch, so she's obviously wanting to keep them to time. So Sparks need 137 from 150 balls. When you put it like that,
that's what I mean. Optimistic. It's they're still within this.
More of a
it's
game.
Not,
we want it to be a good game, don't we?
It absolutely will be. Blaze are putting the pressure on at the minute, but as we saw in the first innings, anything can happen. It ebbs and flows. But a really good response from Blaze, who did post a subpar score. So,
I mean, Central Sparks must have thought, "Oh, we're in the game here." They would have. I think they would have taken that if you'd given them that.
We've got to remember Central Sparks did bowl out the Blaze with 4 or so overs to go. So,
yes.
Do you want to hear what's going on in the other games?
Yeah, tell us the other games, Hannah.
Because it's very interesting. Sunrisers might get their first win.
Oh my god!
Or second win.
Well, I mean, we'll all be pleased if they get a win.
But
won't
we
we
don't get many wins in these competitions at the moment. So that could change, and they're playing Southern Vipers.
At Vipers.
Vipers, who are historically the most successful team within this comp in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So Southern Vipers at present are 137 for 7, chasing the Sunrisers 288 for 7. They're 27 overs in, but 7 down. But we know what happens with the Vipers.
We know what happens, and also against Sunrisers, because I seem to remember being somewhere where somebody was giving me a Vipers versus Sunrisers, and Sunrisers looked like they were going to win, and then
Emily Windsor comes in.
Snatch it away, yeah. Well, Emily Windsor can't come in today because she's on the comms with Mel Story and Phil Green. So, yes, they can't rely on Emily Windsor unless it's a very, very interesting batting change from commentary. Maybe perhaps we'll get a game then today. Yes. So that's that. So Mel Story and Emily Windsor and Phil Green looking after you on the YouTube Southern Vipers YouTube channel. What else have you got then, Hannah?
So can confirm as well that Sunrisers are yet to register a win in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So this could be their first.
Yeah, see, that's why we've got Jamie, so we can keep an eye on us for
double
that sort
check.
of thing. Yeah.
They picked up a win in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. I knew they got one win at some point.
Yes, that's right.
And then, so for the Vipers at the minute, Lindsay Smith, who made the move back home, she's currently not out on 11, and Alice Monaghan is on 10. So that's what's going on over there. Then Thunder are chasing 334.
Wow.
They're currently 75 for 3, 20 overs in, after superb knock of 111, not out by Paige Schofield.
Oh wow, she'll be pleased she made the move to Stars from Vipers then.
Doing the rounds on social media, definitely go and see what people are saying. So yeah, big chase on for them.
Alison Byrne and Michael McCann are looking after you at Old Trafford on the Lancs TV bit of YouTube. Yeah, what else have we got?
And as I say, it's Naomi Datani who's currently open and batting.
Another mover.
Still there, 24 not out, and she's batting with Deandra Dottin.
That's not a bad.
Not bad.
And it's a left and right, I think, isn't it? Because Datani's another left-handed bat.
I
really rate Naomi Datani. I've seen her play a few times for Sunrisers, and bowling, batting, very good. So Higham into Amy Campbell, who manages to find a gap there, and they get through for a single. This is what they need to do. Every ball, find a gap, even if you can't find the boundary. If you can't get a ball a long way away, just rotate that strike. Annoy the field because they've got to keep changing left to right. And then pick off the bad ball. It sounds easy, doesn't it? It's much easier from up here.
Easy. But yeah, looking at the Diamonds, posted
Diamonds.
290 for 8. Lauren Winfield Hill, 75.
Oh, she's doing all right, isn't she? She's carrying on where she left off from last season, winning the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy as captain of Diamonds.
Another pleasing knock from youngster Bess Heath, 71.
She's very impressive in the Under-19 World Cup as well. That was a single, by the way, for Central Sparks, 78 for 3.
And Chloe Tryon, 63, so overseas instant impact.
The Saffers, the South Africans.
I didn't realise as well that Paige Schofield was born in Durban.
Oh, well, there we are then. Are you sure it wasn't East Anglia? Because we had a lot of East Anglians earlier. That's a single for Amy Campbell, 79 for 3.
But the Storm, in response to Diamonds, are currently 7 for 1. Corney bowled by Lizzie Scott.
Oh, Lizzie Scott. We had a
for
lot of
two-
fun with Lizzie Scott's granddad on the
2
commentary
runs.
in the end of last season.
So
Yeah.
they've just started over in Leeds, isn't it, today?
Yeah, they're at Headingley today, yeah, but
Headingley.
they've had a significantly shorter game because of the naughty weather interfering up there.
Although I don't think anyone told Northern Diamonds about hitting 290 of their 36
No.
overs.
Anybody tell you didn't get 50 overs, but yeah. That's good. We want a good game. So,
So yeah, it's all exciting in the regional competition today.
yeah, there'll be some stories to tell, won't there, at the end of the day? But who will have the bragging rights in the Battle of the Midlands? The birth of the Blaze, will they get to under fire? Was it? What's the hashtag?
Fired up.
Fired up, that's it.
They're definitely fired up today.
Well, yes. Well, they don't need to be fired up at the moment because Central Sparks sparks aren't flying. The sparks will fly. They're not really flying at the moment, but as you say, there's plenty of balls there.
Yeah, we've got wickets
Just
in hand.
seems like not very many, doesn't it? 79, halfway. I mean, Dublin's not going to help, so they've got to get on with it.
So that required run rate is creeping up now towards 5.5, going to 6. The current run rate is dropping down to 3. So they are going the wrong direction at present.
The wrong direction.
But they have
Dear.
got plenty of overs, plenty of wickets in hand. The
Yeah.
optimism shines.
Good. Gordon to Campbell, who plays that straight to the point fielder. There's a bit of dithering between the batters and the fielder there, but they don't have a run.
Perhaps it's moments like that where they could run, put the field under pressure,
Yeah, but
capitalise on it. But
I think they probably were right. It was a 50-50 with it. If they'd set off, but no, you can't afford to hesitate. He who hesitates,
as
as they say.
Gordon comes in once again.
Yeah.
Campbell moves her feet, but only finds the fielder. Again, it's magnet out there, isn't it? Ball
Yeah.
was just finding the
magnet.
fielder
Yeah.
every single time.
We've still got some sunshine here, though, Hannah. I'm
Oh, it's
well chuffed
glorious.
about that.
Moves her feet, but only
Oh, they
gets
don't get a run. Oh, they're not even getting a run for that. Oh.
no, only gets as far as the inner circle. Again, no run. Central Sparks 79 for 3. Amy Campbell 10 off 20 and Abby Freeborn 9 off 42. Partnership 15 off 42 balls. As Amy Campbell faces moved down from the Northern Diamonds a season ago. It's Gordon to Campbell. Tries to move her feet once again, but doesn't quite get hold of it at all. Another dot ball for Kirsty Gordon, captain of the Blaze.
Because Campbell's from Durham, isn't she? She's Northumberland. So although she was playing for Diamonds, it's not Yorkshire, it's the North East, as Lizzie Scott's parents told us last year. Oh, she's got that underneath. Let's go for 4. We got 4. Sorry.
A much needed boundary
Just
by
to
Amy Campbell.
Just to break the monotony of all the dot balls.
Yeah, it's just
Want a good game, girls. Come on. Let's make it nice and tight.
putting that pressure being built from the Blaze. That'll just take a little bit of a breath off of it as Gordon comes in to Campbell, who again can only find fielder Marie Kelly. Excellent over from Kirsty Gordon, who's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wickets of yet.
There's a bit more chirp in the field. You can, I mean, even though we're behind a window, you're catching up with some of the. They're still. I think they've got. I mean, the fielding side have the Blaze, who are the East Mids team. They've got reasons for optimism because if this carries on, it won't be enough. But what can Central Sparks do in terms of response to this as Higham carries on from the Radcliffe Road end? Freeborn on 9 off the 42 balls she's faced. Campbell on 14 off the 23 she's faced. And Freeborn plays that again to the fielder. It's another dot ball. Highams accumulating those dot balls, so she's into a fifth. This is a start of her 5th over. She's got 20 dot balls already, and a wicket. That's a dead ball. There's a refusal there from one end.
Nottinghamshire captain, as Jamie pointed out earlier on.
Oh yeah. Higham tries to ramp Freeborn then. That might pay off. I don't know if they're going to get 4 out of it because there's 2 fielders after it. But the Central Sparks engine room, as I like to call them, Freeborn and Campbell, they got 2 out of it. So
Tammy Beaumont's quick,
yes,
chasing it down.
she is. 85 for 3. Approaching the middle of the 28th over. The sun shining on the white seats here at Trent Bridge, and it's bouncing back at us, and seats are not too bad at the far side. We've got a crowd in here. As Freeborn plays that out through the point cord, and I think she's going to get 4 for it. Yes, a dive, but it's over the ropes. So 4 runs to Central Sparks. Total, that's 89 for 3. Halfway through, exactly.
We've got a player down as well.
Oh, was that the first dive was at point as the ball went past her, and the second dive was on the boundary. The second dive is back up on her feet, but the first dive at point, and we've got the 12th and stuff on. We've had quite a winter, haven't we? Because we had the first ever Women's Under-19 World Cup, which was, and Grace Scrivens led her side past the Australians in the semi-final, and
in a
on
game
to the final.
That didn't look like it was going to happen
No.
for England.
But and my theory about that is Grace Scrivens, who has played for Sunrisers, could be the only person in that team who think we could win from here, because that's the situation they've found themselves in, scraping themselves back from whatever position. And I think if you can inspire your team for the art of the possible, Grace Scrivens was the one who can do that and say, look, we can do this. And then took them past the Aussies into the final. But India were just a step above, weren't they? Really. And I think possibly England had burnt themselves out in that semi-final.
And obviously the controversy of having a player like Verma play under-19s, because of course she's able to play.
Yeah, she's able to play.
And it's not,
it's
but
a choice, isn't it? And the thing is that you've got to take a step back, haven't you, and say, for the game, you want the best players playing at World Cup finals.
Absolutely, regardless whether
and if that and I think that kickstart, that really put a kickstart and a rocket behind the Women's Premier League, because they're coming in as winners of the Under-19 World Cup. As Abby Freeborn tries to play that up and over her shoulder, but only succeeds in playing it straight to the fielder at square leg, and is caught off Lucy Highham's bowling, and that's Freeborn gone for 15. Was that Marie Kelly underneath that? I was trying to work it. It was because the distance we're stood at, and we can't see the live stream. We are a long way from the pitch, and they're all in this lovely kit. Yes, it was Marie Kelly. I was right.
You need to back yourself.
Yeah, I should have done. Court Kelly bowled Higham for 15. 54 minutes, unfortunately, and 46 balls. That's the problem for Central Sparks. 2 fours, however. So Central Sparks find themselves 89 for 4. They are the Central Sparks are the West Mid side. The Blaze are the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence, playing here in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over game. First game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy. We've got Davina Perrin, who is the young gun, definitely, of Central Sparks. Great hopes. Played in that Under-19 World Cup we were just talking about. Coming to join Amy Campbell at the crease here in the sunshine, although I suspect it's quite chilly out there, because looking across at the quite a lot of spectators, but they're definitely in coats and rugs, aren't they, across the far side.
They absolutely are.
So Davina Perrin will face that face up now against Lucy Higham. Has 2 wickets now, so she's approaching the end of her 5th over. She's bowled a maiden and then 12 runs, 2 wickets, and 21 dot balls. The dot balls is the thing that's really strangling Central Sparks at the moment. Lucy Highham's just moving the field, and Davina Perrin's just getting a grip on her bat.
Yeah, so youngster. We believe she's probably the youngest professional.
Yeah, across the regional setup.
Across the
I think
regions.
she probably is. Higham into Perrin, who comes forward and defends that probably sensibly as she gets her eye in. As you said, there's plenty of balls left, but we do want to see some more boundaries here to just make this a nice close game. We want a good classic ding-dong of a game. Higham flies in with that spin, and Davina Perrin just knocks that on the head, and it's another dot ball. 89 for 4 off 28 overs.
Yeah, so now Davina Perrin is in. She is a quality batter, youngster but fearless, and she can definitely add a bit of fireworks to this innings. But we'll see how it goes, because obviously there's a lot of pressure on her as well. Like, being so young, there's a lot of expectation too. But I feel the Sparks have actually shielded her from some of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of instruction from some when she first sort of broke, as it were, and there was some instruction to kind of keep the spotlight off her. But then the next thing is a video from the ACE programme using her as their spotlight player. So it's difficult when somebody is clearly a gifted athlete. Yeah.
That's Kirsty Gordon. Ooh. She puts her hands up, she's appealing, it looks good for her, but umpire Sue Redfern is keeping her hands down. The Blaze were interested.
They got excited now they've got a wicket. They're like, oh, we'll have another one now, thanks very much.
But yeah, because
there's some smiling and laughing going on, even though I'm a long way away. I can tell from the body language.
As Gordon comes into Campbell, once again Campbell uses her feet and will get the single.
See, that's what they need to do.
Just rotate
the
the
easy singles is, left to right, left and right, left and right.
Yeah, no, I did put in a request to a couple, I don't know if it was last season or season before, but to do an interview with Davina, but I heard nothing back from Sparks, unfortunately.
I think they've tried to shield her a bit.
That's what I was told, that they didn't want to put the spotlight on, like you say, and create too much pressure.
At 16, you want them concentrating on their cricket, don't you? Not getting that. Perhaps there's a potential to get ahead of yourself, aren't you, at that age?
Absolutely. As Gordon comes in,
Perrin
misses. That's dot ball.
Because I was under 19s, because I was listening to an interview with, I think it was Neve Holland, one of the under 19s, and it's like, they I think it was Naughty Child, and they were just saying, so you've been in a World Cup final, and she's saying, yeah, I know I'm young, but I know I've been in a World Cup, but I'm not. It's not going to go to my head. It's not going to go to my head. It's that kind of, on paper it's like, well, yeah, I started playing and now I'm in a World Cup final.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is easy game.
But the importance is to actually learn about these players and understand their backgrounds, and as Perrin just dots that away. No runs scored, 90 for 4. But it's important to get their stories out so people know who they are, what their background is, what clubs they've played for, what's their cricket story. You don't have to boost their egos too much, but you can,
stick to the facts.
Exactly. As Gordon comes in again, another dot.
Because that's the thing, you've got to create the personality behind it. You've got to give the story and the narrative, haven't you? Because that's traditionally men's sport have had all of that. They have lots of spotlight and lots of coverage and things, and everybody knows all the kind of the backstory and all the rest of it.
Their academy progress, etc.
You've got all that stats and stuff. But whereas the women, I remember Mike Perkins saying the stories are more interesting. Because I said to him when I first met him, I said, well, why are you so interested in women's sport? He said the stories are better, and he just closed his bag and walked away. And I'm like, well, okay, yeah, you're right, it is. I mean, and there's so much more adversity so far for those players who've gone from the various eras, or
we were talking about Amy Campbell.
Yeah.
So
sticking with it, and
in her 30s now, and she could have been part of a lost generation.
Yeah.
But she stuck at it. She got her Super League gig, got her regional gig.
Straight back. Gosh, Amy Campbell really got hold of that, but straight back into the guts of Lucy Higham, and she picks up a 3rd wicket. That's caught and bowled Lucy Higham, and that's the end of Amy Campbell, unfortunately. So we shall, that's the end of the engine room, as I call them. Amy Campbell goes, caught and bowled, Higham 15. She got 2 4s. 36 minutes and 26 balls. So Central Sparks, the West Midlands team, find themselves 90 for 5. You're listening to the YouTube channel for The Blaze, and I'm Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and also you're listening to Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University. We also heard from the Fascinating Facts Factory in the back of the box, which is Jamie Ramage, who is doing a lot of spotlight raising for the women's game and writes a bit for the women's cricket chat, etc. So I'm sure you'll have seen his things on Twitter. So yes, we're very fortunate to have him in the back of the box. So he's doing this as a bit of a favour for us, finding some nuggets and things to pass to us, passing us notes and things. So we are now going to see Emily Arlott, who normally is associated with bowling, same as Izzy Wong, but can bat. Again,
hard hitter.
Yeah, a hard hitting batter, Emily Arlott, long levers and all that. So Emily Arlott is going to join Davina Perrin, and Davina's gone out to meet her and just hopefully give us pass on some intel about the bowling and the conditions, etc. So Central Sparks on 90 for 5, just into the start of the 30th over, and we've got both batters on naught at the moment. Perrin's faced 6 balls, but no score yet. So it's a kind of fresh start again, isn't it? Almost.
It is. We've taken any momentum out of the game, but there wasn't really.
If it was a tyre, then the Blaze have taken the air out of it, haven't they? Well and truly.
There wasn't too much momentum to start with, unfortunately.
The wind's getting up. It's blowing the papers everywhere, Hannah. So Higham, and that's dotted down by Arlott off Higham.
Yeah, it's been quite slow, isn't it? The run rate is still remaining around 3, but it's not too difficult to get up to that 6.
123 off 124 balls, so we're at that tipping point, aren't we? Potentially, as Arlott surveys the field and Higham comes in from the Radcliffe Road end. Arlott comes forward and defends it, and that's another dot.
Yeah, there's definitely, like I said, there's still time. You know, run a ball at present, it's still possible, and all of a sudden you get a boundary, that takes a bit of the pressure off, you get another, and all of a sudden
exactly, a run a ball as we speak. So Higham into Arlott, who dots that again. Yeah, yes, we need to relieve the pressure with some boundaries, don't we?
Playing at a test venue.
Playing test style at the moment.
Yeah.
I think the Blaze might be on some sort of they get some sort of payment for how many dot balls, because they must be doing really well out of that. That went down the leg side, and that's a wide, so at least one more to total 91 for 5.
So you just tempted it then.
Yes.
Talking about the dot balls, and an extra arrives.
And an extra one. It's a bonus ball. Oh, that was a bump ball, I'm sure.
It was.
As Higham dives forward, hoping to take a catch, but it bounced in front of her as Emily Arlott played it straight back to her. I was thinking about, when I played in the nets, you got more goes if you hit it down or back to the bowler. I'm wondering if they've spent too long in the nets and they want more goes, but not necessarily more runs, as the over is finished. So 30 overs. We're into a 20 over now. The last 20 overs. 30 overs gone. 91 for 5 are Central Sparks, who was the batting team. West Midlands, the visitors, for the pride, the bragging rights of the Midlands today. As Hannah pointed out earlier, the bragging rights so far have generally gone to the East Midlands in their old Lightning guise. Today they are, for the first time, the Blaze. We are giving birth to the Blaze. I don't want to give Hannah flashbacks to a midwifery moment to giving birth.
It's only
but
been
enough
10
of
months.
that. Yeah, and you've lost your glasses already to
she sat
the
on
small
them
one.
in our car seat. I don't know why they were in the car seat, but she sat on them. So, yep.
Okay.
Got me sunglasses though, so
Got
that's alright.
sunglasses, yeah, which is probably all right today because it's quite bright out there. It's Kirsty Gordon flicking the ball. Emily Arlott just having a bit of a warm up at the non-striker's end.
So Gordon.
Davina Perrin to face.
Gordon comes in to Perrin, who lifts it up but finds the gap in the field. It's only misfield, fumbled. They're going to make 2.
Oh, Burgle the second.
A little bit disappointing there. That'll be marked down in the fielding notepad. But not to worry at present, because Blaze are on top here at the moment as Gordon comes into Perrin, who misses. They've appealed, but Sue Redfern not interested.
She's not interested.
Did hear a noise, but I don't know what the noise was.
We're too far away, aren't we?
We absolutely are.
We've got no live stream, let alone an out of sync live stream.
As Gordon comes in to Perrin, gets a nice bit of flight.
There's a lot of classic forward defensive here. If anybody's looking to find out what a forward defensive looks like, we've seen a lot of that today.
Well, start of the season, first match.
Yeah.
Get more fearless.
Don't want to be out, yeah.
Get more fearless as the season goes on. As Gordon really pushes that down. Again, dot ball. Perrin can only just keep it out. The Blaze here at their home of Trent Bridge. As Gordon to Perrin. Again, all she can do is that forward defensive. dot ball, excellent over from Kirsty Gordon here. 1 ball to come at the end of this over. 93 for 5 for Central Sparks.
We've had some nice comments in from not just Rosa Talks Ball, but Becky Brooker and Ellie Indy, saying we're smashing it. I like that, smashing it.
That's very kind of them.
Yeah, it's very kind of them.
Yeah, Becky is making her Leicestershire debut tomorrow, actually.
Oh, good luck, Becky.
So she was playing for Lincolnshire in the county setup, and she's, representing Leicestershire, the staffs tomorrow at Loughborough Town Cricket Club. Where they're playing in. Like I said before, there'll be plenty other counties in action, but that's one of our East Midlands regions.
Yes, go along and support those. Give them a shout.
And of course, plenty of club cricket. Reach out to your local clubs. Just often on social media, you can just slide in and get involved. It doesn't matter if you've played before or not. There's so many different levels of cricket that
Yep, any age group.
you can
And
play.
if you don't want hardball, you can play softball.
I mean, you even do Prosecco and softball and events like that. So there's all sorts of events like that these days. So there's a social element to it, is the point that I'm making. You know, you've got the competitive, and you know, if you want to take it seriously, you've got opportunities at that end, but you've also got opportunities if you just want to have fun and have a laugh with your friends.
Yep. As Higham comes into our lot, who dots that down, and it's another.
But I think that's so important that, especially women and girls, can just enjoy sport. You don't have to be the best, just go and play, it doesn't matter.
Join in, that's the thing. Higham to our lot, who takes a big swing but only succeeds in sending it to her former teammate Sarah Glenn down at long on. Higham to our lot. Tall frame, long haired our lot, who again has to defend that, but to the point fielder, and there is no run. Still 95 for 5, approaching that first milestone of 100 for Central Sparks. Higham is in the middle of her 7th over. She's already taken 3 wickets and managed to accumulate 32 dot balls. She brings Sarah Glenn closer to field at more like mid on than long on. And Arlott plays the ball through mid wicket. There's a fielder on the boundary and they get through for a single.
So news in from Southern Vipers versus Sunrisers.
Yes.
Sunrisers could register their first win.
Could they? You said could, not yet.
Southern Vipers are 162 for 9 in the 34.5th over, chasing 288. Sunrisers should have this in the bag.
I'll tell you what to do though, is watch this game, obviously to the end, and then watch the other game as live, so you can watch them win as live, Sunrisers. So we don't want them hopping channels to the Southern Vipers.
No,
it's staying here.
It's all on Alice Monaghan's shoulders at present.
There's a big appeal as the ball gets trapped between bat and pad, but Davina Perrins is looking up at Sarah Bartley. Sarah Bartley's unmoved. That's the end of the over. 32 overs gone. 96 for 5 are Central Sparks, the West Mids, and the Blaze are in the field, the East Mids. This is the 8 regional centres of excellence playing against each other in a 50 over competition. And you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire, and Hannah Thompson Radford, who's a PhD student from Loughborough University. And you've also heard the voice of Jamie Ramage, who is doing his best to raise the spotlight of women's cricket generally, and he's given us great fascinating facts on the back of the box. So thank you very much for volunteering to do that, Jamie. It's been very helpful today. Sun still shining at Trent Bridge.
It is indeed.
Spring is springing.
The clouds are clearing, blue skies.
Yes, it's getting bluer. Oh, as it goes in the air from Emily Arlott, I think we're going to get away with that. Yep, across the boundary.
Yep, Kirsty Gordon. Bit of a loose no, we'll call that one, even though she's 6 overs in.
Yep.
But just a bad ball. You know, she's bowled excellently thus far. 29 dot balls under her belt, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, etc. So she'll look to get back on a mark and put that one to bed. Let's see the response to Arlott. Much better delivery. Arlott can only find the fielder.
So that was the 100 up, wasn't it, for Central Sparks? 100 for 5. The 33rd over.
as Gordon to Arlott, who plays and misses.
Was it a non-tickle or was it a tickle? I'm not quite sure. Sarah Rice took it behind the stumps, but clearly wasn't caught behind. The wind's getting up because I'm going to feel a draft coming in through that gap that we've got the mic in for the outside sound. Emily Arlott just dots that down.
Another dot ball for the over. Score remains 100 for 5. And yeah, attention across to the Vipers game at the present. Can Sunrisers register their first win?
You're being looked after by Mel Story, Emily Windsor and Phil Green down there at the Aegeus Bowl on the comms, and they're mostly Vipers people, so they I mean, I'm not taking any enjoyment out of that at all, Hannah, but
I couldn't tell, but
no.
Gordon with the ball to Arlott.
Oh, another possible tickle, but it didn't happen.
Searching.
Kirsty Gordon's got a bamboozle there.
End of the over. Central Sparks remain 100 for 5. They've got 17 overs left. Run rate required is 6.65, and the current run rate stagnates on that 3 mark. Gordon, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, and 34 dot balls now.
Yeah, they're both on 34 dot balls of 7 overs, aren't they? Except Lucy Higham got the wickets, so that's the difference, I suppose. Sparks need 113 from 102 balls, so it's still very much doable, but we need to see if Central Sparks are going to make a proper game of this, we are going to need some more boundaries from Central Sparks. Blaze, meanwhile, are quite happy to let this game carry on as it is, as Davina Perrin posts that ball backward of mid-wicket and they get through for a single, which is what they need to do.
Yeah, these two bowlers have got a lot of experience playing with one another as well when bowling at opposite ends, so I think they're used to them really bowling well in partnership. We talk about batters batting in partnerships, but bowlers partnerships are so important too. Yeah,
and we saw that, didn't we, in the first innings, where you've got Wong and Arlott, the pace attack, and then that swapped out, and Potts, and that swapped out for the spin attack from Hannah Baker and Georgia Davis.
Because what Kirsty Gordon is doing at that pavilion end is obviously creating those dots, and then Higham is getting the wickets, but it's
right. Oh, the big swing and a chance of a stumping. Did it happen? Yes, something happened the other end. What are we going to get? We've got stumping, bowled. I'm not quite sure what happened. I'm sure the graphics are going to tell us at the moment.
If I could have articulated my point, she just proved it.
Yes. Arlott went forwards to try and play that, but she is out, and we're waiting for the graphic to show us. Stumped. Do we think it's stumped?
Yeah.
Oh yes, stumped. Stumped Bryce, bowled Higham, Emily Arlott. Yes, 5 in 16 balls, 1-4. So Central Sparks find themselves 102 for 6. Must be somebody having a bad day. Let's hear the alarm, the sirens going for presumably Queen's Medical Centre or something here in Nottingham. Blue skies. The birds flying at the far end, little wisps of white cloud as Katie George emerges waving a bat from the pavilion to join Davina Perrin, who's gone out again to just have a chat with her as they come back to the wicket. Katie George, of course, recently of Western Storm, is well good enough with the bat as well as the ball.
Especially with her injury, etc. She couldn't bowl, so she had to bat.
That's right. But that was the thing, though. She fielded so well for Welsh Fire. I was always, you think, well, you're trying to protect your bat, so you're back because you're not bowling, but you're rolling about in the field. So
I think as well the Vipers might have lost because their score is no longer on the fixtures page.
We're going to get Jamie onto that one. We think that the game might be over.
It's on It's on the results page.
It's on the results.
All out 162. Sunrisers have registered their first win of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy after.
Yes. Let's make it more competitive.
4th edition now. 2020, does it count?
Oh God. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. 4th edition. After 4 seasons, they've registered on the first day of the 2023 season. They've got their win.
I'm
1 match, 1 win.
So
Come on.
pleased for Grace Crimmins.
It's about time.
Oh, they've got a leg slip in here with a helmet for Lucy Higham to to Katie George, who is taking a very open stance here. He's obviously really looking at that cow corner. There's a sort of mid-wicket cordon and a leg slip in a helmet. How exciting is this? And especially when Katie George plays the ball the opposite side of the wicket, straight to the short cover fielder, and there is no run. 102 for 6, halfway through the 34th over. I don't think I've ever seen a leg slip with a helmet on. I've seen a short leg with the helmet on. Higham into Katie George. It takes a big swing, and Davina Perrin hops up over the ball, and there is no run. Still 102 for 6.
Yep, so Jamie Ramage with the stat. You mentioned earlier that in this Midlands derby, players only seem to get 3 wickets, but Lucy Higham has broken that curse.
And that's Katie George getting well tangled up by Lucy Higham, trying desperately to I don't know what she's going to do. I think she's going to launch it at the scoreboard then. Missed the ball and got well tangled up. But there was no run, 102 for 6. And this will be the last over of the last ball of the 34th over. Lucy Higham to Katie George, who flicks one backward of square, and the wicketkeeper, the helmeted leg slip goes to fetch that ball with her colleague, and it's 103 for 6 off 34 overs. Sparks need 110 runs from 96 balls, and the balls are getting smaller than the runs at the moment, so they desperately need to take some pressure off as Sarah Glenn does a stretching exercise in front of us to keep everything moving. 103 for 6. So we need to see some boundaries if Central Sparks are going to make a game of this. The Blaze quite happy for this to carry on as it is.
Yep, so Kirsty Gordon coming back at the pavilion end, bowling to Katie George. No run. Another dot ball to add to her collection. That's 35 now.
They're definitely collecting stickers or something. I think they might get a free drink or something if they get lots and lots of dot balls.
Falls out of her run-up. I was say, it just took me back to the terrible chat of, so many dots like a Dalmatian and the rest of it. You hear all those sort of nonsense at club.
And joining the dots up and all that.
Yeah, all of that fun stuff.
Yeah.
As Kirsty Gordon once again dots ball.
I feel like we've said that a lot today. We want a close game. Come on, make a game of it. Come on.
So George tries to find a gap, runs a single, puts the fielder under pressure, but it's easy in the end.
Yep.
Rotates a strike well. Davina Perrin will be facing against Gordon, who we've already mentioned. Kirsty Gordon, new captain for the Blaze.
Yep.
And spent her winter in Australia and New Zealand playing in the Super Smash.
Otago. Ooh, was that bowled, stumped? What happened there? The Spales off.
So another cool, but
Sarah Bryce very excited, but the umpire's not so interested. But now somebody's got to rebuild the furniture. Sarah Bartlett making towards the stumps, but Sarah Bryce rebuilding the furniture at her end. Davina Perrin needs to collect herself now.
Whoop. It's gone up in the air, it's gone over the top. Is it going to be taken? It's taken! Kirsty Gordon with the wicket.
Georgie Boyce under that, is it? I'm not sure. I think so. You're going to tell us. Yes, Court Boys.
Yeah, back yourself, Claire.
Oh no. Go on.
You've got it. You've got it.
Oh.
So Georgie Boyce with the catch sees Davina Perrin walking back to the pavilion for 5. Kirsty Gordon ecstatic with the breakthrough. The Central Sparks 104 for 7 now. It's looking a little less likely.
Yes.
For the Sparks
at
to
best
Blaze.
less likely.
The Blaze continue to strangle the momentum out of the game. Georgia Davis will come into the batting crease.
She did well with the ball. What can she offer with the bat now in this second innings?
We will soon find out as she meets Katie George in the middle. A lot of pressure on these two shoulders. As you mentioned, was in the police and then
opted for the full-time cricket contract. So much promise. I've seen her I've seen her play a couple of seasons now. So
that's the thing. Cricket
getting that
will only be there for the players in the now, but in the future other jobs will exist. So cricket careers are short. Some a bit longer than short, but they can last 10, 20 years at a push. Is
some choose the end of their careers and some have it chosen for them.
Exactly. There's nothing is guaranteed. So if you want to be a professional, you've got to make the most of it now. As Gordon comes in to Davis, who gets off the mark instantly.
Easy game, off the mark straight away. That's the end of the over as well.
And end of the over, 105 for 7. So Sparks are behind where the Blaze were at this stage of the game. The Blaze were 174 for 7 after 35 over.
Oh, that's a long way behind, isn't it? Whew.
Whereas Central Sparks 105 for 7. So
we're seeing a graphic at the ground, which is Central Sparks won't want to see, but Blaze will. So Sparks need 108 runs from 90 balls.
Again, doable.
Doable, yeah. Again, we've got the leg slip in a helmet, which is making me shake my head with, wow, I'm not seeing that. Right, okay. Leg slip with a helmet. Got some debate about where they want the square leg fielder. Stood about 15 yards in from the rope. Georgia Davis to face Lucy Higham to bowl. Straight past the outside edge, not even a shot offered there. And that's another dot, 105 for 7 as we start the 36th over. This is Lucy Higham 9th over. And she and Kirsty Gordon are trading, collecting dots as they bowl their overs. They've both got 38, 39 respectively. Higham in, and that's played forwards by Davis but straight to the fielder, and another dot. 40 dots to Lucy Higham, 38 dots to Kirsty Gordon. Higham to Davis. It's an action replay. Straight to the short fielder, back to the bowler, no run. 105 for 7. Halfway through the 36th over. Georgia Davis manages to knock that on the head, but for somehow it doesn't hit the stumps. I think there's some shock and amazement from the Blaze, and there is no run.
Just looking across at the Sunrisers' victory over Southern Vipers, Abtar Maqsood has got her fifer.
Fifer, great. Well done, Abtar Maqsood. Of course, she's a Brummie. even though she's from Scotland, having played for Birmingham Phoenix, I consider her a Brummie. Ooh, and she's bowled her. She's bowled Georgia Davis. That's another wicket for Lucy Higham. She's got 4 wickets. 5 wickets. Oh yeah, it's just updated. I beg your pardon. A fifer. So that's the first ever fifer for the Blaze.
And they've picked her up. They're ruffling her hair. The Blaze are celebrating. What a wonderful bowling performance from Lucy Higham at her home ground here at Trent Bridge.
Georgia Davis bowled for 1 run off 7 balls, and Central Sparks find themselves 105 for 8, and the task is getting pretty tough now. Oh, Lucy Higham.
Look at that econ.
The economy rate is 1.89. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, 5 wickets, strike rate of 10.8, and an economy rate of 1.89. Lucy Higham, take a bow.
She
wow.
Must be getting those MVP points today.
She must be getting loads of MVP points. And that...
she so deserves it as well.
She's as sparkling as that red that their shirts are today.
She's such a hard worker behind the scenes as well, and gives a lot back to the local community too.
This is great. And
Local hero.
It's been loyal to the East Mids as well in terms of the games, the teams she's played for.
Yeah, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, so we've got Grace Potts, a tall, fast bowler, coming in to bat with Katie George, despite what the scoreboard had something different on it. So Katie George, 2 off the 7 she's faced, and Potts obviously just coming in to the crease.
And a reminder in this Midlands derby that East have always come out on top over the West.
And
so
it's looking likely that that's going to remain the case as Blaze are able to bring the field ever closer. Katie George to face.
just the single. As Kirsty Gordon is back on at that pavilion end. She's got her 1 wicket, but can she add any more to it? She's been bowling really well. Like I said, it's a partnership between her and Higham, but she definitely deserves to get another name in the bag. Ball into Potts. There's a bit of a noise there. They thought something might have happened, but Potts sees that out.
They're getting very chirpy now. They've got 8 wickets, aren't they?
They certainly are. The Blaze are absolutely loving it out there as Gordon to Potts. All she can do is defend it back.
I hesitate to mention that Nat Siverbrunt isn't playing today.
Yes.
But when she's released from England, this is going to make her
I guess that's the question.
Stronger again.
Gordon to Potts.
Potentially.
Another dot ball. That's the question though. Like, will England release her to play? Because even when Nat Siverbrunt was playing for the Diamonds, she didn't really get many opportunities to play for them.
No, they tend to play sort of 1 or 2 games, didn't they? And then get sort of...
She bowls it and Potts misses. Hands on head.
Sarah Bryce is very happy about us getting very close to those stumps. There's going to be a chat in the middle now. Look, we're going to have a chat now. Potts and George.
But that's the question, isn't it, with some of the England players? Often you see more, some of them more often than others. So it'd be interesting to see if she does get to come out here and represent the Blaze. It'd be brilliant for the region.
Because whatever's going on at England that is meant that Tammy Beaumont hasn't played much, that might be to the, that will be to the Blaze's interest if Tammy Beaumont plays more for Blaze.
Absolutely.
And if you add in Nat Siverbrunt, that could be an interesting mix.
Hugely. Straight away on paper, that's just a ridiculous batting lineup, isn't it? With the addition of Nat Siverbrunt to the Blaze.
Beaumont and
Beaumont, Blaze,
Boyce.
Kelly when she fires.
Yeah.
That's not even including Glenn, who we know wants to show up with the bat more and prove, especially to the England selectors, that she can be an all-rounder.
Yeah.
She's not just a bowler, she wants to bat higher up, she wants to contribute, so it's here where she can prove that. And she's done that today. She has, contributed with the bat and bowled really neatly too.
Central Sparks will need Katie George to be using her experience to guide Grace Potts at this point. And Katie George, the aforementioned, manages to keep that out. And there's another dot ball as Lucy Higham comes in it once again from the Radcliffe Road end. Katie George taking her time, having a breather. Higham in. Katie George takes a big swing but can't get the ball away, and it's fielded easily and there is no run. 106 for 8. Sparks need 107 runs from 76 balls. That balance is going the wrong way for Central Sparks, but the right way for the Blaze in their first ever game. As Katie George plays that ball beautifully underneath the cover fielder, but there is somebody backing up behind and they get through for the single. 107 for 8. Halfway through the 38th over. Sun shining down on Trent Bridge. We've got some shadows appearing. And there's a words exchange between Katie George and Potts I'm sure Katie George is just trying to keep Potts calm and motivated. Higham into Potts, who only manages to squirt that down, and there is no run. 107 for 8 still.
Yeah, that required run rate now is creeping up to 9 almost.
And that's defending another dot ball. The spectators, there's a fair amount of them in opposite us. They've got the big stands closed off. I suspect the stewards have kept people off those, but where they are sitting, which is opposite us, there's a fair amount of them. They're in the sun now, so hopefully they're getting the warmth of the day as Potts plays that behind square and they get through for a single at the end of the over. So 108 for 8 off 38 overs. Lucy Higham, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 5 wickets, strike rate of 12 and an economy rate of 1.9. That's not a bad day at the office, is it, Anna?
Not a bad day at all. And you can see there, hopefully, on the live stream, she was getting high fives, hugs and everything. This is what it means, not just for her, but for the team as well. Her bowling spell there changed the game.
Yeah, game changer. Yeah,
absolutely.
Indeed.
Strangled any hope of Sparks getting back into this match.
Yes, it feels like it's just sort of sputtering out here at this point, doesn't it?
So Gordon at the other end looks to finish her final over.
They're still trading dot balls, aren't they? They're both on 40 odd, so.
Yeah, just 1 run off of her first ball of her final over. As Gordon bowls to Katie George, who hits it through, but it's going to find Higham.
Fielder.
It's going to find Higham just for 1 run. Looks like we might get the return of Sarah Glenn in a minute because she's warming up her back quite a lot.
She is. She's having a bit of a twizzle there.
As Gordon to Potts. Gets a bit of flight. Ball comes straight back to Gordon. No run. Score 110 for 8. Halfway through her over. Again, she comes in. And Potts cannot get it away. Blaze bowling really well here. Gordon into Potts, who has to just push it back to the hands of Josie Groves, who picks it up, throws it into keeper Sarah Bryce, who's had a great game as well.
And she's been kept interested, hasn't she? Because there's been various things that...
Gordon to Potts, who misses.
Ooh,
and
that's what I said. She's been kept interested all the way along, hasn't she, in terms of...
Dumping chance, but she remained in her crease. End of the over for Kirsty Gordon and the end of her spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 1 wicket, strike rate of 60 and an econ rate of just 2.50. So she's going to be very chuffed with that. And her bowling partner at the other end was Lucy Higham, who picked up her 5 third, which her previous list A best was 4 for 46. So she's absolutely smashed it out the park.
And as you rightly pointed out, we've got Sarah Glenn returning from the Radcliffe Road end, who's bowled 5 overs so far, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket and 23 dot balls. She's just rearranging the field. We've got a slip, a sort of backward point, a deep cover point, a cover, a mid off, a mid on, short mid wicket, sort of deep mid wicket and a short square in the field. Glenn in to George, who plays that respectfully down, and there is no run. 110 for 8 as we start the 40th over. Sparks need 103 from 65 balls. Glenn to George, swipes at that through to the deep cover boundary. There's somebody there just tidying up, and that's 1 run to the board. So we're on 1-1-1. Nelson, if you like. 111 for 8 Central Sparks, and that's played more or less the same pocket, and they just jog through for a single by Potts. 112 for 8 halfway through the 40th over. They need 101 from 63 balls as Sarah Glenn comes in to George, who swipes at that, but it goes straight to the mid-on fielder, and there is no run.
Again, that's not what you want to hear at this phase of the game. We need to see these batters rotate them a strike.
Glenn into George, who plays that to the deep point boundary. There's a dive, and it's 4. So we've got 4, so that takes a bit of the pressure off. Katie George using her experience to play that ball to square of the wicket, straight to the point boundary. 116 for 8, last ball of the 40th over. Sparks need 97 off 61 balls. Sarah Glenn to Katie George is just taking a breather again. Taps her bat and then defends the next one, and there is no run. That's the end of another over. 116 for 8 off 40 overs. So 10 overs left. Sparks need 97 runs from 60 balls. The task getting harder and harder as they run out of wickets to do this with. Katie George just having a quiet word with Grace Potts, passing on some wisdom, no doubt. Grace Potts, another one of the under-19 World Cup finalists. Central Sparks well represented in that. Because we had the World Cup as well in South Africa.
We did.
Yeah, no time zone problem for us in the Northern Hemisphere with that one. In terms of being able to watch the games.
So much cricket of late, hasn't there? So we've had the under-19 World Cup, we've had the World Cup, we've had the fair break, we've now got the women's Heyhoe.
We've had the Women's Premier League.
We've also had the Women's Premier League. Like, there's so much going on now. And
actually, coincidentally, I hadn't thought of this, but we've got, talking of South Africa, we've got Nadine de Klerk coming on from your end.
We have indeed. But it's, so much, and I think it's so good that we've got so many South Africans coming over, because I don't know what their regional structure, state etc., province, what it's actually like.
No. And there's clearly issues, shall we say, without getting into any detail, given that Dane van Niekerk is no longer playing for her country. One of the, I would say she's probably one of the greatest cricket minds.
Absolutely.
On the circuit, so
it's been interesting hearing her interviews, actually.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant to see what she adds to Sunrisers.
As de Klerk comes in to Potts, who finds a gap, a finger on it, but it looks like it's going to head to the boundary. It's slowing up, and Josie Groves out there doesn't quite get it. It's another boundary, a much needed boundary for the Sparks. Potts 7 off 15, Katie George 10 off 17. Score 120 for 8 at present. They require 93 from 59 balls. Much needed boundary. As de Klerk comes in.
Ooh.
And again,
streaky edge.
Sarah Glenn's here, though. It will only be the single.
Streaky edge.
Yeah, no, it's good to see that kind of partnership with South Africa perhaps performing as well, because speaking to Sophie Luff of Western Storm back Christmas time, she was saying about how good would it be if in Australia there was like an exchange or something set up between the regions here.
Yeah, sort of informal, even informal arrangements between the two.
Having that kind of like perhaps sister clubs or whatever you might want to call it. As de Klerk comes in to George, who wafts at it but misses dot ball. But you're having, I don't know if you want to call it sister clubs or partnerships or whatever, but having a development pathway perhaps overseas as well.
I think that's it's sort of happening by accident, isn't it? You've got coaches who are collecting people in various franchise tournaments and then taking them around the world with them.
De Klerk to George. It's in the air. Straight back to the bowler, who drops it down. She'll be disappointed, but that was a hard chance. It was hit hard back at her. She dived. Spectacular if she caught it.
Good catch.
But
it's a great dive.
Took the pace off of it anyways to prevent it going for any more than a dot.
It'd be great to find out and also chat to the overseas what their experience is as well, coming over here to play our regional stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. See how they find it and what impact it's had on them. Obviously for the younger players, we talk about that quite a lot, it's the passing of the trade and the experience, etc. But what do they actually get out of themselves too? Yeah. De Klerk to George.
Oh.
Hits it down, but Sarah Glenn is going to chase it round. She stops for boundary. They're going to come back for 2. 2 runs added to the scoreboard. Central Sparks 123 for 8.
Sparks need 90 from 54 balls. Doable, but unlikely now with 8 wickets down. But we'll see. Nothing's impossible. It's just great to see the sunshine on the ground here. The feel of the start of the season. The red shirts gleaming across the Trent Bridge outfield. What can Central Sparks conjure here? These last few overs, 123 for 8 off 41 overs, needing 90 off 54 balls, with their previous teammate coming in to bowl at them from the Radcliffe Road end, Sarah Glenn, into Grace Potts. Oh, let's start again. Make sure that's all tidy. Right. Glenn to Potts. Potts with a big swing. Plays it quite lustily to mid-on, but no run. So still 123 for 8. We're into the 42nd over. Glenn. Potts, big swing. And a miss. Another dot ball.
Glenn looks disappointed, doesn't she? She thought, oh, I'm going to get through here. Playing against her old side.
Yeah. Potts plays it again towards mid-on, but there is no run again. The mid-wicket fielder just shuffles across and picks that up. Potts faces Glenn. Potts just dobs it down, and it's another dot ball. We're getting through the overs.
We certainly
I don't know what the really time is.
The real time?
Yeah.
Is 5 to 5 or 6 minutes if you want to be precise.
Oh, it's like crackerjack, except it's not Friday. Oh, another dot ball. Sarah Glenn's economy rate is going to be great at this rate, isn't it? She's collected 31 dot balls so far.
And she's collected a wicket herself.
Yeah, and approaching this is the last ball of her 7th over. Potts again plays it to sort of short mid-on, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 42 overs gone, 123 for 8 are Central Sparks, chasing a very large total now, although it didn't seem like a large total at the time. Sparks need 90 from 48 balls. So they're running out of overs to do this in. 8 overs left. Can we see some spirited defence here from Central Sparks, or are Blaze going to get through the last couple of wickets that they need? Sun out here at Trent Bridge. This is Rachael Heyhoe of Flint. So this is the 50 over competition between the 8 English regions. The final will be in Northampton much later in the year, because they have a break and do the Charlotte Edwards, and they come back to Rachael Heyhoe.
De Klerk comes in. Great bit of fielding off her own bowling. George couldn't get it past her, unfortunately, and the run rate keeps creeping up. It's now at 11.49.
Yes, it's
tough ask.
Midlands Derby. Looks like Blaze are well on top. The East Mids are well on top of the West Mids at the moment. Yeah, the finals of Rachael Heyhoe Flint will be Sunday the 24th of September at Northants.
De Klerk to George.
Whee.
Aerial, but it's safe. She finds the boundary. 4 runs. Much needed, as we keep saying, but will it be enough?
We need a bit of rear guard if this is going to be a good game.
She's a player who can accelerate though, so we'll see what she's got to offer with the next ball. As De Klerk comes in to Katie George, who over the top again, over top of the bowler's head, and that should run away for 4. Straight back over De Klerk, back-to-back boundaries. This is exactly what the Sparks require.
Yes. Joining Central Sparks, Katie George has joined Central Sparks from Western Storm, where she's played her cricket to this point. Chance to do some batting. And this is just what we need in terms of making a good game of it. There's some readjustment in the field. Blaze bring in their deep thirds to a shorter third.
Yep, looks like Marie Kelly. I've just noticed we have got names on the tops by the looks of it, but it's ponytail length.
Yes, so you can't read the names.
What
You can hardly see the numbers on some of them because of the thickness of the ponytail.
So what you'll notice on the Central Spark shirts, it's at the bottom of the shirts.
Ah.
So that was a discussion I've heard in the past about how to make it, players more visible. I'll put their names at the bottom of the shirt because of the hair situation.
Yeah.
Which sounds trivial, but it actually does make a difference.
Because we're looking at the back of what is Marie Kelly, but you can't see her name because her ponytail's covering it.
It's in the air again. It's going to race around to the boundary.
Katie George.
Katie George on fire here. She's taken the score on 24 of her 26 balls now. Central Sparks 135 for 8. Brought the run rate down a little bit. It was creeping 12 and now it's gone down to 10, so it is making a difference, but again, we need more of this.
Sparks need 78 from 43 balls. If we're going to make a game of this, we want a classic ding-dong here from the Midlands Derby. The birth of the Blaze. The Blaze will want to register that first win, but who's going to have the bragging rights at the end of the day?
Klerk again to George, who again puts her arms for it but misses on this occasion. End of the over. De Klerk, 6 overs, 31 runs, 23 dot balls. Not picked up a wicket, but she's bowled nicely.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on, isn't it?
Definitely, but Katie George did get a few boundaries through there, but it's not going to affect too much of the score situation at the minute.
The strike rates of Central Sparks have been the problem for them. They've chewed up too many balls to get to when they have got any kind of decent score so far. So. And even Katie George has not taken a strike rate above run a ball yet, so 24 off 27. And Sparks needs 78 off 42 balls. Sarah Glenn again, the curse of the old girl in terms of was Central Sparks last season, now bowling to her former teammates, and that goes up in the air. The wicket-keeper underneath it, diving miss.
It was Tammy Beaumont underneath, but she is a wicket-keeper as well.
That would have been a good catch. It was obviously swirling.
She properly chased after that.
She did.
Stood in the slips and absolutely legged it across.
And the problem with those strips is, they'll be hard and difficult, and some of them are dry because they used strips, and some of them are a bit more lush and bouncy because they're green, but Tammy Beaumont's retiring to a more standard point fielding position as Sarah Glenn comes in again to Katie George. Katie George misses that one. Goes straight through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. Scotland wicket-keeper, of course, along with her sister playing in the field. And that's a big swipe. Oh, it's a dive from Tammy Beaumont again. She makes another dive. It goes past her and towards the rope, but there's a field right there. And they'll only get the runs that they've got. So
brought out those gymnastics once again.
I thought we were going to get a 4 there, but yes, as Tammy Beaumont does a stretch and gets up. 138 for 8, halfway through the 44th over. As everyone collects themselves, Tammy Beaumont peels herself off the pitch, and Sarah Glenn gets ready to bowl to Central Sparks, although not a former teammate, because this is Katie George, so she's Western Stomp. Katie George thinks about a run and then thinks better of it. 138 for 8. Sparks needs 75 from 38 balls. Sarah Glenn just considering where she wants her field. Katie George taking a breath, tapping the bat, swiping it behind square. They get through for a single. She's trying to get that second, but there really wasn't a chance for a second run there. She looks frustratedly down at her bat. Grace Potts, she's got 9 off the 23 balls she's faced. Sarah Glenn wanting to finish this Central Sparks batting innings off with a few choice deliveries here from the Radcliffe Road end. Potts can't get it away. And it's another dot ball, another overused dot. 44 overs gone, 139 for 8. Sparks needs 74 off 36 balls.
Just over 2 a ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Run rate again crept up to 12.33.
Yeah, Sarah Glenn, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket for 35 dot balls. And De Klerk will carry on from the far end, the Radcliffe Road end, sun shining down. It's probably the warmth, most the the most warm it's been all day and the most blue sky we've had since very first thing. And it was blue sky but cold.
Just looking at the other fixtures.
Oh yes, what's happening elsewhere?
Thunder are chasing South East Stars 334 for 5. They're currently 171 for 7 in the 37.2 over. So we've still got overs left. But
that's a rain shortened day, isn't it? For that there. Is that the one? Is that Headingley?
No.
No, sorry, I got that. No, it's
the
Thunder.
Diamonds versus Western Storm is the rain affected one.
One.
Western Storm require 187 runs with 105 balls remaining, unfortunately. So a bit of a tough ask there too.
It's even tougher than here.
So
that's a dot ball.
Northern Diamonds posted 290 for 8. Western Storm are currently 104 for 4 halfway through their innings. So possible, but a bit of a tougher ask at the present. And of course we're...
no ball. I think we've got a no ball, have we? Or is Sue patting something down from the far end?
Yeah, free hit.
Yes, free hit.
So then of course we're here at Trent Bridge. Central Sparks versus the Blaze, and Central Sparks 140 for 8. Needing 73 from 36. De Klerk.
Oof! You went out to greet that.
Katie George is
Katie
not
George
happy.
Indicating that she wasn't pleased that was not... Oh, she's gone. Has she gone?
So Sue Redford signalled for wide.
The wide, so therefore it's still a no. It's still a free hit. The ball has to be dead before there's a signal for the next ball, I guess. That's why there's a slight delay with all of that. So still a free hit.
As de Klerk comes in with her right arm seam.
Ooh.
George swings and a miss.
Is that one for the... What's going on there? Right, just watching the interplay between the umpires and I was trying to work out what the signal was going.
But George was not happy at Sue Redfern a moment ago at all. As de Klerk comes in to Katie George. He moves across, hits through. It may chase the boundary. It's going straight through to 4. Beats 2 fielders and heads across. This is exactly what Katie George is about, and this is what we need from her, but she needs it to be backed up at the other end.
Yes, because we want it to be a close game. That's why we're saying... We're hoping that Central Sparks will make a fist of it.
Score moves on to 145 for 8. Katie George 31 of 34. She's one of the batters that has stepped up in this Central Sparks innings, but
in her debut
as well, after moving from Western Storm. But it needs to be backed up by others, and it might be a little too late. We'll soon see. As she swings again, she moves across, misses.
Sparks needs 68 off 33 balls. It's a tough ask.
There's a lot on Katie George's shoulders. She needs to keep finding that boundary, but the Blaze have put several fielders on that boundary rope now. Kirsty Gord, the tactician, captain at the helm here. There's de Klerk to George, who moves across again. Dot ball.
I think Katie George may not have got the memo about the more lateral movement you have, the wider the line goes on the,
on the wide deliveries.
Yeah, on the wide delivery. So there's a slightly different interpretation on the wides this year. The more lateral movement the batter makes, the wider the wide goes, as it were.
As de Klerk to George, who moves once again, hits it back to the bowler, and she's taken it. Absolutely unreal catch. It came back hard.
I felt that.
It came back hard and fast. De Klerk shaking off her hands. This is Katie George having to walk back.
Oh, hello. Is it? Is it? Oh, it's just the ball. I thought she was going to give a no ball then.
Don't do that to me, Claire. I was like, I've already made one mistake.
Sue Redfern had her arm out. I thought she's not going to say a no ball now, is she? That was a brilliant catch. I mean, I felt that, and I'm a long way away. Oh my, that was proper belted back at Kirsty Gordon.
Caught and bowled Nadine de Klerk.
Oh, right in the chest. Ooh.
Just misses Katie George for 31. A brilliant knock from her, but unfortunately it hasn't been backed up by her teammates in these latter phases. Score at the fall of the wicket, 145 for 9. Hannah Baker, the under-19 England's player, comes in to see what she can do, but it's a huge, huge ask now. The Blaze look like they're on their way to register their first victory in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this year, of course, under the new guise after formerly being known Lightning.
yes, officially the first Blaze win. But yes, Hannah Baker can bat, but this is going to be tough. I mean, I can't find another word. Sparks need 68 from 31 balls.
We thought the score in the first innings was perhaps subpar, but now it's looking very competitive.
Looking a par for this pitch, potentially. Great catch from Nadine de Klerk, who is collected 27 dot balls and a wicket off her nearly 7 overs. One more ball left.
She's had a few tease her previously, but that one she was not letting go of.
Oh my. Oh, it was it was self-defence as much as anything else. I don't know how she took it. It was proper wallop by Katie George, straight back at her, sort of solar plexus sort of height.
Is that a posh word for collarbone?
Yeah.
I'm going to use that now.
Close enough. Solar plexus. It's where you're supposed to, if it's self-defence, you're supposed to sort of thump in there, aren't you?
I don't know, I've never had to thump anyone.
Why am I talking about this?
As de Klerk steams in with her right arm pace to Baker, who sees it out.
He's like, I'm just keeping that out. Ooh, so Central Sparks need 68 off 30 balls, 5 overs left. It seems highly unlikely from here. First game of the season, though, you know.
Definitely take bits out of this match, but definitely lots of things to work on.
Lots of records for the Blaze, lots of firsts for them.
We thought Sparks did do a good job in the first innings, didn't we? We thought they
thought
put the Blaze in a position where they were subpar towards the end. They caused a collapse. It bowled really well, but the batting just hasn't matched up.
It felt like 20 or 30 runs too short, didn't it? But
it definitely did, but
not to be so, because this is going to be. Yeah, not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what Central Sparks can get to, even with the following win. But will they use all the balls? That's the thing. Sarah Glenn to Potts, who just manages to dab that down into the leg side, and there is no run.
They bowled out the Blaze as well.
Yeah, so sort of, moral victory in the first half. Glenn to Potts, who swipes at that through point. Tammy Beaumont does a stop. They managed to get through for a single. 146 for 9. Sparks need 67 of 28 balls. Sarah Glenn bowling. The Blaze bringing the field in. Square legs come into the circle. Glenn to Baker, who can only defend that down straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yes, there's a definite squeeze there. They brought the field inside the ring, and Baker manages to get that away to the only fielder in the outside of the fielding ring there, and they get a single. Oh, Sarah Glenn's down. She did twist herself. The score is 147 for 9. Sparks need 66 off 26 balls. And Sarah Bartlett just checking with Sarah Glenn that she's alright.
As we mentioned, this is Sarah Glenn's home now. She's from the East Midlands, Derbyshire.
Yeah, Denby, Derbyshire.
Plays hockey for Belper, etc.
Shout out to Denby. Glenn into Potts. You can only get that to Tammy Beaumont for no run. At point.
Yeah, she'll want to finish this off in front of her home crowd. Yes, she's moved teams from Central Sparks.
I wonder if there's how many Glens there are. There must be some Glens in. I'm sure there will be.
You'd hope
Lots
so.
of them. Glenn to Potts, who starts to go in the air, but it goes straight to the cover fielder. Baker looks frustrated. And there is no run. So 147 for 9, 46 overs chewed up. Sparks require 66 from 24 balls. Baker's on 1 off the 3 balls she's faced. Potts is on 10 off the 28 she's faced. Sarah Glenn is 9 overs, 2 maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket and 39 dot balls. That's the thing that they've done, isn't it? I mean, they may not have a big pace attack, but they've kept the dot ball percentage, whatever it is, massive dot ball percentage.
Yeah, they are actually thinking about the Blaze are more spin heavy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Taking that pace off.
Certainly working here.
147 for 9 Central Sparks, a sticky situation. As de Klerk comes back in, we just saw the exceptional catch. She took off her own bowling. If you're going to do it off anyone, do it off yourself.
Yeah, it's better for your own statistics.
As de Klerk, the South African, comes into Baker, who misses, and there was a noise of some sort, but Sue Redfern not interested, and nobody else.
Loud, how's that?
Nobody else but
not even not even Sarah Bryce was shouting for that, I don't think.
No, only de Klerk was interested, so probably a bit of bat on the ground.
You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, PhD student from Loughborough University.
De Klerk to Baker. Can only find the fielder. Dot ball. That run rate is creeped up to 18 required per over. 3.4 overs remaining.
Sparks still needs 66 runs off 22 balls.
3 runs per ball. Easy maths, that one. As de Klerk comes in. And that could be a boundary. No, it's not. It's getting stopped in the field for a single.
Squashed on that, on the circle.
They needed a boundary, but the Blaze have been really tidy in the field here.
Central Sparks, I need to get to that 150 and take each milestone as it comes, but it seems unlikely. I suspect that the most likely here is that we're just waiting for the Blaze to take this last wicket of Central Sparks.
De Klerk to Potts. Swings, misses. Attempt at a stumping perhaps, but
Sarah
not
Bartlett
out.
says no. Shaking her head at square leg.
Blaze certainly making the most of that hashtag fired up. Bringing the noise, bringing the energy. They're certainly on top here. No doubt about it. Required run rate is crept up now to 19.5. As de Klerk to Potts. Hits it out.
Into a gap.
Into the gap, yeah, for a single.
I think that's the trap. I think they wanted her to take a single. They'll want Baker on strike. She's only just come out to the crease, so.
Batter number 11. Tough ask. It's now 20 required per over. As de Klerk to Baker, nabs it away, but only to a fielder. Again, dot ball. Score 149 for 9. Central Sparks require 64 off 18 balls. The Blaze should be really pleased by this performance.
I'm sure the East Midlands will be well chuffed, and at Trent Bridge, to see Blaze in their first ever game at Trent Bridge, putting the squeeze on their West Midlands rivals, and likely to win this game convincingly, given that, as you say, Sparks need 64 from 18 balls, so it's probably only a matter of time before the last wicket. Catherine Bryce coming on from the Radcliffe Road end, replacing Sarah Glenn.
Scotland captain.
Yeah, Scotland captain. So far she's got 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 1 wicket and 25 dot balls. So can Catherine Bryce finish off Central Sparks, who are on 149 for 9? Can they make that 150? And then where can they go from there in the remaining balls of this innings? Bryce into Potts, who manages to put that to square leg, and they get through for a single. It was an easy single in the end, so they get the 150 for 9. So that will be some sense of achievement, although I suspect that they may well be getting some strong words from the coaching staff after this game.
Catherine Bryce, she won fair break, didn't she? She was part of a winning side.
Oh yeah, she was fair break. The thing with the fair break, I love it, and I think it's brilliant spirit, but because there was no live coverage,
it was really
easy
difficult
to get to, or legal to get to, it was very difficult to keep up because you'd see all the highlights on social media before it happened, before you could actually watch it here, so it's frustrating, but it's a great initiative. Bryce into Baker, who plays that firmly through mid-wicket, and they come through for 2 runs. That's the confidence of Baker from the Under-19 World Cup, I think, to play. She knows she's playing a rear guard action at best to play that shot down there and get those 2. So Bryce to Baker, who plays that this time into the offside to Georgie Boyce, and they get through for a single. So 2 of the Under-19 World Cup runners-up at the crease together at the moment, Baker and Potts. I think that's the other point that came over. From Neve Holland's interview was that the Under-19s were pleased at how fast they became a unit, given that they really hadn't had much time together. So there will be quite a generation of players.
And of course, the
as they
coach
go through the ranks
is the Blazers coach, Chris Guest.
Oh yeah.
So
That's
he
right.
coached the Under-19s
Hence the
in
connection.
South Africa.
Bryce to Potts, takes a big swing. Is it a stump-in? No, it's not a stump-in. It was an attempted stump-in.
We love a sibling.
Yeah, Bryce to Bryce. Ooh, I disappeared.
As Bryce has the ball in hand. Bryce comes in to Potts, and the batter hits it straight back to Georgie Boyce. Score 153 for 9. Potts on 12, Baker on 5. Required run rate 27.69. Bryce looking to try and finish this innings here. Sister Sarah collects dot ball. As Central Sparks 153 for 9 at the end of the 48th over. 2 overs remaining. Mathematically still possible, but 30 runs required per over. Current run rate is just at 3. It looks like these two need to just see it out now. But from a Blaze perspective, they want to get this 10th wicket. They were bowled out in the first innings. We thought they posted a subpar score, but they've really bowled excellently to strangle the momentum out of the Sparks side. Overseas signing, Nadine de Klerk is with the ball in hand. Right arm seam against Baker. Dot ball. Again, Nadine de Klerk bowling very nicely here. She took an outstanding caught and bowled just a couple of overs ago as she bowls again to Baker, who misses and hits the stumps. Bowled! Nadine de Klerk destroys any hope of Sparks getting across that line. They were dead and buried, but now she's put that final nail in the coffin. Nadine de Klerk with her 2nd wicket dismisses the Sparks batters. The Blaze register their first win of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 2023. An excellent performance by the Blaze.
Well, it was all over so swiftly then, wasn't it? In the end. Yeah, so Central Sparks only managed to get to 153. Nadine de Klerk, just over 8 overs. And we've got so Beaumont. This is the key. They're batting. Beaumont got 60. Glenn got 38. Boyce got 28. Higham got 24, and de Klerk got 11. In terms of the bowling, Sparks managed 3 3-fers. Georgia Davis got 3 for 33. Emily Arlott got 3 for 41. Potts got 3 for 46 and Baker got 1 for 24. Meanwhile, Sparks' highest score was Katie George with a rearguard action of 31. Eve Jones 29, Wong 22, Freeborn 15, Campbell 15, but no partnerships and no big score, unfortunately, because Lucy Higham finishes on a 5 for 19. Nadine de Klerk and her debut in English regional cricket took 2 for 39. Catherine Bryce took 1 for 14. Kirsty Gordon, the captain, took 1 for 25, and Sarah Glenn, returning to the East Midlands from Central Sparks last season, 1 for 28. So Blaze win by 59 runs. This is the first ever that we've seen. This is the birth of the Blaze, and they've certainly shown up today and taken a great victory in their first ever game at Trent Bridge in terms of their new guys, and their staff and their players are taking the applause of the spectators at the far end of the ground in the sunshine here at Trent Bridge. This is brilliant news. Well done to the Blaze. Central Sparks really have got to go back to the drawing board in terms of their performance today. Too many dot balls, I'm afraid, have really scuppered their chances at this game. So Blaze versus Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy at Trent Bridge. Blaze win by 59 runs. You've been listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, Hannah Thompson Radford, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University. We heard briefly from the fascinating fact factory in the back of the box, Jamie Ramage. Blaze next game will be away at Sunrisers, Saturday the 29th. Sparks next game is a home game for them against Diamonds on the same date, Saturday the 29th. And my next commentary will be for Western Storm against Thunder at Sophia Gardens on that same date, and it probably will go out over Glamorgan. So thank you very much to Jono and the tech team here, to the Trent Bridge staff for our lunch and everything else. Thank you for Jamie for his fascinating facts, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. If you're tuning in to us, thank you for tuning in. Please press the like button because that helps us in future. And if you're at the ground, then we wish you a safe journey home. Thank you very much for listening, and we'll speak to you soon.